Picture this. It's the year 2077, and humanity's existence is hanging by a thread. The virtual game Apocalypse? Yeah, it's not just a game anymore, it's become reality. Tornadoes of lightning rip through the skies and blood red-eyed monsters are descending from above, ready to wipe out everything in their path. But humanity isn't going down without a fight. People are awakening supernatural abilities, stepping up with courage to protect what's left of the world. In the middle of all this madness stands our protagonist, Xiao, the richest guy around, and someone who's got both power and devotion. Scene 1. Xiao's love for Qin Yanran knows no bounds. Monsters are everywhere, but he's focused on keeping her safe. He looks her in the eyes and promises, "Don't worry, Yanran. I've spent a fortune hiring 10 experts to help you level up, making sure you get the best." But wait, Xiao doesn't stop there. Oh no, my guy is all in. He spends an insane amount of money on a divine artifact just for Qin Yanran, pulling out every stop to ensure her safety and growth. Thanks to his efforts, Qin Yanran becomes a god-tier powerhouse in Dragon Country, wielding her divine artifact like a boss. Fast forward, and now it's time for the big moment, Xiao and Qin Yanran's wedding. Everyone's gathered to witness this so-called match made in heaven. From the crowd, someone gushes, so envious. They're truly perfect for each other. Meanwhile, another girl dreams aloud, a rich and devoted man like Xiao. If only I could meet one. Only to get roasted by her friend. You keep dreaming. And then it happens. The moment that makes this manhwa a masterpiece of betrayal. As Xiao, brimming with love, romantically asks, "Yanran, will you marry me?" She smiles, but it's not the smile of a happy bride. Nope. It's the smile of pure evil. She pulls him in for a hug, whispers in his ear, "I won't." And before Xiao can even process the words, bam! She rips his heart out, literally. Xiao screams in agony as Qin Yanran laughs maniacally, "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" But wait, it gets worse. Out of the shadows steps another guy, decked out in a slick black suit with a yellow shirt, sporting the same cold, evil eyes as Qin Yanran. Xiao, lying on the ground, heartless and broken, croaks out in disbelief, "Qin Yanran." And here's the dagger to the soul. Qin Yanran, holding Xiao's heart like a trophy, spits out her true motives. "Xiao, do you think money can buy my true feelings? Do you think gifting me equipment allows you to morally coerce me? You're wrong. I accepted your gifts, but that doesn't mean I agree to your affection." And then, the ultimate gut punch. "I'm not that cheap. Everything I've achieved today was earned through my own hard work." As Qin Yanran clutches Xiao's literal heart in her left hand, she leans into Zhou Hong, the tall, sinister guy in the black suit. Smiling wickedly, she looks down at Xiao, still bleeding and broken, and says with mock affection, "The only person who understands my struggles is Zhou Hong. Now, I'll give your heart to him. That way, being with him, I can hear your heartbeat every day." Isn't that touching? Touching? More like gut-wrenching. Xiao, barely able to muster any words through the pain, chokes out, You two." But before he can finish, Zhou Hong stomps on Xiao's face, sneering, "What? You? Go die, trash." He follows it up with the ultimate insult, "Now everything of yours is mine. Ha ha ha." The scene shifts as Xiao is cast into a dark abyss, left to fall endlessly into despair. Alone in the void, he replays everything in his mind, the betrayal, the pain, the loss. Broken and grieving, he mutters, "Why? Qin Yanran. For you, I gave up everything wholeheartedly, only for you to betray me in the end." But even as he wallows in sorrow, a spark of rage ignites. Grinding his teeth, he growls, "No, I no longer have a heart, but I won't let it end like this. No way." That's when the transformation begins. His body surges with newfound power, and his thoughts turn dark and vengeful. "I'm unwilling. I'll make you pay. I'll have my revenge. I will make those despicable people pay the price." And just like that, the scene flips. Suddenly, Xiao wakes up. Back in time, it's a week before the game Apocalypse begins. He's no longer a victim. He's been given a second chance to rewrite his destiny. Looking around, he realizes the timeline and mutters, "Is this reincarnation? I remember now. It's a week before the game starts. There's 200,000 yuan on this card. Qin Yanran's monthly allowance." His expression hardens and a sly smirk creeps across his face. I really have been reborn. Right on cue, Qin Yanran shows up, but this time her venomous words don't faze him. She scoffs. "Yi Xiao, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Do you think I need your little bit of money? Accepting your money was just me saving your pride and face. Got it?" And if that wasn't enough, she delivers the final slap in the face. "If you keep clinging to me, don't ever come and find me again." But this isn't the same Yi Xiao. No longer broken, no longer blinded by love, he looks at her with calm, calculated confidence. Qin Yanran notices his demeanor shift and sneers. "What? Regretting it already?" After her arrogant tirade, Yi Xiao cuts her off with a sharp, biting tone. "For my good? How about I go to hell instead?" Qin Yanran freezes, completely caught off guard. Nervously, she stammers, "What?" But Yi Xiao doesn't let up, his voice calm yet laced with cold sarcasm. "That must have been so hard for you. Don't worry, I'll make it easy. I'll never give you anything again." Her shock turns to rage as she shouts, "You, another one of your little tricks? Fine, since you came all the way here, I'll reluctantly accept your card this time." But Ye Xiao smirks and snaps back, "Get lost. Immediately, right now." Her face twists with fury and she screams, "Ye Xiao, how dare you talk to me like this? You'll regret it." Ye Xiao, unbothered and oozing confidence, steps closer and looks down at her shoes with a mocking expression. "I just remembered. Those shoes you're wearing? I bought those too. Take them off before you leave." Qin Yanran's eyes widen and she yells in disbelief, "Yi Xiao, don't think your little bit of money makes you great. Do you think this will make me yield to you?" Unfazed, Yi Xiao grabs the shoes and tosses them straight into the trash. Qin Yanran, now completely livid, screams, "Yi Xiao, remember what you've done today. Even if you kneel and beg me later, I will never acknowledge you again." Yi Xiao, his face unreadable, delivers his final blow. "That would be a blessing. I beg you, don't ever show up in front of me again." With cold confidence in his eyes, he turns away, muttering, "I've got more important things to do than waste time on you." The Apocalypse beta test will begin in 1 week. At that time, during the first 10 minutes of the beta test, the recharge system will be briefly activated. Ye Xiao knows this is his chance to get ahead. Picking up his phone, he dials someone important. "I need to gather enough funds before the test begins." On the other end of the line, a sharp and professional voice answers, "Hey, isn't this the legendary romantic? Why the sudden call?" It's Yilin, a businesswoman known for her ambition. Ye Xiao doesn't waste time. "Hey Yilin, you've always wanted my shares, right? 20 billion all at once. Do you want them?" Yilin, stunned by the offer, nearly drops the phone. "What? Did I hear that right? You're selling your shares?" Without missing a beat, Yi Xiao replies with absolute certainty, 20 billion, not a cent less. Complete all the paperwork within 5 days and transfer the money to my account. With your skills, Miss Lin, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Yilin, ecstatic with her victory, smugly says, "Finally, Yi Corporation is mine, ha." But Yi Xiao shuts her down without emotion. "Cut the crap. Call me when it's ready." Hanging up the phone, Yi Xiao smirks to himself, the confidence in his voice unmistakable. "Next, I'll wait for the Apocalypse beta to arrive. This life, I'll climb the throne alone." A week later, the screen flashes with a dramatic intro. "Welcome to the game. This version of the game is in beta. Congratulations on gaining beta access. This test will last for 3 days. The public version will be launched soon." Ye Xiao, now fully immersed in the game, lands in a lush jungle teeming with danger. The wind rustles through the trees as he takes in his surroundings, a smirk forming on his face. That familiar feeling. This is it, the starting point of the Apocalypse game. The words on the screen boldly declare, "Apocalypse game begins." As Ye Xiao navigates the starting area, he spots a glowing interface in the air. Tapping it, he begins configuring his character. Nickname, Knight Xiao. As for my class, the scene cuts to a massive, majestic dragon breathing fire, scorching the battlefield. Beside it, a warrior wielding a divine artifact releases flames just as fierce. Ye Xiao watches with determination in his eyes. He recalls his past experiences and mutters, "Last time a guild was wiped out by a god-tier beast tamer leading a dark abyss dragon." Grinning confidently, he makes his decision. "This time I'm not lacking money or resources. Let's go with beast tamer." The screen flashes as Ye Xiao finalizes his choice. His expression shifts to one of absolute determination, and he clenches his fist with newfound resolve. "Ha ha!" he laughs, the fire in his eyes unmistakable. Now comes the most important moment. With a swift tap, Ye Xiao pulls up the recharge menu. The screen lights up with top-up options, and without hesitation, he selects the highest tier. Let's see who dares to stand in my way this time. The stage is set, and Ye Xiao's rise to domination in the Apocalypse game has officially begun. The screen flashes a congratulatory message. "Congratulations, your recharge was successful. 20 billion gold coins have been credited." As the coins and cash rain down around him, Ye Xiao's face lights up with excitement. "Haha, amazing. 20 billion in, and within 3 days. The value of these coins will multiply tenfold." But just as he's soaking in the glory of his newfound wealth, another message appears on the screen. "Congratulations, you're the first player to recharge over 1 billion. The system has unlocked a unique hidden profession reward." A new message pops up. "Hidden profession identified, automatically merging." Ye Xiao's excitement turns to confusion as he watches the screen. Huh? A dark figure with glowing red eyes appears before him. The screen flashes again. "Congratulations. You've obtained a second profession. Wealth." Ye Xiao stares at the message in disbelief. He then looks at his left hand, which is glowing with divine energy, and mutters, "What's this? A hidden profession unlocked by spending too much money? A hidden class? God of Wealth?" Suddenly a giant red frog materializes before him, causing Ye Xiao to freeze in shock. The frog in a booming voice says to itself, "I didn't expect that it would be a young brat to unlock me." Ye Xiao, nervous and puzzled, looks around. Where did this frog jump out from, he thinks. The frog glares at him and barks, "Insolent! I'm Ebisu, your wealth mentor. You're the 709th god of wealth under my training." Ye Xiao's mind races as he tries to process the absurdity of the situation. Ye Xiao stares at the red frog, his eyes sharp with disbelief. He mutters under his breath, "A toad as a wealth mentor? Do you think you're selling financial products?" The frog responds with a booming voice, "Beat, I'll show you what real wealth is." As the frog speaks, a series of messages pop up on the screen, each detailing Ye Xiao's new abilities. Innate talent. Wealth. Rolling in LV1. The most basic ability of the wealth god is to generate wealth. Gold coins you carry increase by 1% daily. Innate talent penny pincher. LV1. As a wealth god, you reject all losses. Upon death, your gold coins and items will not drop. Innate talent. Extraordinary luck. LV1. They say money brings good fortune. You possess immense wealth and excellent luck. Innate talent, unmatched charm. LV1. Even the ugliest person becomes handsome with generosity. You are incredibly charming. Charm plus. Innate talent power of the wealth god. LV1. As a god you possess divine power. For every 1,000,000 gold coins spent on a random attribute point, up to 100 points daily. Ye Xiao is completely stunned by the overwhelming abilities. His eyes widen, and he exclaims, "What the heck?" After taking in the immense power he now holds, Ye Xiao begins to process everything. No wonder it's a hidden class, so many innate talents, but none of them seem offensive. The frog responds, "You just don't get it. Any one of these wealth god talents can bring immense riches." Ye Xiao ponders this as he looks at one of his abilities. Innate talent, wealth rolling in LV1. The most basic ability of the wealth god is to generate wealth. Gold coins you carry increase by 1% daily. Wealth rolling in? Gold coins. That means with my current wealth of 2.2 billion, I'd earn an extra 22 million daily. The frog adds, And with the power of the wealth god, you could earn 22 free attribute points daily. Do you realize what that means? The screen pops up again with another message. Innate talent, power of the wealth god. You possess divine power. For every 1,000,000 gold coins spent, plus own random attribute point, up to 100 points daily. Xiao, now fully grasping the magnitude of his new abilities, picks up the red frog with a confident smile and declares, "Damn, this wealth god class is too overpowered. In my last life, I spent all my money on Qinyanran. In this life, as a wealth god, I'll show the world the true meaning of money power." The frog, visibly angry, yells, "Beat! Put me down now." Xiao laughs and clicks the enter button on the screen. They both enter into the game area, and Xiao exclaims with excitement, "With this golden finger, why wait to grow stronger? Straight to the newbie village." As Xiao and the red frog land on the ground of newbie village flower plains, the frog lets out a loud "ouch" after hitting the ground. Xiao, still trying to get his bearings, looks around and says, "Looks like the server just opened. Not many people here. Perfect time to grow quickly." He takes a moment to check his profile in the game, studying the details of his abilities and attributes. Turning to the red frog, he says, "Starting as a beast tamer is dozens of times harder than other classes. Early on, you can't tame powerful beasts. To grow quickly, I need to think of a strategy." The red frog, now perched on Xiao's shoulder, looks down at the screen and responds, "Choosing beast tamer was reckless. You don't even start with a weapon. You don't understand. Beast tamer has the highest potential and the most growth." Suddenly, a group of elite level 5 goblins appears on the horizon, heading straight for them with weapons raised. Xiao's eyes widen in shock as the goblins scream in unison, "Meat, the smell of human meat." For the first time, Xiao feels the weight of fear gripping him as he looks at the terrifying creatures charging toward him. Crap, a level 5 elite warrior. How unlucky can I get? Should I fight or flee? He wonders, his heart racing. The red frog, however, isn't waiting for an answer. It leaps off Xiao's shoulder and starts sprinting away in panic. Xiao watches in disbelief, muttering, "This toad sure runs fast." The frog, now in full-on panic mode, shouts back, "What's there to think about? You're practically naked, no weapons, and facing a level 5 elite. Run." With no choice but to follow suit, Xiao starts running, his legs pumping as fast as they can carry him. The goblins, relentless in their pursuit, yell after him, "Food, stop running!" In a moment of desperation, Xiao looks around, hoping for some help. "Crap, someone save me!" He cries out, but all he hears is the sound of the goblins' laughter echoing behind him. After narrowly escaping the elite goblins, Xiao and the red frog finally make it to the main city, both exhausted and gasping for breath. Xiao looks around, relieved to have made it this far, and mutters, "Finally made it to the main city. That was close. Almost died at the start. I've never suffered such humiliation." Meanwhile, a group of players nearby are gossiping about him, clearly amused by his appearance and choice of class. One of them remarks, "Huh? Someone actually picked beast tamer?" Another one snickers and says, "Yeah, unbelievable." "And their beast is... Your beast is a toad?" Xiao, already on edge, snaps back, "You are the toad. Your whole family are toads." He storms off to the side, but the insults keep coming. "Ha ha! This beast tamer is hilarious. Right?" And he tamed a toad. Trying his best to ignore them, Xiao marches forward, but the red frog on his shoulder, ever the troublemaker, says, "There are beast eggs for sale in the city. Go buy one, brat." Xiao, not interested in settling for anything ordinary, replies confidently, "I'm not settling for any ordinary beasts." The red frog, a little confused, asks, "What do you want then?" They continue walking toward their destination, the Supreme Hall. The red frog warns him, "Are you crazy? At level 1, why come here? Only level 100 plus players can hire guards here." But Xiao remains determined, brushing off the frog's concerns. "Stop talking. I know what I'm doing. Let's go." They reach the entrance to the Supreme Hall, but just as Xiao starts to ascend the stairs, someone suddenly stops him. A deep voice calls out, "Wait!" Xiao turns to see a grand archmage standing in front of him, blocking his path. The archmage, holding a divine artifact, looks down at Xiao and says, "Young man, this is not a place for you. Return when you've trained more. Only with the City Lord's recommendation letter can the doors to the Supreme Hall open for you." The archmage is level 80, a formidable figure, but Xiao remains unfazed, his confidence unwavering. No wonder this place is so grand. Even the guard is a level 80 archmage. With a grin, Xiao looks up at the archmage and says, "Honorable archmage, I don't have a recommendation letter." The archmage responds curtly, "Then leave. The Supreme Hall is the Empire's pride, not for someone like you." Unbothered, Xiao smirks and responds, "I don't have a letter, but I heard the archmage recently lost something. I've come to return it." The archmage, now suspicious, narrows his eyes and asks, "Something? What thing? Don't try to fool me." As the conversation between Xiao and the archmage continues, Xiao decides to demonstrate the power of his wealth. He casually points and says, "Archmage, look over there." The archmage turns around, confused, but his expression changes when he sees gold coins scattered near his feet. Xiao continues, "Archmage, over there too. Behind you, more coins. Archmage, do you like them?" The archmage, his eyes wide with surprise and joy, bends down and scoops up the gold coins. He exclaims with delight, "Oh my!" With a wide smile, he looks back at Xiao and says, "VIP room at the War God Pavilion, Supreme Hall upstairs, please." Xiao, ever the cheeky one, smirks and asks, "Ahem, Master, I liked your fierce demeanor earlier. Can I bring it back?" The archmage, clearly flustered, coughs and avoids making eye contact, muttering, "Cough! Young man, go on up." Xiao grins. Now this is more like it. Ha ha ha." The red frog, observing the scene, thinks to himself, "Money really works wonders, huh?" They approach the Supreme Hall, its grandeur impossible to ignore. As they enter, Xiao notices two towering guards standing in front of it. One is a Supreme Hall Honor Knight Golem, level 100, and the other is a Supreme Hall Honor Knight Golem, level 80. The red frog, impressed by the sight, says, "The Supreme Hall really lives up to its name. A level 100 hireable guardian, equip this, and you can dominate the novice village, kid." Xiao, unfazed, shakes his head and replies confidently, "These don't interest me, they're beneath me." Just as they're about to enter, a giant figure emerges, its presence commanding attention. With a deep, booming voice, the figure asks, "Who let you all in here?" The screen flashes with the words, "Berserk Blood Warrior." Xiao, unbothered by the intimidating figure, responds calmly, "I need to hire a divine-level golem guardian." The giant figure looks skeptical, replying, Divine level golems are extremely rare. How could they possibly be available for hire?" The giant guard, still processing Xiao's request, shakes his head and speaks again. "Besides, looking at your stats, hiring an 80-level guardian is already more than enough. Hiring a divine-level golem isn't something you can afford." Xiao, unfazed, replies confidently, 1 billion per day. The giant guard, now utterly shocked, stammers, 1 billion? Well, technically it's impossible. Rules are ultimately set by people. By coincidence, I know a divine-level spellcaster who might help. Xiao's eyes widen as he ponders to himself, "A spellcaster? That's a hidden class." He then continues, "Divine-level spellcasters are incredibly versatile. Protection, defense, offense, all in one package. Hiring them right from the start would be a great choice." "All right, let's go with that." The giant guard looks at him carefully and asks, "I can summon them any time, but first I need to confirm one thing. When will you pay the 1 billion? Xiao, with a confident smile, responds, "Let's sign the contract now, and I'll pay whenever needed." The giant warrior nods. "Then there's no issue. Once the contract is signed, I'll summon them right away." After signing the contract, Xiao exclaims, "Perfect, the sooner the better. I'm on a tight schedule." Moments later, a beautiful woman in a red dress, holding a divine artifact, materializes before them. Her presence is awe-inspiring, and she exudes a powerful aura. She introduces herself with a smirk. "Oh, it's a handsome young man. I'm Dolores, a divine-level spellcaster. According to the contract, I'll follow your orders for the next 24 hours. Xiao, visibly stunned by her sudden appearance, thinks to himself, her level's too high. I can't view her details at all. He then looks at her, trying to regain his composure, but his nerves show as he speaks. Nice to meet you, Senior. I've hired you mainly to tackle a very difficult. Dolores, amused by his nervousness, giggles and interrupts. Difficult? What hard dungeons could there be in the novice village? Goblin King, or maybe his entire family. All of them are a wave of my hand away from defeat. Xiao, now slightly embarrassed but determined, says, Let's not waste time, I'll leave this to you, Senior. Dolores smiles. Easy. Lead the way. The scene then shifts to a demonstration of Dolores's immense power. She effortlessly dispatches wave after wave of goblins, casting powerful fireballs that incinerate them with ease. As the goblins fall, a bystander watches in awe, thinking to himself, Whoa, are those damage values? Did someone just beat their enemies into revealing phone numbers? Another character, witnessing the destruction, screams, Destroy them! Take out all these goblins! They nearly killed me earlier. As Xiao and the Red Frog make their way through the scene, the chatter around them intensifies. 3 characters stand nearby, discussing the unexpected sight they've just witnessed. One of them exclaims, Am I seeing this right? That guy's partnered with a spellcaster? These damage numbers are insane. Another one, looking puzzled, asks, Doesn't seem like a spellcaster. They don't display a level. Is it a hack? The third character responds with certainty, There's no such thing as hacks. Must be a high-level NPC hireling. That spellcaster. Meanwhile, the system announces Xiao's progress with a series of level-up notifications. Ding! Congratulations. Your level has successfully risen to level 10. You've earned 10 attribute points for free allocation. Ding! Congratulations. You are the first player in Novice Village 9527 to reach level 10. You've earned an additional 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. You are the first player worldwide to reach level 10. You've earned 50 bonus attribute points and the title Spend Ascender. The Red Frog, surprised, remarks, Kid, you've hit level 10 already? The highest among other players isn't even beyond level 5. The screen shifts to another system announcement. Ding! World announcement. Players successfully reached level 10, unlocking the level leaderboard. Night Sorrow has. Ding! World announcement. Player Night Sorrow. In the distance, characters watching the announcement react with astonishment. One of them exclaims, What the heck? It hasn't even been a full day, and someone's already level 10? Who is this Night Sorrow? Another player says, Seems like it's that person. They're absolutely overpowered. A crow, observing the announcement, wonders aloud, Could they be the game's GM, running tests? One player, eager to get close to the rising star, says, I need to go cling to their coattails. Is it still too late? A voice in the background adds, Doubt all you want. Of course you don't know yet. Soon enough, when the game Doomsday becomes reality. Then another voice confidently states, You'll realize that I am the true God. As Xiao processes the information, he mutters to himself, That should do it. With the level-up attribute points, and the 100% earned from spending 1 billion today via wealth power, it's about time to head to our true destination. The scene transitions to Xiao and the Red Frog heading towards an unknown location. The Red Frog, curious, asks, This is far. Is this the hidden dungeon you mentioned? Xiao responds confidently, That's right, Dragon's Lair, here I come. The screen flashes again with the world-level leaderboard, and Xiao's name proudly displayed at the top. Rank 1, Night Sorrow, LV10, Wago, Rank 2, None. Rank 3, None. Note, level 10 is the minimum for leaderboard entry. In the next scene, a stealth walker, level 3, is shown slaying goblins with swift precision, his weapon cutting through them effortlessly. He mutters to himself, I've been hunting elite monsters since entering the game, and I'm still only level 3. Someone's already level 10? Is there some exploit in the game? And Xiao. Never heard of that name before. His face twists into a sinister, villainous expression as he continues. Looks like there's another strong rival. This is exciting. The atmosphere darkens, and his words hint at a dangerous rivalry brewing. The scene then shifts, showing a map of Novice Village 9527, deep within Whispering Valley. Coordinates 1102, 254. Xiao speaks confidently. So this is the place. He approaches a stone, his hand glowing with divine power, and with a surge of energy, he shatters it. As the stone crumbles, the screen reveals a magnificent dragon kingdom. A warning appears. Ding! This area is extremely dangerous. Leave immediately. The divine spellcaster Dolores observes the scene with a mix of awe and concern. How is this possible? Such an overpowering aura. How could a dragon reside here? There's actually a hidden dungeon. Kid, how did you even find it? She pauses, clearly uneasy. If it's a dragon, I'm not confident I can handle it alone. Xiao reassures her, his confidence unwavering. I'm not dumb enough to fight a dragon. Let's go in and take a look first. As they enter the dungeon, Xiao begins explaining the history of a past adventurer. Years ago, a level 100 berserker accidentally triggered a hidden quest to explore the dragon's lair. He discovered the dungeon entrance was actually hidden in Novice Village. At the time, no one believed him. Everyone thought it was impossible for a high-level dungeon to exist in Novice Village, so he had to venture in alone. He never returned. The Red Frog, intrigued, asks, "So how did you know?" Xiao grins. "I bought his battle footage at a high price, and discovered there's a rare dragon egg inside this dungeon." The spellcaster grows nervous, her eyes widening in disbelief. Stealing a dragon egg? That's harder than slaying a dragon. Kid, are you messing with me? The frog echoes her concern. What? A dragon egg? Don't tell me you're actually planning to steal it. Despite their doubts, Xiao remains as confident as ever. Sister Tao, you're a god-tier sorceress. Don't be so modest. He gives his explanation. Look, it's just a dragon. Sister Tao, the great god-tier sorceress, could take it down in seconds. The screen flashes with a new skill. Skill, Holy Judgment Radiant Dragon Tier. The party gazes in awe at the sight before them, a massive dragon, lying atop a mound of gold coins, its eyes glimmering with power. The atmosphere is thick with tension, but Xiao's determination remains unshaken as they prepare for what's to come. The scene intensifies as the spellcaster, visibly terrified, gazes at the radiant dragon and says with a quiver in her voice, "A tier 5 dragon. Good thing I brought a teleport scroll." The Red Frog, equally anxious, quickly chimes in, "You go in first. I'll wait outside the cave." Xiao, ever the confident hero, looks to the spellcaster and asks, "Sister Tao, do you think we can manage?" She looks back at him with concern, shaking her head. A tier 3 dragon alone could destroy an entire guild. This radiant dragon is one of the top tier dragons. We have less than a 1% chance. But Xiao, unfazed by her words, maintains his focus on the dragon's egg. That sounds terrifying. This dragon egg must be even more valuable than I thought. I have to get it. The spellcaster, now clearly terrified, exclaims, "Not a chance, I'm out of here." Xiao, not backing down, tries to persuade her with an offer. "Sister Tao, I'll pay you double the commission." Her resolve doesn't waver, though, as she responds, "Even doubling the pay won't help. It's not that I don't want the commission, but we just can't beat it." Xiao, ever the strategist, insists, "We're not actually fighting it. Just buy some time." The spellcaster's expression hardens. There's no buying time. No one can withstand a tier 5 radiant dragon. Xiao, with determination in his eyes, raises the stakes. "Triple the commission." After a brief pause, the spellcaster reluctantly agrees, gritting her teeth. "Damn it. If I have to risk my life, I'll do it." The scene shifts as the spellcaster prepares for the fight of her life. "I'll go all out." 3 minutes. I can buy you 3 minutes at most, she says, drawing her divine artifact and focusing her power. Ye Xiao watches in awe, seeing attributes pop up on his screen as he gains buffs from the spellcaster's support. He looks impressed and mutters to himself, "Wow, master, so reliable. Buffs active. A little preparation is key to surviving in this world." The spellcaster shouts at him. "Buff duration is 3 minutes. The rest is up to you." Ye Xiao responds with admiration. "Incredible. As expected of a god-tier sorceress. Truly terrifying." The battle begins as the spellcaster faces the radiant dragon head-on. "Wretched beast. Normally I'd fear you, but for these 3 minutes even you will bow before me," she declares, her voice filled with defiance. With a swift motion, she unleashes a powerful skill, Ice Arrow, sending a chilling blast toward the dragon. The ice arrow strikes the dragon, momentarily freezing it, buying Ye Xiao precious seconds to carry out his plan. The fight intensifies, and the clock is ticking as Ye Xiao prepares to steal the dragon's egg, with the spellcaster doing everything she can to hold the beast at bay. The tension builds as Ye Xiao, holding his breath, creeps closer to the radiant dragon's egg. "Shh, don't let it notice us, or we're dead meat," he whispers, glancing at the spellcaster who is still holding off the dragon with all her might. The spellcaster, panting, warns him, 1.5 minutes left, I'm running out of steam." Ye Xiao struggles with the egg, trying to lift it, but it's far heavier than he anticipated. Frustrated, he calls out to the frog, "This dragon egg is heavier than I thought. Toad, give me a hand." The red frog hesitates, muttering, "I've never done something this shady before." But before they can make another move, a loud thud shakes the ground, and the radiant dragon's piercing eyes snap open, catching them in the act. "Ouch!" the frog exclaims in panic. The dragon lets out a terrifying roar, sending shockwaves through the air. Ye Xiao and the frog freeze in fear as the dragon's fury ignites. "You useless toad!" Ye Xiao shouts. But the frog, equally terrified, retorts, "How dare you insult me like that, you brat? Run! Stop talking and move." With the dragon bearing down on them, Ye Xiao screams for help. "Sister Tao, help us!" The spellcaster, already exerting herself, responds with urgency. "Ice wall." She casts, trying to block the dragon's assault, but the ice quickly begins to crack under the dragon's power. It's not holding up. Then, with a flash of divine energy, she casts a more powerful spell. Skill. Dragon King's Breath. Her eyes widen as she sees the immense firepower about to unleash from the dragon. "Dragon King's Breath, run!" she yells, taking off. Ye Xiao, in disbelief, calls out, "Sister, why are you running too?" She glances back at him with exasperation. "Of course I'm running. What do you think I am, invincible? I said 3 minutes, didn't I?" The trio scrambles, dodging fireballs and the dragon's wrath, managing to escape just in time. They burst out of the dungeon, gasping for breath. "Gah!" Ye Xiao exclaims, still in shock. "That was close, but we managed to get it." The spellcaster, still breathing heavily, looks at the egg with a mix of awe and apprehension. "Kid, if this dragon egg hatches into a tier 5 dragon, it'll all have been worth it." She pauses, narrowing her eyes. "Don't forget my commission." Ye Xiao grins, trying to reassure her. "Don't worry, you'll get paid." Then, with a determined look, he says, "Now it's time to contract the bee-beast." The spellcaster, a bit more skeptical now, adds, "Let's hope it doesn't hatch into something strange. Otherwise, that 300 million will go to waste." Ye Xiao, annoyed by her negativity, retorts, "Shut your mouth, you jinx." He carefully places his hand on the egg, his eyes focused. Success or failure, it all comes down to this. Don't disappoint me. The egg begins to crack, and with a soft pop, a tiny dragon emerges. It lets out a small, confused sound. "Ah, ah." Ye Xiao stares at the baby dragon, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Huh?" The spellcaster leans in, scrutinizing the hatchling. "This doesn't look like a radiant dragon hatchling." Ye Xiao frowns. "Why does the color seem off?" The baby dragon, now fully out of its shell, blinks up at them. It scales a strange mix of colors that don't quite match the radiant dragon they expected. Ye Xiao and the spellcaster exchange uncertain glances. unsure of what they've just unleashed.
Here's part 2 of the manhwa breakdown you've been waiting for. And seriously, a big shout out for all the love and positive vibes on the last video. Y'all are amazing. Keep smashing that like button and showing your support so I can keep bringing this fire content for you. Oh, and yeah, don't forget to obliterate that subscribe button and turn on the notifications. You gotta stay hyped and updated for what's next. And for those who haven't watched the previous video of this series, you can find the link in the description below or click on the eye icon at the top of the video. Now, let's dive into the juicy details of the latest chapter.
No nickname yet. Type, Azure Sky Dragon, Mythical Tier. Level, 1 Zeroth, 000%. Base stats, Strength, 500. Constitution, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 500. Hold up, did you see that? 500 across the board. This dragon's a beast. Now check out the talents this thing's packing. Absolute suppression. As a mythical tier beast, the Azure Sky Dragon naturally suppresses lower tier creatures, deals plus 30% damage, and takes minus 30% damage from creatures below the mythical tier. Dragon King. As the supreme being of the dragon race, the Azure Sky Dragon suppresses all other dragon-type creatures, deals plus 50% damage to dragons, and takes minus 50% damage from them. Mythical Bloodline. This dragon has an insane bloodline, giving it a robust physique and stat bonuses with every level up. HP regen, 200 sec, mana regen, 200 sec. HP plus 100%, mana plus 100%. Okay, now it's getting real. This dragon's stats are already insane, but we're not done yet. We've got skills that are straight up game-breaking. Earth-shaking Dragon Roar. A group stun skill where the Azure Sky Dragon lets out a thunderous roar that literally shakes the earth. Creatures within a 20-meter radius are stunned for 1.5 seconds, no matter their tier or type. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 2,000. This skill alone could turn the tide of any battle. But wait, there's more. Dragon King's Breath. A single target skill, where the Azure Sky Dragon breathes scorching flames that deal 500% strength as true damage to a locked target. This skill cannot be dodged. Cooldown, 5 seconds. What? This dragon's not messing around. And the final skill? Dragon King's Wrath, unique talent skill, where the Azure Sky Dragon enters an uncontrollable rage and starts destroying everything. Deals strength plus constitution true damage to all creatures within 50 meters. Cooldown, 30 days. After activation, all stats decrease by 5% permanently, and the dragon falls into a 5-day slumber. Are you seeing this? This dragon's stats are absolutely broken. Xiao's reaction? You know he's flipping out. He's standing there, eyes wide, mouth hanging open, and he just shouts, "Holy crap! These stats are absolutely broken." After witnessing the power of the Azure Sky Dragon, all three of them are left absolutely shocked. He's staring at the stats on the screen, and you can feel his excitement building up like a storm. With 500 strength at level 1, and it's equipped with basic gear, that means its breath attack deals over 2,500 damage. Who can withstand that? Xiao practically yells, still trying to process what he's seeing. This is insane. Then, the frog, who's been quietly observing all this, finally speaks up, and it's like he can't contain his excitement either. "Kid, you've really struck gold this time," he says, shaking his head in disbelief. This frog knows they're onto something huge. And then there's the spellcaster. She's completely mind-blown. You can see the shock on her face as she mutters to herself, that hatchling stats are absolutely ridiculous. Plus, it has immeasurable growth potential. If it matures, its destructive power would be unimaginable. But the most epic part? Xiao is petting the little Azure Sky Dragon, and it's like this moment is straight out of a dream. He's totally vibing with his new pet and says, "I didn't expect you to be this strong. You're all gray, so let's call you Little Gray." And guess what? Little Gray loves it. He roars in approval. Roar. You can practically feel the power in that roar, even if it's coming from a baby dragon. This is gonna be one heck of a team. As Xiao's petting little gray, he notices something in the red frog's hand. The frog's holding something shiny, something expensive looking, and it catches Xiao's attention instantly. "Huh, Toad, what's that in your hand?" Xiao asks, a little curious about the object. The frog, now called Weebis, snaps back with some serious attitude. "Brat, my name is Weebis, not Toad. He's not having any of that." Xiao, still puzzled, eyes the badge Weebis is holding, and you can see him squinting, thinking, looks like a badge? He touches his chin, deep in thought. And before Weebis can react, Xiao snatches the badge out of his hand, clearly surprised by what he's holding. "Toad, where'd you get this badge?" Xiao demands, his curiosity now at full throttle. Weebis, now looking even more defensive, shouts back, "Give it back, brat. I just picked it up from the dragon's nest." The frog's got some explaining to do, and it's clear this badge has some significance. The moment Xiao snatches the badge, the spellcaster is hit with a sudden realization, and you can see the gears turning in her head. She's staring at the badge like it's some kind of treasure, and then, bam, she finally connects the dots. Could this be the Calamity Tier mark of ferocity? She says, her voice full of awe and shock. And right after, the screen displays the features of the badge, and let me tell you, this thing is no joke. Mark of ferocity. Grade, calamity. Base stats plus 10%. All stats plus 10%. Ferocity's might unique passive. Bearer of the mark of ferocity gains unparalleled strength. All skills trigger critical hits. Base crit rate plus 20%. Crit damage plus 100%. Are you kidding me? This thing's insane. But wait, it gets even better. Ferocity Massacre activates the power of the Mark of Ferocity, instantly dealing 1000% spirit as true damage to a target. This has double critical hit chance, and if that exceeds 100%, the overflow converts to crit damage. 5% chance to trigger instant death. If target HP is below 20%, it guarantees instant death. Cooldown 10 days. Hold up, this badge is straight up broken. Xiao, still holding the badge, can't believe what he's reading. What? Calamity Tier? He mutters to himself, his mind absolutely blown by what he's holding. The spellcaster, who's equally amazed, confirms. Judging by these insane stats, it's definitely Calamity Tier. Yeah, no kidding. This badge is on a whole other level. But of course, the red frog, now known as Weebis, isn't having any of it. He wants that badge back and starts demanding, "Brat, give it back. I risked my life for this." And Xiao? He's not having it either. He's standing there shaking his head in disbelief, and then he drops the bomb. "You risked your life? We almost lost ours because of you. As compensation, I'll borrow this for now." Oh, Xiao's not playing games here. He's getting the badge for himself. But Weebis isn't backing down, and he's not going down without a fight. "Why should I let you borrow it? 10,000 coins a day or no deal." He snaps, trying to get some cash out of this situation. Classic frog move, right? Xiao, ever the smooth talker, turns on the charm. He gives his best sweet voice, trying to smooth things over. "Come on, old Weebis. Don't be so stingy. We're buddies, right? Why talk about money?" But Weebis isn't falling for it. "Stop with the sweet talk. When you need me, I'm old Weebis, but when you don't, I'm just Toad." He's got a point. This frog's got serious attitude. Then Xiao just laughs it off, knowing full well the power of this badge. Haha. With this badge, farming goblins will be like slicing through butter. He's got plans for this, and you know he's about to wreck some enemies. And with that, Xiao wears the badge proudly, ready to see what kind of chaos he can cause with it. The power's in his hands now. Out of nowhere, a hidden quest notification pops up on the screen like a bomb dropping in the middle of a peaceful moment. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest, the Forbidden Adjudicator. The message flashes across the screen with a dark, mysterious vibe. The quest reads, "Although mighty, the King of Ferocity was consumed by the abyss. Bearer of the Mark of Ferocity, seek the truth. Objective, find the Fang of Ferocity." And just like that, everything stops. The room is dead silent, and all three of them are just staring at the screen, shaken by what they just saw. The red frog, clearly stunned, stammers out, "Huh? A hidden quest?" He's as surprised as anyone. Xiao, still processing everything, rubs his chin and mutters, "Seems like it. Find the fang of ferocity? What's that?" He's lost, but his curiosity is piqued. That's when the spellcaster, the walking encyclopedia, steps in to explain the mystery. "What? You don't know the fang of ferocity?" she says, as if she can't believe Xiao doesn't know about it. It's a god-tier assassin dagger, forged from the fangs of the abyssal beast. It's one of the most explosive weapons ever made. Looks like there's some connection between the mark of ferocity and the fang. As she's talking, the screen flashes a picture of a warrior holding the dagger. It's massive, gleaming with power, and there's a huge dragon looming in the background. This is some serious gear. Then, just as things are about to get intense, a new message pops up on Xiao's screen, and it completely changes the mood. "Ding, player, Xiao, your daily game time has reached its limit. You will be forcibly logged out in minutes." Xiao's face falls. He's not ready to log out yet, but the game's got its rules. "Ugh, my time's up. Guess I'll have to log out," he mutters, clearly frustrated that he can't keep going. But the spellcaster, ever the professional, just shrugs it off. With a flick of her magic, she opens up a portal to exit. Who knew a hidden dungeon in a starter village would take this long? "Well, Peachy sister, I'm off. Hit me up if anything comes up, be sure to prep your coins." Xiao, smiling as always, gives a quick nod. "All right, brother Yi, later." And just like that, the portal closes with a flicker of light. Now it's Xiao's turn to log out, and before he does, he's deep in thought. The Doomsday game is still in beta, and hasn't fully merged with reality yet. Better rest up. Don't want my body breaking down. You can tell he's thinking about the balance between the game and reality, knowing that he needs to be ready for whatever comes next. The next day at Xiao's home, it's a whole new world. The gaming community is on fire, with chaos everywhere. The game has taken over, and people can't stop talking about it. Virtual game Doomsday has taken over the gaming community, topping discussion charts. The buzz is crazy, and it's like the world's been turned upside down. But not everyone's loving the game. Some are seriously frustrated. One player screams, "WTF? This game is so hard. I played all day, my hands are killing me, and I'm only level 2. I died 3 times, and if I keep dying, my stats will reset." They're furious, and you can feel the frustration in their voice. Another player, absolutely angry about the difficulty, rants, "Damn devs made it this tough. Who can even play this?" And then out of nowhere someone shouts, "Wait, who's Xiao? Hit level 10 in one day? Is he hacking?" They're shook, wondering how Xiao pulled that off. But there's always someone ready to hate. And the last comment we hear is, "Trash game, can't play without cheats, classic." On the first day of the Doomsday game, chaos erupts. Players are dying after logging out, and hospitals are overwhelmed with victims suffering from organ failure. The consequences are massive, and it's clear the game is no longer just a virtual issue. It's bleeding into the real world. A notification appears. On its first day, Doomsday causes mass player deaths. Many experienced physical symptoms after logging out, leading to hospitalization. Later, organ failure cases emerged among survivors. Governments issued warnings against entering the game. Governments scramble, issuing bans and warnings, but Xiao? He's completely unbothered. He looks at the chaos and thinks to himself, "Huh? Multiple nations banning Doomsday? Pfft, weaklings. When the game merges with reality, you'll all suffer." Xiao knows this is just the beginning. The real storm is coming, and he's already ahead of it. Suddenly, his phone vibrates. Xiao picks it up and reads the message, his expression darkening. "Xiao, come to Manhwa Hospital now. Bring food for Zhou Hong and pay his bills. Do this, and I'll pretend nothing happened before." Xiao curses under his breath. Damn it, forgot about that lunatic. Should have blocked her first. He's clearly annoyed, but there's no escaping it now, he has to deal with it. Cut to the hospital. And Zhou Hong lying in a bed, grinning, while Qin Yanran sits beside him looking smug. Zhou Hong says, "What? You're saying Xiao hasn't contacted you all this time? Now that you suddenly called him, do you think he'll come?" Qin Yanran responds with a sinister smile. Do you think he would dare not come? She knows Ye Xiao's feelings for her, and she's sure he'll show up. Zhou Hong, grinning like a fool, adds, True, he loves you so much that it's in his bones. Once you call, he'll definitely come running. But before they can celebrate, a doctor walks in, delivering a shocker. Patient in room 17, you can be discharged early. Please settle the bill first. Qin Yanran and Zhou Hong are shocked. Why the early discharge, they ask. The doctor answers, Our hospital is now overwhelmed with patients suffering from organ failure, just like you, caused by playing a game called Doomsday. We're currently short on beds. Qin Yanran's face twists with aggression, her voice sharp as she glares at the doctor. What do you mean? Short on beds? Does that mean poor people's lives are worthless? The doctor, clearly feeling the pressure, responds calmly. This is a special situation. We ask for your understanding. Please settle your bill and vacate the bed by the end of the day. But before the situation can escalate further, Zhou Hong suddenly stands up from the bed, brushing off the tension. He looks at Qin Yanran, speaking in a calm but determined tone. All right, Yanran, stop arguing. This game really isn't simple. I plan to get discharged and continue playing. Do you have any money? Help me pay for this hospital bill first. Qin Yanran's expression shifts to something sad, but her voice is calm as she responds. I don't have money. Ye Xiao didn't give me my allowance this month. Zhou Hong is shocked, his face falling. What? Doesn't Ye Xiao give you 200,000 every month for your living expenses? Qin Yanran, her expression cold and filled with disdain, responds with a twist of her lips. How would I know? He just has a bit of filthy money. Does he really think spending money can win me over? I feel sick just seeing him. The hate is real in her voice. Zhou Hong, looking to take advantage of the situation, holds her hand, speaking urgently. Yanran, send Ye Xiao another message and ask him for some money. I'm planning to start a doomsday gaming studio. That kind of money means nothing to him, but it's very important to us. Qin Yanran's face twists into something more sinister as she responds with confidence. Don't worry, once he gets here, I'll say a few sweet words, and he'll obediently hand over the money. But her eyes? They say otherwise. There's a hint of uncertainty, but she hides it well. The scene then cuts to Ye Xiao's apartment. He's sleeping badly, tossing and turning, his breath ragged and erratic. Who? Hopo, he mutters in his sleep, the struggle real. Suddenly the alarm blares, waking him from his troubled sleep. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao reaches for his phone and opens the game with a groan. Time's up, time to enter the game. He clicks the game icon, and just like that, he's back in the village. The frog, his trusty teammate, immediately chimes in with a grumble. You brat, barely awake, and you summon me already. Ye Xiao, unfazed, fires back with a grin. The early frog gets the worm. Old Hui. We need to level up fast and leave this novice village. As Ye Xiao strolls through the area, the level of tension rises with the discussions around him. Players are actively trying to recruit others for their teams. One group shouts across the area, Elite group forming. Players level and above only. Another voice yells, Level 1 training area, looking for 3 players. Need a healer. No gaming newbies. Ye Xiao observes, his critical analysis kicking in as he watches the crowd. In just one day, the number of players has increased this much. He thinks, the intensity of the game world sinking in. Then, out of nowhere, the gaze of the crowd shifts to him, his level 10 glowing brightly above his head. The whispers and gasps grow louder as people start to gather, amazed at his level. Damn, a level 10 pro? First place on the leaderboard? How did this guy level up so fast? The chatter intensifies as more people crowd around him. One guy shouts, Bro, wanna team up? We've got tons of pretty girls. Another shouts, Big bro, can you carry me? I'll show you my black stockings. Meanwhile, the Toad Wibbises pipes up, annoyed by the attention. Even though you switched to a masked outfit and hid your face, you can't hide the level above your head, idiot. Ye Xiao is clearly disturbed by the attention. He looks around frantically, trying to figure out how to escape the madness. What should I do? He mutters, his nervousness mounting. And then, with a loud shout, Xiao turns and yells, "Run!" He starts bolting, dodging the crowd, trying to escape the sea of people who are now following him. The mob behind him shouts, "Follow the pro!" He must know where to level up quickly. Yeah, let's stick close to him. The chaos grows as Xiao sprints, desperate to find some peace and escape the horde of eager followers. As Xiao sprints ahead, desperately trying to shake off the growing crowd of players trailing him, Wibis calls out to him with urgent annoyance. "Don't slow down. Move faster, or they'll catch us." I didn't think this many people would be running. The tension mounts as Xiao pushes forward, the sound of his feet pounding against the ground growing louder. Suddenly, they reach a high-level training area, specifically designed for players level and above. The chasing crowd halts, eyes wide with fear at the dangerous monsters ahead. One player, his voice trembling, says, "We can't keep chasing behind him. Up ahead is a level 10 trial zone. The monsters there will destroy us." Another player quickly agrees. "Yeah, it's too risky. We can't go in." Then another voice scoffs and says, "What? Is the great Xiao going to take on the trial alone?" Someone else chimes in, disbelief in their voice. "Alone? No way, that's suicide." Meanwhile, Xiao and Wibis manage to escape the crowds, finally reaching a safe zone surrounded by monstrous walls. Wibis, his voice filled with relief, says, "Finally, we lost them." Xiao, still focused, replies with confidence, "They're not stupid. They wouldn't dare come here." The trial zone is now in front of them, with an opening guarded by a warrior holding a massive sword. Xiao approaches and surveys the area, speaking to himself. "All right, this is the spot." The guard, eyeing Xiao with skepticism, grunts. "Hey kid, this isn't a place for you." Xiao approaches him with a polite tone. "Hello, sir. I'm here to start the advancement trial." The guard's gaze sharpens when he notices Xiao's level. He raises an eyebrow. "Outlander, you reached level 10 this fast? Where's your team?" Xiao stands tall, confidence radiating from him. "I'm doing it solo. I don't need a team." The guard, now more concerned, warns him. "Solo? Kid, I'll give you the usual warning. Even on normal difficulty, going in alone is basically suicide." Xiao, undeterred, shrugs it off and continues walking toward the trial. "Don't worry, I've got plenty of my life left to live." The guard watches him, sighing to himself. Ha! He's just another reckless keiki. Ignoring the warning, Xiao steps forward into the main task area, his foot landing on a circular platform that triggers the difficulty level of the trial. The screen displays a prompt. Please choose the trial difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, abyss. Xiao, standing tall and confident, stares at the choices. Without a second thought, he selects abyss, the most dangerous and destructive difficulty. With a smirk, he mutters, "Soloing abyss difficulty should be fine, right?" He locks in the selection, his face filled with determination. The guard, standing nearby, watches in shock as Xiao confirms his choice. The guard, stunned, exclaims, "The advancement trial has begun. Selected difficulty abyss." "What? Abyss difficulty? He's soloing abyss? You've got to be kidding." The next scene shifts as Xiao lands on the ground, surrounded by towering trees and dense brush. It's clear he's deep in the heart of the abyss trial zone, ready for battle against the strongest monsters in the area. Wibis, ever cautious, calls out to him, "You're only level 10, and you're trying abyss solo? Are you serious?" Xiao, with a smirk, responds, his voice filled with confidence. "You think I can't handle it? Last time I had full bronze gear and an elite team, but we almost got wiped out because I had to carry Qin Yanran." He pauses, his eyes hardening with determination. "This time, I'm here for revenge." Without missing a beat, Xiao summons his mythical beast, the Azure Dragon. He calls out, "Little Gray, come out." A small gray dragon emerges, its eyes gleaming with power. It responds with a playful bark. Woof! The trio, Xiao, Weebus, and Little Gray, head deeper into the dense jungle. Xiao, walking with purpose, speaks to himself. With Little Gray, what's there to fear? He's a mythical grade beast. But suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. From the tall brush, a pair of terrifying eyes watches them closely. Xiao's instincts kick in as he notices the movement in the underbrush. He whispers, "Something's moving. Stay alert." The tension rises as the scene prepares for the inevitable clash with the abyssal monsters lurking in the shadows. As a massive, terrifying figure emerges from the shadows, a mutated snow wolf, its eyes filled with ferocity. The creature steps forward, its presence radiating danger and aggression. The screen then displays the snow wolf's stats. Savage snow wolf mutated, level 10. HP, 5000. MP, 5000. Strength, 300. Constitution, 500. Agility, 300. Spirit, 500. Passive, unknown. Description, a mutated abyss creature capable of total destruction. Once it locks onto you, it's as if death itself is coming. Xiao, shocked by the sight of this gigantic beast, staggers back in disbelief, his voice heavy with fear. Holy crap! Without wasting a second, Xiao quickly turns to Little Gray, his mythical beast, and orders, "A mutated snow wolf right off the bat? That's insane. 5,000 horsepowers? Even a shadow assassin would be desperate. Little Gray, get it." The battle begins. The snow wolf charges forward, but Little Gray stands tall, ready to unleash his might. The two clash in a fierce battle, each fighting for dominance. Little Gray, using his Dragon King's breath, releases a massive stream of flames, engulfing the snow wolf in fiery destruction. The wolf howls in pain as the flames critically damage it, but it doesn't back down. Xiao watches as the wolf starts to lose control, a small smile forming on his face. The snow wolf's gone berserk. Then, for the first time, Little Gray uses his most powerful attack, the world-shaking dragon's roar. The force of the roar stuns the wolf, and as it stumbles, Little Gray launches another devastating blast of fire, inflicting critical damage. The snow wolf is helpless, writhing in agony, and it lets out a final, anguished cry. "Awoo!" Finally, after a fierce battle, the snow wolf collapses, defeated. The screen pops up. "Ding, congratulations! You've defeated the savage snow wolf, mutated." But the victory doesn't stop there. The next screen appears. "Ding, your beast Little Gray has leveled up to level. Ding, your beast Little Gray has leveled up to level 3. Ding, your beast Little Gray has leveled up to level." In the next moment, Xiao's excitement reaches a new peak as he watches Little Gray level up. The Azure Sky Dragon's stats flash across the screen, and Xiao can't help but shout in exhilaration. "Haha, nice. 4 levels in one shot." The screen then shows Little Gray's updated stats. Nickname Little Gray. Species, Azure Sky Dragon Mythical. Level 5/60ths, 50%. HP/MP, current stats, base stats. Strength, 700. Constitution, 700. Agility, 700. Spirit, 700. And then the next screen appears, showcasing Little Gray's newly unlocked ability. Dragon Fangs. Dragons are magic's natural enemy. As the king of dragons, the Azure Sky Dragon silences all magic, deals 500% spirit magic damage to the 2 nearest enemies, and seals their magic for 5 seconds. Cost, 200 MP, cooldown, seconds. Xiao, utterly shocked and impressed by the power of his mythical beast, exclaims, "Whoa, plus 50 to all stats per level?" Mythical grade beasts grow insanely fast, and it even unlocked such a broken skill. As Xiao celebrates, the screen suddenly reveals 2 divine artifacts floating before him. His excitement builds even further as he asks the frog, "Old Hui, what loot did it drop?" The frog, ever the reliable companion, responds, 2 dark gold items. No surprise, mutated bosses drop insane loot. The artifacts displayed are Snow Wolf Bow, grade dark gold, effect unidentified, and Blood Wolf Fang Dagger, grade, dark gold, effect unidentified. Ye Xiao eagerly grabs the weapons, his happiness apparent as he touches them. Ahaha. This is amazing. This is so much better than my last life. Ha ha ha. But just as he revels in his victory, a dark figure watches them from the shadows, its presence ominous. Suddenly, a huge black tiger emerges from the darkness with a terrifying roar. The screen displays its stats. Abyssal Tiger Demonized. Level 10, HP 8000, Strength 400, Constitution 800, Agility 300, Spirit 500, Passive Unknown, Skill Unknown. Description: a twisted creature born from the abyss. Its power is overwhelming. If it targets you, death is close behind. Ye Xiao, once again shocked by the appearance of another terrifying foe, mutters, "Huh, is that a demonized monster?" The abyssal tiger locks its gaze on them, and Ye Xiao immediately commands Little Gray. "Little Gray, go." And with that, the final battle begins, as the two ferocious creatures charge toward each other in an epic clash.
Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the Abyss trial. Congratulations! After an intense 1-hour battle, Yi Xiao slumped to the ground, completely out of breath. He let out a sigh and muttered to the red frog, "If I had known it would be this exhausting, I wouldn't have sold it. My legs feel like they're about to fall off." Hearing that, the red frog chuckled and replied, "Well, I've already picked up several pieces of equipment. Once I return to the city, I should be able to make a decent amount of gold." In front of them, a shield and a sword lay on the ground, glinting under the dim light. Yi Xiao stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then smirked. "Who said we're heading back? Up ahead is where we can challenge the trial boss. I came here to take it down." The red frog's eyes widened in shock. "You're not joking, right? Even after all the monsters we've defeated, Xiao Hui is only level 7. Are you sure it can handle the boss?" Without hesitation, Yi Xiao stood before the boss's door, his expression unwavering. "Of course, it won't be a problem. In my previous life, this trial's final boss was only at the Lord level. Now, Xiao Hui can easily take down 2 demonic monsters. This will be a piece of cake." Yi Xiao stood in front of the massive door, extending his hand toward it while his pet dragon, Xiao Hui, circled above his head. With a confident smirk, he said, "With your support and mine, taking down a Lord-level boss will be as easy as chopping vegetables." Just as those words left his mouth, a glowing blue circle appeared beneath his feet. In an instant, time blurred, and when he came to, he was already inside the boss room, walking up a long flight of stairs. With each step, his excitement grew. He turned to Xiao Hui and grinned. "Old Hui, today, I'll show you what it means to be a pro. Let's go." The red frog, perched on his shoulder, sighed. "Why do you sound more and more unreliable?" As Yi Xiao approached the final platform, a sudden system notification flashed before him. "Adventurer, you have fallen into the abyss." Seeing the message, Yi Xiao's heart pounded. His eyes gleamed as he clenched his fists. "In my past life, I was a man of honor, trapped by love and emotions. But in this life, I wield the strongest power of the apocalypse. I am Yi Xiao." His voice echoed through the chamber as he stepped forward. Come on, let me conquer the abyss completely." And then he saw it. A towering monster sat upon a grand throne, its hulking form casting a menacing shadow. It held a massive staff in one hand, exuding an overwhelming aura. Above its head, a new notification appeared, revealing its details. Yi Xiao's entire party froze. The red frog, gripping Yi Xiao's shoulder tightly, shrieked, "Kid, where's the Lord-level enemy you mentioned?" Cold sweat trickled down Yi Xiao's face as he read the monster's title. "What's going on? In my past life, this was definitely a Lord-level boss. Why is it a King-level boss now?" Before he could process the situation, the boss stirred. It stepped forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Yi Xiao's sharp gaze locked onto its stats. 5,000 spirit points. A pure, magic-based beast. Its endurance and agility are at 0, meaning it doesn't have normal attack damage. Its attack speed is extremely slow, but if it lands a hit, we're dead for sure. The red frog gulped. Kid, if you die, I'm not cleaning up your corpse. Xiao took a deep breath, pushing his nerves aside. A king-level boss, huh? No big deal. Xiao Hui, don't use your skills recklessly. Follow my commands. His voice turned firm. This big guy is slow. Keep switching positions and don't get caught in a prolonged fight. With a roar, Xiao Hui launched forward, unleashing a stream of fire breath at the monster while darting around the battlefield. Yi Zhao's excitement grew as he watched his dragon in action. Yes, that's it, Xiao Hui. Keep moving. Don't let it cast any skills. He clenched his fists. Hold on, we've almost got this big guy down. But then, just as he was celebrating, the boss's focus suddenly shifted. It locked eyes with Yi Zhao, unmoving. Yi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Why? Why isn't it attacking? Something feels off. Is it looking at us? The red frog's face turned pale. Does that mean it's about to? Before they could finish the thought, the boss roared and began preparing a devastating attack. Dodge quickly, the red frog screamed. Do you even need to say that? Yi Zhao shouted back, already leaping away. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the spot where he had been standing just moments ago. Yi Zhao barely had time to react before another attack came flying past him, shaking the entire chamber. His face was drenched in sweat. Why is this thing only targeting me? Desperate, he shouted at Xiao Hui. Hurry up and save me. The boss didn't let up, relentlessly pursuing him. As Yi Zhao dodged attack after attack, he gasped, I can't hold on much longer. Then, in the nick of time, Xiao Hui reappeared in front of the boss and unleashed another fire breath attack. The impact sent the monstrous creature crashing against the chamber walls with a deafening boom. Yi Zhao slumped to the ground, panting. If this thing doesn't die soon, I'm the one who's going to collapse from exhaustion. The red frog, still trembling, groaned. Next time you want to challenge a place this dangerous, can you not drag me along? As Yi Zhao caught his breath, a familiar chime echoed through the room. A new notification appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the Abyss trial. Congratulations! Your beast, Xiao Hui, has reached level 10. Congratulations! As the first adventurer to complete the Abyss trial, you have received a reward, +5 to all attributes. Yi Zhao, still drenched in sweat, stared at the panel before glancing at the red frog. With a teasing smirk, he said, Old Hui, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. The red frog scoffed. And you're not afraid of dying? Then why were you running so fast? Ignoring the jab, Yi Zhao approached the fallen boss's body and grinned. Finally done. Now let's see what loot we got. At the same time, outside the dungeon, a world announcement echoed across the game. System announcement. Player Yi Zhao from Xiao Nation has completed the Abyss trial, becoming the first adventurer in history to pass it. He has obtained the legendary title Abyss Envoy. This is hereby announced to all players. The sudden announcement sent shockwaves through the gaming world. Players all over the world reacted in confusion and disbelief. Abyss trial? What kind of dungeon is that? One player muttered. Wait, someone actually cleared the Abyss trial? Isn't that supposed to be impossible? Another exclaimed. No way. This is a global first clear announcement, someone else shouted in astonishment. Meanwhile, in a small village, a crowd of players gathered in front of the world ranking board, their eyes glued to the newly updated rankings. A young man stared at the board before turning to his companion. A globally top-ranked player from our Xiao Nation? Beside him, a sharp-eyed boy, Xiao Qi, squinted at the leaderboard, then looked at his partner. And he's the only name listed here. This guy is no ordinary player. The first boy nodded. Xiao Qi, investigate him. Xiao Qi immediately responded, got it. Player for Beginner Village 9527. Based on analysis, he's likely from Jiang City. Hearing that, the boy's expression turned serious. Jiang City? Send someone immediately to investigate. A blonde-haired man standing behind them saluted. On it. At the same time, in front of another ranking board, a young couple stared at the leaderboard in shock. Someone's already level 10. And it's only the second day, the girl murmured. Her boyfriend scoffed. Not just that, he's from the same beginner village as us. That couple was none other than Yin Ran, Yi Zhao's ex-girlfriend, and her new boyfriend. The boy's eyes gleamed with ambition as he turned to Yin Ran. Yin Ran, if we can connect with this pro player and form a team, we'll definitely rise to fame. By then, even rich second-generation kids like Yi Xiao will only be able to look up to us. Yin Ran folded her arms, unimpressed. Do you really think being good at a game will help you reach the pinnacle of life? Of course, the boy insisted. You have to trust my judgment. His expression turned slightly panicked as he inched closer to her. By the way, didn't I ask you to invite Yi Xiao to join the game and help us level up? He's rich and a gaming expert. We'd skyrocket in no time. Yin Ran rolled her eyes and turned away. I'm not contacting him. If you want to go ahead. I'm not that shameless. Hearing that, the boy's expression darkened. Then what about your living expenses for this month? Then suddenly, our protagonist's ex-girlfriend shouts at Zhou Hong, stop bringing up Yi Xiao. It's so rare for us to have some time alone together. I've never played a game before, so come on and teach me already. Hearing her words, the boy starts sweating and quickly says, all right, let's figure out how to level up first. Inside the Abyss trial dungeon, our protagonist stands in front of the corpse of the boss monster, holding a blue crystal in his hand. He looks at it in disbelief and says, no way. After all that effort, this is all that dropped? Just a fragment. A system notification appears. Abyss stone fragment. Grade unknown, unidentifiable. Seeing the notification, he frowns. A fragment? I've never seen this thing in my previous life. Shaking his head, he turns toward the exit. Forget it. I'll find someone to appraise it later. The important thing now is that I've passed the trial. Leaving the beginner's village and heading to the main city is my priority. Let's go. Suddenly, he appears in front of the Abyss trial guard. The moment the guard sees him stepping out of the portal, his eyes widen in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Someone actually cleared the trial? And it was Abyss difficulty. Not wanting to waste time, our protagonist looks at the guard and commands, connect me to the main city now. I need to leave this beginner's village. The guard, still in disbelief, quickly summons a door in front of him and says, got it. Then, looking at him with admiration, he continues, respected warrior, congratulations on passing the trial. You are now granted a guide token, allowing you to freely enter and leave the main city. Hearing the guard's words, our protagonist responds respectfully, thank you. Much appreciated. The guard then hands him a box and adds, additionally, since you clear the Abyss level advancement trial, you are entitled to an epic item, Badge of Valor. Looking at the box, our protagonist's eyes gleam with excitement. Not bad, a commemorative item. He picks up the badge inside the box and examines it. All attributes enhanced. Not bad at all. A notification pops up. Badge of Valor. Description: proof of a hero. Only those who clear the Infernal level trial are qualified to receive it. This is the highest honor. Base stats, plus 20. Charisma, plus 3. Satisfied, our protagonist walks toward the summoned door. Before stepping through, he looks at the guard and says, Little Gray, Old Hui, keep up. Main city, here we come. In an instant, he is teleported to Wild Leaf Main City, appearing in the middle of a quiet town. Looking around, he comments, wow, it's so empty. In my previous life, the job transfer square was packed with over 100 people. Coming early really makes a difference. At the same time, the red frog beside him speaks. So this is Wild Leaf Main City. Without wasting time, our protagonist starts walking and says, let's go. We need to find Beast Master Gyudol. Hearing that, the red frog looks confused. Beast Master? You already have a beta, so why look for him? Our protagonist laughs. You'll find out soon enough. He wanders through the city, eventually arriving at his destination. In front of a small house, a man sits on a chair. Looking at him, our protagonist smirks. Here it is. Approaching the man, he respectfully says, Respected mentor, I would like to transfer my job. Without even looking at him, the man scoffs. If you want a job transfer, find someone else. Don't bother me. Undeterred, our protagonist insists, I want to transfer to the hidden class, Beast Whisperer. No one else can handle it. Hearing that, the man finally looks at him with a serious expression. Do you think just anyone can become a Beast Whisperer? Prove your strength first. Go to the outskirts and bring me 100 eyes from those demon wolf cubs. A system notification appears. Ding! Gyudol has issued you the quest, Eyes of Demon Wolves. Head to the outskirts, defeat 100 elite demon wolves, and bring their eyes back to Gyudol. Seeing the notification, the red frog turns to our protagonist. How did you even know about this hidden class quest? With an arrogant smirk, our protagonist replies, No way am I wasting my time killing 100 elite monsters. Hearing that, Gyudol scoffs. What a useless fool. If you can't even handle it, get lost and stop wasting my time. But our protagonist smirks and confidently replies, You've misunderstood. I don't think I need to kill any demon wolves. These items should be enough to prove my strength. Then our protagonist shows the man the badge he got from the trial guard. Seeing this, the man's eyes widen in shock. Is that an epic badge of valor? With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the badge, our protagonist smirks. That's right, a badge of valor. The man, now visibly excited and shocked, exclaims, I can't believe it. Someone so young has already cleared the Inferno-level advancement trial. But our protagonist corrects him with a smirk. Wrong. Not Inferno-level, Abyss-level. The man stiffens. Abyss-level? He swallows hard before cautiously asking, May I ask, how many people were in your team? Our protagonist, exuding confidence, simply raises a single finger. Just one. Me. Hearing that, the man awkwardly rubs the back of his head and laughs. I knew it. From the moment I saw you, I could tell you were an extraordinary talent. A true dragon among men. Our protagonist's face twitches as a bead of sweat rolls down his forehead. From the moment you saw me, didn't you just call me a useless fool not long ago? Even the red frog is speechless at the man's sudden change in attitude. How was this guy flipping his tune faster than turning a page? Ignoring the weird atmosphere, our protagonist turns to the man and asks, So, does this mean I can transfer to Beast Whisperer now? The man, now sweating, holds up his hand. Of course, but I have one small request. Our protagonist narrows his eyes. What is it? The man swallows nervously. I'd like to see what kind of beast was strong enough to pass an Abyss-level trial. Without hesitation, our protagonist replies, No problem. Then, with a simple gesture, he summons his dragon. The moment the dragon appears, the man nearly falls over in shock. His jaw drops. Holy crap. G-God tier beast. A dragon hatchling? Our protagonist nods casually. Yeah. The man suddenly clasps his hands together and bows respectfully. My goodness. In my lifetime, I never thought I'd see a god-tier beast with my own eyes. This is my dream beast. Seeing the man's over-the-top reaction, our protagonist raises an eyebrow. Master, are you okay? No need to get so worked up. But the man suddenly turns and starts walking toward the room. Without looking back, he says, Today, you might not be able to transfer to Beast Whisperer. Our protagonist frowns. What do you mean? The man finally stops and looks back with a serious expression. Because Beast Whisperer isn't worthy of a god-tier beast. I will introduce you to the Royal Chief Beast Tamer. But then, suddenly, the man hands our protagonist a letter. This is a referral letter. Follow the address to find him, and he will give you the answer you're looking for. Seeing the letter, our protagonist smirks. Such good fortune. He takes the letter from the man, and immediately, a new notification pops up. Ding! You have triggered the hidden class quest, Dragon's Whisperer. Head to the Royal City to find the Royal Chief Beast Tamer. As our protagonist walks through the alleyways of the town, the red frog hops alongside him, shaking his head. You're insanely lucky, getting transferred to a hidden class just like that. Our protagonist glances at him and shrugs. But the Royal Chief Beast Tamer is in the Royal City, which is far from here. Besides, I have other things to take care of first. The red frog blinks. What things? Our protagonist smirks. Follow me and you'll find out. I need to complete another hidden quest first. Then, in the next scene, a luxurious building comes into view. The red frog looks at our protagonist suspiciously. How do you know about so many hidden quests? Before he can answer, the scene shifts to a luxurious courtyard where a stunning woman in an elegant dress stands, flanked by 3 guards. Her presence is noble, yet her expression carries a hint of sorrow. As our protagonist approaches, he mutters, "There she is." The red frog blinks. "What are you planning? Sell yourself out." Our protagonist smirks. "You don't understand. That's Lady Xiao, the widow of the former city lord, rich, beautiful, and grieving." Before the frog can react, one of the guards notices our protagonist and immediately reaches for his sword. "Halt! Who are you?" But our protagonist completely ignores him, stepping forward and addressing the woman with utmost respect. "Respected Lady Xiao, why do you always seem so sorrowful? Is there a problem I can help you with?" The noble woman sighs lightly, her eyes glistening with a hidden pain. "There is indeed a personal item I have lost, young man. If you can find it, I will be deeply grateful." Ding! You have received Lady Xiao's request. Please retrieve her beautiful flower. Our protagonist bows slightly. "Rest assured, my lady, I will take care of this for you." The red frog's eyes widen. "Another hidden quest? What kind of cheat code are you running?" The red frog hops beside our protagonist as they walk through the city. But the flower Lady Xiao is looking for should be in a garden or outside the city. "Why are we wandering around town?" Our protagonist smirks. "What do you know? She's not looking for an ordinary flower." The red frog's eyes widen. "Wait, you know where her flower is?" Stopping in front of a small shop, our protagonist nods. "Of course, it's right here." Inside the store, the shop owner notices them and greets with a polite smile. "Distinguished guest, what would you like to buy?" The red frog looks at the store in disbelief. "A tool shop? Could there really be a beautiful flower here? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Our protagonist ignores the skepticism. "I heard your shop sells treasure boxes." The shop owner's smile widens. "Ah, you have good eyes. My treasure boxes can contain prehistoric dragon bones, legendary grade staffs, even rare relics. What price range are you looking for?" With a confident grin, our protagonist clenches his fist. "The most expensive one." Moments later, the shop owner returns, holding a golden box. "This is the highest tier treasure box in my store. 10,000 gold coins each." Without hesitation, our protagonist throws a bag of coins at the shopkeeper. "One isn't enough. I'll take them all." The shopkeeper's jaw drops. "All of them? You're buying every single one?" Our protagonist sighs impatiently. "Didn't you hear me? Open every single one." And so, the great treasure box opening begins. First box, a 12-blade battle axe. Second box, a large healing potion. Third box, a loaf of bread. 1 hour later, the store is in chaos. Open boxes are scattered everywhere. The shopkeeper, sweating, holds up the last unopened box. "Honorable guest, out of 100 treasure boxes, only one remains." Without hesitation, our protagonist gestures. "Open it." The box lid creaks open, revealing a crystal rose. Ding! You have obtained beautiful flower. Our protagonist wipes the sweat off his forehead. Finally, it really is a beautiful flower. Grabbing the rose, he turns to his companion. "Laowi, let's go." Scene transition, a majestic bathroom. A luxurious bathtub, filled with scented water, reflects the glow of chandeliers. A stunning woman relaxes inside, rubbing her arm as steam rises around her. "Do you think someone will actually find that flower for me?" "Wait, what am I seeing here?" "My eyes. Don't stare too hard, or they might pop out." Ahem, back to the story. A maid stands nearby, holding a silk towel. "Of course, my lady. With your charm, luck is always on your side." Just then, another maid rushes into the room, panting, excitement mixed with disbelief. "Madam, A young man is outside asking for an audience. He says, "He's brought the flower you requested." The noblewoman gasps. "What?" Suddenly, she stands up from the bath, everything on full display. And I won't lie, this scene is a blessing. Her voice trembles. "Someone actually found it for me." Scene transition, outside Lady Shirel's mansion. Our protagonist waits, arms crossed. The guards return and bow to the noblewoman. "Madam, this is the young man who possesses what you were looking for." Lady Shirel's gaze lands on him, eyes filled with curiosity. "Young man, you really found what I wanted." With a confident smirk, our protagonist presents a golden box. "Genuine and authentic, my lady. Please take a look." She carefully opens the box. Upon seeing the crystal rose, her lips curl into a delighted smile, and a faint blush spreads across her cheeks. "Wow, it truly is the beautiful flower. I've searched for it for so long, and today I finally..." She suddenly looks back at our protagonist, warmth in her expression. "Pardon my rudeness, I was simply overwhelmed." "Young man, you have helped me greatly. What reward would you like? Money? A rare artifact?" Our protagonist, keeping his composure, replies in a calm voice. "Beautiful lady, I'm not interested in money or artifacts." Lady Shirel's eyes gleamed mischievously as she leans in slightly. "Oh, since you're not interested in money or treasures, I have no choice but to offer myself as your reward." Error. System overload. Our protagonist's face turns red in an instant. What? In broad daylight. Is she serious? This is too much. Who could handle this? Before things escalate, he quickly raises a hand. "Madam, you misunderstand. I only need you to help me obtain a citizen status." Lady Shirel chuckles, resting her hand lightly on her cheek as she gazes at our protagonist. "You little rascal. So, all you wanted was citizenship? That's too easy." At the same time, a notification pops up. Ding. Due to your noble actions and outstanding charm, Lady Shirel's favorability +20. With a satisfied smile, Lady Shirel turns to one of her maids. "Elisa, prepare the paperwork and bring my seal." The maid nods respectfully. "Yes, madam." Our protagonist watches with anticipation, then speaks up. "I have another request. I'd like to purchase property in Windleaf City and settle down." He hands Lady Shirel a map, and she raises a curious eyebrow. "Oh, buying property? So you don't want to wander around anymore? That's a stable choice." She studies the map, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spots the marked location. "Wait, the West District? You must be joking. That's not exactly a bustling area. Are you sure you want to buy here?" With unwavering confidence, our protagonist responds respectfully. "Esteemed lady, I am certain of my decision. I hope you can assist me in making the connections. I'd be very grateful." Lady Shirel sighs, shaking her head. "All right, I will arrange for someone to contact a real estate agent in the West District." Our protagonist bows slightly. "Many thanks, Lady Shirel." From his shoulder, the red frog snickers. "You brat, why aren't you buying in the prosperous East District? You're intentionally making a loss. That's not how you build wealth." Our protagonist smirks. "What do you know?" He then leans in slightly, explaining in detail. "Of course, you wouldn't understand. Soon, Windleaf City will be attacked by strange creatures. Under the assault of powerful beings, even the current city lord will fall in battle. The East District, being the wealthiest and most densely populated, will take the heaviest damage. But the West District, sparsely populated and overlooked, will suffer the least. After the chaos, it will become the most functional and valuable area in the entire city." The red frog blinks in shock. What kind of monster plans their real estate investments based on future destruction? Our protagonist just smirks. "How could I ever make a losing investment?" The scene shifts to a grand room where a man sits across from our protagonist. Lady Shirel stands gracefully beside him, watching with amusement. The man looks at our protagonist and says, "Lord Knight Xiao, the real estate contract for your purchase has been finalized. You have acquired 340 residential units and 184 commercial properties, totaling 1.2 billion gold coins. When would you like to make the payment? Our protagonist casually replies, I got all that for just 1 billion? I can pay right now. The man waves his hand with a satisfied smile. Pleasure doing business with you. He then walks away, leaving Lady Shirelle to hand over another set of documents. She smiles. Here is your citizenship document. Our protagonist reaches out to take it, grinning. So, I'm officially a citizen of Windleaf City now. But before he can celebrate, Lady Shirelle corrects him with a playful tone. Not just a Windleaf City citizen. You are now a first-class citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Sweat immediately rolls down our protagonist's face. Wait, what? The Dragon Phoenix Empire? The red frog jumps in, croaking in disbelief. No way. Even some of the most powerful people in the world don't have first-class citizenship in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. You hit the jackpot, kid. Our protagonist stares at Lady Shirelle in shock. Wait, could it be, madam, are you actually of royal descent? Lady Shirelle tilts her head with an innocent smile. What, I can't be royalty? Our protagonist gulps. No wonder. Madam exudes such noble and regal elegance. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asks, By the way, madam, do you know the royal beast tamer? At this, Lady Shirelle's playful expression vanishes, replaced by a serious one. You mean Uncle Stir? Why are you looking for him? Our protagonist nods. To be honest, I want to learn more about my Beastmaster profession and related missions. Lady Shirelle's lips curl into a soft smile again. Uncle Stir should be in the Imperial capital, but he's quite eccentric and unpredictable. I'll try to contact him for you. Hearing this, our protagonist suddenly turns into a smooth playboy, taking Lady Shirelle's hand and placing a kiss on it. Beautiful madam, I truly don't know how to thank you. I can only offer you my sincere kiss. Lady Shirelle blushes slightly, giggling. Please don't call me madam anymore. Just call me Sophia, all right. Our protagonist smirks. All right, beautiful Sophia. Just then, a flurry of notifications floods his vision. Ding! Due to your charm, Lady Shirelle's favorability plus 20. Congratulations! Great Xiao player, Knight Xiao, has obtained first-class citizenship of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Prestige ranking has been unlocked. Great Xiao players can now check the leaderboard. Congratulations! Great Xiao player Knight Xiao successfully acquired real estate. The regional housing system is now open. All Great Xiao players' daily game time limit has increased by 1 hour. The red frog scoffs. Look at you, fawning over her. Did you just sell your looks or something? Our protagonist grins. Old Hui, I just love seeing you irritated but completely powerless against me. Before the red frog can fire back, another notification pops up. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 11. Ding! Your companion, Little Gray, has reached level 11. At the same time, just like before, a world announcement appears again. Ding! Congratulations! Great Xiao player, Knight Xiao, has obtained first-class citizenship of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Prestige leaderboard has been unlocked. Great Xiao players can now check the rankings. Congratulations! Great Xiao player, Knight Xiao successfully purchased real estate. The Great Xiao regional housing system is now active. All Great Xiao players' daily game time limit has increased by 1 hour. As always, players explode with excitement. What the hell? First-class citizenship? A housing system? Is this game even real? Another player jumps in. Wait, all Great Xiao players just got an extra hour of game time? That's insane. From another group, someone shouts, Damn, what is this first-class citizen thing? What rank are we then? Third class. A frustrated teammate groans. Being a nobody in real life is bad enough, and now I'm a nobody in the game too. What were the devs even thinking? Someone else snaps back. Stop complaining. Does anyone even know who the developers are? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to our protagonist's ex-girlfriend's group. A male teammate turns to her in disbelief. Oh my god, Knight Xiao is already level 11 and even a first-class citizen. That's insane. She crosses her arms. Yeah, pretty impressive. But his name is kind of weird. Then suddenly, she sighs and slumps to the ground, muttering, "If we had a top player like him leading us, we'd probably be level 4 or 5 by now." She looks at her struggling team and adds, "Unlike now, where we can't even kill a single slime." But before she can continue, a green-haired girl glares at her and scoffs. "From your tone, are you unhappy with our team?" A white-haired girl joins in, rolling her eyes. "You've done nothing but still gained levels just by tagging along, and you're still not satisfied?" Then a black-haired man snorts, "Yeah, if you don't like it, you can leave." The ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend quickly tries to calm things down. "Everyone, it's a misunderstanding. My friend didn't mean it that way. Sorry about that." But she's already angry. "Fine. I'll leave. Who cares?" She stands up and storms off, dragging her boyfriend with her. "Johan, we're leaving." Her boyfriend stares at her, confused. "Yinran, what are you doing?" As the couple walks away, someone from their ex-team sneers. "You think just because you're a little pretty, you can act like a princess now?" The boyfriend sighs, looking at his girlfriend. "Great, now it's just the two of us. How are we supposed to level up?" But Yinran glares at him. "You said you'd help me level up, but when they all insulted me, you didn't defend me. Do you even care about me?" The boyfriend massages her shoulders, trying to smooth things over. All right, I was wrong. By the way, did you contact Xiao to play Apocalypse with us?" Yinran scoffs. "Why should I contact him first?" But her boyfriend clasps his hands together, pleading. All right, you have your pride. But just this once, do it for me. Reach out to Xiao and ask him to help us level up." She crosses her arms, smirking. "Since you're begging me, I'll consider it." She checks the time. "It's getting late anyway. I'll message him after I log off." Her boyfriend grins, waving at her. "Great. Yinran, I'll be waiting for good news." As Yinran logs out, she turns back with a smug smile. "See you tomorrow. I'm logging off." Inside her real-life bedroom, Yinran stretches and smirks to herself. Even though Xiao's way of throwing money around is a bit crude, I can't completely blame him. She picks up her phone, lying on her bed. "All right, I'll take the initiative one more time." She quickly types out a message to our protagonist. "Xiao, I'm playing a game called Apocalypse. Hurry up and buy the equipment, then help Xiao Tao and me level up. If you can get me onto the ranking board, I might consider being your girlfriend. What do you think? Are you touched?" She sent the message, smiling proudly. "Good thing I'm such a generous girl. I'll forgive you this time." She places her phone down. 5 minutes later, she picks it back up. "Huh, why hasn't Xiao replied yet?" Checking her messages, her eyes widen in shock. User Xiao is no longer in your friend list. She freezes, staring at the screen in disbelief. "He deleted me?" Then, rage fills her eyes. Xiao actually deleted me from his friend list? How dare he? She shouts loudly in her room. "Xiao, from today onwards, we are completely done. If you really have any dignity, don't ever come begging to me like a dog. Even if you kneel, I will never forgive you. Never." Meanwhile, back in Wind Leaf City's Eastern District, our protagonist casually wanders around, admiring the area. Soon, my Eastern District will flourish just like this. He stops in front of a building, nodding. This is the place. As he steps inside, the shopkeeper looks at him with mild disdain. Our shop only appraises silver-grade equipment and above. If you got bronze gear, it's better to go outside the city. Without missing a beat, our protagonist casually pulls out a necklace and dangles it in front of the shopkeeper. "What about dark gold tier? Can you appraise it?" The shopkeeper's eyes widen in shock. "Holy crap, it really is dark gold." He quickly composes himself, clears his throat, and says, "Don't worry, sir, if it's dark gold grade, the shop owner himself will handle it to ensure success." Our protagonist raises an eyebrow. "Cut the nonsense. What's the success rate?" The shopkeeper adjusts his collar, suddenly speaking more politely. "I'm a gold tier appraiser, highly skilled, with over an 80% success rate. However, gold grade appraisals cost 100 gold coins each." Without hesitation, our protagonist tosses a gold coin pouch onto the counter. "No problem. Start appraising. I've got several other gold pieces too. Appraise them all." The shopkeeper's jaw drops as he stares at the pile of high-tier equipment. Damn, this guy is loaded. Our protagonist smirks confidently. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. The shopkeeper snaps to attention. Got it. Sometime later. The shopkeeper appraises the pendant, and a notification pops up. Spirit plus 40. Strength plus 40. Dark attribute damage minus 20%. The shopkeeper wipes sweat off his forehead, staring at the stats in awe. These stats are absolutely insane. Our protagonist grins, inspecting the pendant. Not bad. Continue.
That's it for today's video. Yeah, I know it's short, but hey, this manhwa is fresh off the press, and I need your thoughts. What do you think about it? Want to see the next part? Drop your opinions in the comments. And if you're new here, smash that subscribe button right now. I'll keep bringing you the most exciting manhwa out there.
Hey, my little manhwa population family. We're picking up right where we left off in the last video, so without wasting any time, let's jump straight into it. In the last chapter, we saw the store owner completely shocked by Yi Xiao's insane loot. Unable to hold back, he muttered, "Damn, this guy is loaded." Just then, a calm voice called out, "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Hearing that, the store owner quickly got to work, appraising each staff one by one. Sometime later, after finishing the appraisal, he looked at Yi Xiao in disbelief and said, "These stats are insane." Yi Xiao glanced at the items and replied casually, "Not bad. Keep going." After wrapping things up, Yi Xiao stepped out of the store and checked his status. With a satisfied look, he muttered, "My stats have improved a lot." Meanwhile, the red frog sitting on his shoulder smirked and said, "With your strength now, you can fight on your own. What's next?" But Yi Xiao, looking ahead, simply responded, "Sophia hasn't sent any news yet. Let's go level up in the valley." Sometime later, Yi Xiao arrived in a desolate mountain range, surrounded by jagged, tooth-like peaks. The red frog glanced around warily and said, "Wait, isn't this a level 20 monster area?" Yi Xiao nodded. "That's right." Just as he confirmed it, a monster suddenly appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a new notification popped up. Gray Hyena, level 21. Level difference too large. Unable to view stats. Description: a hyena corrupted by the gray mist. Already violated by nature, it has become even more bloodthirsty, attacking anything and everything in sight. It loves to target weak spots. Reminder: protect your weak spots. Seeing the group of hyenas appear, Yi Xiao's face twisted in disgust. Why are there so many of them at once? That's disgusting. Without hesitation, he summoned his pet dragon. Xiao Hui attack. The dragon wasted no time, launching a devastating dragon breath attack. In an instant, the hyenas were obliterated. As Yi Xiao collected the experience points, he casually sat on a crate, picked up a cup from who knows where, and took a sip, completely unbothered by the dangerous surroundings. The monsters here are high level and rush at us automatically. We can stay here and farm. The red frog, watching this ridiculous scene, couldn't hold back. "You little brat, you really know how to enjoy yourself, huh?" Meanwhile, Xiao Hui continued wiping out monsters as Yi Xiao sipped in peace, leaning back with a smirk. "Of course, thinking back on my old days of struggling. My life is finally good." Just then, 2 notifications popped up. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 12. Ding! Your beast pet, Xiao Hui, has leveled up to level 12. Seeing the notification, Yi Xiao clenched his fist. Finally leveled up, he walked over the corpses of the fallen monsters and muttered, "At this rate, reaching level 20 will only take a few days." But suddenly, something on a rock caught his attention. "Huh, what's that?" Picking it up, he examined it closely, and a new notification appeared. Beginner scroll, Fireball. His eyes lit up with excitement. A fireball spell? Seeing Yi Xiao so thrilled, the red frog looked at him with sheer disappointment. A beast tamer using fireball? Won't that look ridiculous? Yi Xiao activated the scroll in his hand, his confidence unwavering. What do you know? More skills never hurt. I'll learn it fast. A new notification appeared in front of him. Ding! You have successfully learned Fireball. Fireball proficiency, 0. Effect: condenses a fireball using mana. Deals 150% spirit-based magic damage to the target. Cast time, 1 second. Mana cost, 50. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Just as luck would have it, another hyena monster appeared right in front of him, perfect for testing his new spell. Excited, Yi Xiao launched his fireball attack. Let me show you my fireball. But to his surprise, the attack barely did 31 damage to the monster. His excitement immediately turned to disappointment. No way, this damage is humiliatingly low. The red frog, unable to hold back, burst into laughter and pointed at the monster. Ha ha, your fireball does less damage than Xiao Hui's fart. Even Yi Xiao had to admit, the frog had a point. Glancing at his system panel, Yi Xiao checked the time and muttered, "It's getting late. Time to log off. In 2 more hours, it'll be the 3rd day since Apocalypse launched, which means..." Clenching his fist, he declared with confidence, "The open beta begins." By then, everyone in the Xia Empire over the age of 16 would be forcibly pulled into this dangerous game. The world was about to change drastically. Suddenly, lightning cracked through the sky, and a system notification appeared before every citizen over the age of 16. Panic spread through the crowd. "What's happening? Is this an earthquake?" someone shouted. Another person looked at the screen in horror. "Entering the game? What the hell does that mean? Is this some kind of midnight prank?" one asked, only for someone else to shake their head. "No, this doesn't seem like a joke." One by one, people across the real world were forcibly transported into Apocalypse. "What the hell? I was just soaking a bathhouse and now I'm here," one man yelled in disbelief. Another man, still processing what had happened, groaned. "A game? Damn it, I was eating skewers. Where are my skewers?" Someone else clutched their head. "Holy crap, did I just get transported to another world? I knew it. I'm a chosen one." Amidst the chaos, a man suddenly recognized someone familiar. "Old Li, you're here too." Old Li turned around, equally shocked. "Old Wong, weren't you out dancing in the square?" Meanwhile, in another part of the game world, Yi Xiao's ex-girlfriend, Yin Ran, arrived in the game. Shocked, she looked around and exclaimed, "What's going on? Why did I enter the game automatically?" Her boyfriend, equally surprised, glanced at her. "Me too. This is weird. I was just out having late-night snacks with Wong and the others, and suddenly I got pulled into the game." Looking at each other, he sighed. "It looks like we're not the only ones forced into the game. Apocalypse really is changing the world." Then, turning to Yin Ran, he asked, "By the way, did you contact Yi Xiao? Ask him to help us level up?" The moment she heard Yi Xiao's name, Yin Ran's expression darkened. "Yi Xiao? He could go to hell. Even if he begged me, I wouldn't care about him anymore." Smirking, she added, "I'm planning to contact the legendary Yi Xiao in the game to power level me instead." Her boyfriend's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, you know Yi Xiao, the top player on the rankings?" With a confident look, Yin Ran flipped her hair and smirked. "Not yet, but with my beauty, no man has ever been able to resist me." Just then, a world announcement flashed across the skies. Everyone in the Xia Empire over the age of 16, regardless of gender or background, has been forcibly logged into Apocalypse. The logout option has been permanently disabled. Players can no longer leave on their own. Spawn locations are based on real-world proximity. People who are close together in real life will spawn near each other in the game. Each starting village corresponds to a specific region. If a player dies in the game, they cannot return to the real world. In the middle of a vast grassland, 3 players sat around a small camp, trying to process the situation. One of them sighed. Now that everyone has been forced into the game, something is seriously wrong with this world. Another chimed in, "Where's Xiao? Isn't he the #1 ranked player? Maybe he knows how to log out." The third player nodded. "Yeah, he leveled up ridiculously fast during the beta test. Does he know something we don't? This guy levels up like he's cheating. Could he be a GM? We need to find him." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Beginner Village 001. A man knelt on the ground in front of Budong Russian, someone who seemed to hold great importance in the real world. The kneeling man's voice was filled with unease. "So far, we still haven't found a way to log out. We might be permanently trapped in this game." Budong Russian stood still for a moment, then slightly turned his head. "The situation has gotten this serious. Where is Xiao? Any news on him?" The kneeling man hesitated before replying, "No contact. He's already level 12 and has left the beginner village. No one else has managed to leave yet." Budong Russian's eyes narrowed. "What about Chen Kuang? Can he do anything?" Lumen sighed. "Chen Kuang? He's only level 4. Budong Russian's expression darkened. "Wasn't he a beta tester? Why is he only level 4? The kneeling man quickly explained, "He's been leading a team and grinding levels, but Apocalypse is way too difficult. Most players are still stuck at level 2. Hearing this, Budong Russian turned around, his gaze sharp. "To think that Jiang City has someone like Xiao. He's definitely not ordinary." His voice was firm as he issued his command, "Spread the word. We must find him at all costs." The kneeling man bowed. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, our legendary protagonist Xiao received a new system notification. Curious, he clicked on it. The message read, "Xiao, come to the Duke's mansion. We have news on what you were investigating." Seeing the message, Xiao muttered to himself, "Got it. I'm on my way." As he approached the same grand, cathedral-like building we saw earlier, he smirked. "I didn't expect news about the royal beast tamer to come this quickly. This is exciting." Entering the building, our protagonist meets the noble lady from earlier, the one searching for the rose. She's wearing an absolutely stunning dress, and I won't lie, she looks amazing. Honestly, she seems way more suited to be our protagonist's girlfriend. She smiles and says, "You're here. I missed you." Seeing her in that dress, even our protagonist gets a little flustered. His face turns slightly red as he responds, "I am here." In his mind, he's thinking, wow, she's so attractive. Who could possibly resist this? He rubs his head awkwardly and then clears his throat. "Beautiful Sophia, do you have any news about the royal beast tamer?" Sophia gives him a soft smile and replies, "Don't be in such a rush. Uncle Stir is out traveling and can't come back yet." Hearing that, Yixiao's sweat drips down his face. So, it was a false alarm. But Sophia just chuckles before adding, "However, he did ask me to tell you how to unlock a hidden class. It's actually not hard. It's inside Fengyi City." Yixiao's eyes widen. "What? It's inside Fengyi City?" In his mind, he's screaming, "Whoa. I thought we'd have to travel to the ends of the world, but the treasure was right at home." He immediately turns to Sophia. "My dear Sophia, where exactly is it?" Sophia smirks, turns slightly, and rests her hand on her cheek. "Well, it might be a bit difficult. According to Uncle Stir, in the mountains outside the city, there's a powerful dragon. Beneath its lair, there's something hidden deep inside." Yixiao's excitement spikes. "Are you talking about the cave maze?" Sophia raises an eyebrow. "You know the name of that dungeon?" Yixiao rubs the back of his head awkwardly. I just happened to hear about it." But in his mind, he's thinking, of course I know it. In my past life, I farmed that dungeon so many times. He frowned slightly, but I remember the only boss there being a creepy level 80 demonized boss. Since when was there a dragon? Sophia looks at him seriously. Uncle Stir is certain that a dragon guards that place. Yi Xiao's mind starts racing. In my past life, it was a demonized boss. Did they change it to a dragon this time? But then he shrugs it off. Doesn't matter. I'll go check it out myself. Sophia immediately stops him. You going alone? That's a level 80 area. Even elite players from the city never come back alive. And you're just... Yi Xiao simply gives her a confident smile. Don't worry, dear Sophia. I have my ways. At that moment, a new notification pops up. Ding. Uncle Stir has provided new information. Go to the unknown dungeon and retrieve the item inside. Even the red frog sitting on Yi Xiao's shoulder snickers. That's true. You even stole a dragon egg before. A dungeon is nothing for you. Yi Xiao glares at the frog. Shut up, you annoying frog. He then pulls out a special badge, holding it in his hand. As long as the payment is right, even a dragon can be taken down. When it comes to fighting dragons, my sister Tao is the best. Suddenly, he points the badge forward, and a portal appears out of nowhere. This job needs my sister Tao. Sophia gasps in shock. Wait, is that a Supreme Hall token? How does Yi Xiao have that at just level 12? Then, from the portal, a familiar figure steps out, the magician from earlier, the one who helped Yi Xiao obtain the dragon egg. The so-called Sister Tao. She stretches lazily and smirks. Who's the cute one calling for me this time? As she adjusts the staff in her hand, she sees Yi Xiao standing before her and grins. Oh, it's little brother Yi Xiao. Did you miss your big sister? Yi Xiao looks at her seriously. Sister Tao, I have a big job for you. Immediately, she waves her hands in panic. Don't tell me. It's another dragon? Yi Xiao smirks. Sister Tao, you really are sharp. Yes, it's a dragon. She freezes for a moment, then yells, What? Another dragon? Do you have a grudge against them or something? Last time, I stole a dragon egg and hurt my back. I'm still recovering. No way. Find someone else. Yi Xiao, still grinning, raises 2 fingers. Same deal as before, 2 billion gold as a reward. Sister Tao stops dead in her tracks. 2 billion. She hesitates, dances slightly, then sighs. No way. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm really injured. I need time to heal. If you're not in a hurry, I can go with you in a month. Yi Xiao rubs his chin with a sly expression. What if I can provide the location of the Holy Spirit Spring? Will that change your mind? Sister Tao's eyes light up with excitement. Wait, you actually know the location of the Holy Spirit Spring? No joke if you really know. Would you risk your life to go with me? Yi Xiao smirks. Okay, deal. We leave now. Sister Tao blinks. Right now. As our protagonist and Sister Tao leave the mansion, Sister Tao immediately asks, All right, little brother, where exactly is the Holy Spirit Spring? Without looking back, Yi Xiao casually replies, In the Lost Land. Sister Tao's eyes narrow. Lost Land? Do you have the exact coordinates? Behind them, Sophia overhears their conversation, shaking her head in amazement. Yi Xiao, he's really something else. At that moment, Yi Xiao's system panel pops up with a notification. Ding. Sophia's favorability toward you has increased by 10. Sophia blushes slightly as she watches Yi Xiao walk away, thinking to herself, will he become a god-tier player in the future? Meanwhile, outside Beginner Village, 5 people stand gathered around a man lying on the ground. Wang Chong, wake up! One of them calls out desperately. A girl in the group anxiously replies, he was killed twice by goblins. After reviving, his body just shut down. The pink-haired girl in the group bursts into tears. This game is insane. People can actually die in here. Help! I want to go home. A black-haired man glares at her. Shut up. Who doesn't want to go home? No one even knows how to log out. Someone else murmurs. I heard someone already reached level 12. Let's find him and ask. Back at the Dragon Mountain Range, Xiao, Sister Tao, and the Red Frog are making their way forward. The Red Frog looks around, admiring the scenery. Such a beautiful place. It doesn't even look like a dragon would be hiding here. Sister Tao, however, remains on guard. The more peaceful a place looks, the more dangerous it usually is. Xiao nods. Sister Tao is right. The monsters here are all level 80. If we didn't have her level boost, we'd be surrounded in seconds. Sister Tao adds, since we're heading to the dungeon, let's avoid unnecessary fights if possible. Xiao agrees, got it. Suddenly, a massive dragon lands on a distant mountain peak, its wings stirring up a storm of dust. Xiao's eyes lock onto it, while Sister Tao grips her staff tightly. Kid, are you sure you know the entrance to this place? That's a tier 5 beast. I don't want to get noticed by it. Xiao walks ahead confidently. Don't worry, we won't be detected. The dungeon entrance is beneath that steep slope on a mountain. Sister Tao sighs in exasperation. You better not be wrong. If you are, you'll be dealing with the consequences. A few moments later, Xiao stops in front of an ancient stone door embedded in the mountainside. Smirking, he gestures towards it. Look, I was right. The three of them stand in front of the entrance, examining it. Xiao places a hand on the stone and nods. This is the place. Sister Tao steps forward, pressing her palm against the entrance. Now we have a problem. This teleportation formation is incredibly well crafted, but there's no trace of mana. I don't think I can activate it. Xiao steps up confidently. Let me handle it. Taking out a knife, he slices his palm slightly and presses his bloodied hand against the stone. Immediately, a crimson circle appears, glowing with power. Sister Tao's eyes widen in shock. Little brother, how do you know how to open this? Before he can respond, the massive stone doors creak open, revealing a dark passageway. Sister Tao watches Xiao step forward, glancing back at her with a smirk. I have my ways. Hurry up and follow me. As he walks ahead, Sister Tao mutters to herself, so mysterious. Just how many secrets does this kid have? As soon as they step inside, Xiao's system panel lights up with multiple notifications. Ding! This maze has only one exit. Find it within the time limit or you'll be trapped forever. Hint! This maze is occupied by eerie creatures. Proceed with caution. The red frog on Xiao's shoulder immediately panics. Kid, can't you take me somewhere safe for once? Behind them, Sister Tao frowns. An eerie zone, and only 3 hours. Xiao thinks to himself, last time, the time limit was 3 days. Something's definitely off. Sister Tao crosses her arms. As expected, something's different this time. Xiao, I have to warn you, this mission is even more dangerous than facing a tier 5 dragon. Are you sure you still want to go after this item? Xiao smirks. Sister Tao, you're a god-tier sorcerer. Are you scared? A bead of sweat forms on Sister Tao's forehead. She hesitates for a moment, thinking, this brat actually thinks I'd be scared? Then, she straightens up and scoffs. Me? Scared? Don't be ridiculous. I'm a god-tier powerhouse, a Supreme Hall Elder, and a top sorcerer. Why would I be afraid of some eerie maze? Xiao grins. Exactly. Now, let's move quickly. As they step deeper into the cave, Xiao turns to her and asks, all right, Sister Tao, do you know concealment magic? Sister Tao gives Xiao an annoyed look. What kind of question is that? Concealment magic is a low-level spell. I didn't even bother learning it when I was an apprentice. Xiao grins confidently, waving his hand in front of his face. Sister Tao, don't be mad. As long as it hides our presence and aura, it's enough. With a snap of her fingers, a dark mist surrounds them. Child's play. Yi Xiao watches in awe as a notification appears before him. Ding! You have received the Shadow Phantom buff. You have merged with darkness. His excitement is obvious. Whoa! As expected of a god-tier sorcerer. This effect is incredible. As they proceed inside the dungeon, Yi Xiao suddenly speaks. Sister Tao, there are 5 eerie monsters in this maze. 3 are level 60 crawlers. 1 is a level 60 elite boss, and the last one is a level 80 regular eerie monster. We need to be careful. Sister Tao stops in her tracks, staring at him. Yi Xiao, how do you know that? Are you some kind of prophet? He smirks. You could say that. I don't know a few things. Inside his mind, he thinks, I cleared this maze 800 times in my past life. Of course, I know everything. Sister Tao shakes her head. This is insane. What else do you know? Yi Xiao shrugs with a mocking smile. Nothing. Sometime later, they stand before a trap-filled corridor. In the distance, monsters lurk patrolling the area. Yi Xiao whispers, we need to sneak past them without drawing attention. Watch my footwork. Sister Tao scoffs. Are you seriously trying to teach me? Do you even know what level I am? Do you even know what level you are? Yi Xiao smirks. I've cleared more mazes in my lifetime than you've walked roads. Without another word, he leaps forward, weaving through the traps with precise movements. Landing right near a level 60 elite, he swiftly avoids detection and keeps moving. Sister Tao watches in shock, sweat rolling down her face. What the? He just passed by a level 60 elite, and it didn't even notice him? She exhales in disbelief. I take it back. You're the master. Your whole family are masters. Following his lead, she mimics his movements, successfully crossing the traps. She approaches Yi Xiao, whispering, all right, what's next? Yi Xiao suddenly notices a monster standing guard over a treasure chest. Hiding behind a rock, he mutters, looks like this is it. As expected, things are different from my past life. His system panel flashes. Yi Xiao frowns. I can't see its details clearly. Sister Tao, can you? She glances at it. A level 100 Berserk Eerie boss. Pretty average strength. Yi Xiao grins excitedly. Then I'll go open the treasure chest. Sister Tao, get ready to strike. She nods. All right, I'll put an absolute defense buff on you. Yi Xiao then points at the red frog. Better safe than sorry. Lao Hui, don't move recklessly, or you'll alert the Een Spirit Beast. The red frog huffs. Worry about yourself, kid. Slowly approaching the treasure chest, Yi Xiao whispers to himself, the hidden class scroll. It's almost mine. Opening the chest, he sees a blue diamond and an unfamiliar scroll inside. His eyes widen. What the? Even the treasure inside is different. The moment the chest opens, the guardian monster turns, its glowing red eyes locking onto Yi Xiao. With a furious roar, it charges at him. Before it can reach him, Sister Tao raises her staff. Frost shock. A wave of ice surges forward, freezing the monster in place. She yells, "Run, you idiot! What are you doing?" Yi Xiao snaps out his daze and dashes toward her. Sister Tao, help me. As she holds the monster back with powerful attacks, Yi Xiao quickly checks his loot. Effect: resets the cooldown of any item regardless of rank. Cooldown: 3 days. The red frog stares at the screen, stunned. Kid, you are ridiculously lucky. Yi Xiao's eyes light up. What? Another Heaven's Doom rank item? A cooldown reset. That means Brutality Chapter's cooldown will now be only 3 days. Meanwhile, the boss, severely injured by Sister Tao's attacks, staggers but doesn't fall. She glances at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, what do we do about the boss? Fight or leave? Yi Xiao sighs. We fight it. Sister Tao, go all out. A wicked grin spreads across her face. All right, I'll unleash my full power then. Raising her staff, she summons a massive lightning strike that crashes onto the boss. The eerie beast lets out an agonized scream. Xiao watches in confusion. Why is it screaming like that? Even the red frog gets nervous. Wait, is it going berserk? A realization hits Xiao like a brick. Could it be? Suddenly, a bright glow erupts from the ceiling. Xiao's eyes widen in horror. Crap, it's summoning a dragon. Before they can react, a massive dragon appears above them, its scales glowing ominously. Without hesitation, it breathes a torrent of fire straight at them. Xiao, Sister Tao, and the red frog all turn on their heels. It's a dragon. Don't just stand there, run. Hey, my little manhwa population family. We're picking up right where we left off in the last video, so without wasting any time, let's jump straight into it. As Xiao and the others sprint for their lives, dodging the dragon's fiery breath, he yells, "Make a run for it." Sister Tao, panting, shouts back, "There's no way we're beating that thing." The red frog, barely clinging onto Xiao's shoulder, groans. Why does it always come down to us running for our lives? Just when things couldn't get any worse, the dungeon boss, the Een spirit beast, bursts through the cavern, still chasing them. Sister Tao's eyes widen in disbelief. How the hell can an Een beast summon a dragon? Xiao, still running, shrugs. Maybe they're just neighbors. The red frog, gasping for breath, snaps, "Shut up. It's catching up. Why don't you ask it yourself?" Sister Tao glances back and her face turns pale. "Move it, kid. It's coming straight for you." The red frog screams. "Damn it. This thing's gone berserk. It's immune to slow effects. Run." Xiao looks at the enraged monster, his expression turning serious. "Run? No way. If it went berserk just to go all out on us, then I'll just take it down first." Sister Tao stares at him like he's insane. "That thing's level 100. You're level 12. Don't be an idiot." Ignoring her, Xiao pulls out the gemstone he looted earlier. At the same time, he takes out the badge from before. His eyes gleam with excitement. "With my cooldown stone and brutal chapter, this is the perfect time to test my firepower." Sister Tao watches in horror. "You're seriously gambling with your life here." Xiao points his badge straight at the monster and roars, "Die, you bastard." Suddenly, a red beam shoots out from Xiao's badge, striking the monster. He watches in shock, sweat dripping down his face. "That's it? That's all the damage I did? Just how unlucky am I?" On his shoulder, the red frog lets out a groan. "If you die, don't expect me to pick up your call." But before Xiao can even react, blood gushes out from the monster's body, and a massive hole suddenly appears in its chest. The beast trembles, then collapses to the ground, completely defeated. A system notification pops up in front of Xiao. Ding! Target SP below 20%, triggering forced instant death effect. Then, a flood of notifications follows. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully killed the level 100 demonized boss. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 13. Ding! Congratulations! Your beast companion, Little Gray, has leveled up to level 13. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 20. Ding! Congratulations! Your beast companion, Little Gray, has leveled up to level 20. Ding! Your level has reached the cap. You can no longer level up for now. Xiao's eyes widen in disbelief before he bursts into laughter. Haha, straight to level 20. This feels amazing. Behind him, Sister Tao stares at him in utter shock. This is insane. A level 100 demonized boss taken down by a level 12 rookie. At that exact moment, a world announcement echoes across the game. World announcement. Xiao player Xiao has successfully killed the level 100 demonized bossine beast, achieving the first kill on a level 100 boss. Reputation plus 500, attribute points plus 50, Xiao Warzone points plus 1. This is an official announcement. Players across the game freeze as they read the message. One player, dumbfounded, mutters, a level 100 boss. Dead? What kind of bullshit is this? Another one exclaims, this is beyond crazy. Are we even playing the same game? In another part of the world, a group of high-level players stares at the announcement. One of them says in disbelief, holy crap, a first kill on a level 100 boss? Is that even humanly possible? Another player chimes in, this game has to be bugged. Or maybe Xiao isn't even human. Someone else sneers, something fishy is going on here. At the ranking board, crowds gather to witness the name Xiao rocketing to the top. One player, looking at the leaderboard, shouts, damn it, sir. If you don't mind, I'd love to acknowledge you as my godfather. Another player bows dramatically. I usually don't idolize people, but right now, I'm kneeling before Xiao and calling him daddy. A third one scoffs, you guys have no shame. Don't you already have fathers? Now you're fighting over mine. In a dark corner, a group of players bursts out laughing. Yeah, right? How does a level 12 rookie kill a level 100 boss? This has to be a hack. Another one nods. No way, this is legit. This has to be cheating. But then, someone excitedly shouts, who cares if it's a cheat? As long as Xiao gets the rewards, I'm all for it. Meanwhile, an old man, staring at the ranking board, narrows his eyes. Unbelievable. We thought we had completely surpassed Xiao, yet they produced a player like this. Could the hidden forces behind Doomsday be involved with this Xiao? Xiao barely escapes the collapsing dungeon, stumbling out just in time. As he hesitates to leave, Sister Tao grabs him by the arm, her voice sharp. This is bad. The boss is dead, the dragon is pissed, and the cave is about to collapse. Are you just gonna stand there and die? Xiao glances at the crumbling ruins, his expression torn. But I haven't grabbed the loot yet. Sister Tao groans and waves her hand, opening a portal with her power. I open a portal. If you don't leave now, you won't make it. Forget the loot. Do you want to die here? Xiao wipes the sweat off his face. All right, fine. Survival first. Moments later, the entire dungeon collapses, sending dust and debris flying. Xiao, Sister Tao, and the Red Frog stand at a safe distance, watching the destruction. Sister Tao exhales, shaking her head. Man, I haven't done something this exciting in a long time. The Red Frog huffs. Damn, I nearly died. I need to splurge when I get back to calm my nerves. Xiao lets out a relieved sigh. Good thing Sister Tao had a portal, or we'd be done for. But then he stops, his eyes widening in panic. Wait a second. A terrifying roar shakes the sky. They all look up, and there, descending from the clouds, is a massive dragon. A new notification pops up. Holy Judgment Skyfire Dragon. Level, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Sister Tao clenches her fists. It's not over yet. The Red Frog's face goes pale. Holy Judgment Dragon? Hell no, I'm out of here. Before they can react, the dragon unleashes a devastating breath attack, sending flames raining down. The group scrambles, dodging for their lives as fire engulfs the battlefield. The Red Frog shouts, "Why are we running again?" Xiao yells back, "Because if we don't, we're actually going to die this time." Sister Tao, sprinting ahead, glances at Xiao. "I'm gone. Just make sure to send me the location of the Holy Spirit Spring. And my payment." Later, in Fiancée City, in front of a grand mansion, Xiao meets with the noble lady from before. She holds the ancient scroll in her hands, her face flushed with excitement. Yi Xiao, you actually managed to get the item from the labyrinth? Yi Xiao crosses his arms, putting on a smug grin. PSH, it was nothing. A piece of cake for me. The red frog, perched on his shoulder, snorts. You nearly died, and you call that a piece of cake? Ignoring the frog, Yi Xiao turns to the noble lady with a respectful tone. Now that we have the scroll, how do we unlock the hidden class? The noble lady examines the parchment and frowns. This doesn't seem to be a class-changing scroll. Yi Xiao's confidence cracks. Not a class-changing scroll? What do you mean? The noble lady starts walking inside the mansion. According to Uncle Stir, this parchment unlocks your hidden potential and awakens a unique class meant just for you. As she climbs the stairs, she glances back. Follow me. Inside the hidden chamber, Yi Xiao steps into a secret room, his eyes scanning the ancient surroundings. I never knew this estate had a hidden chamber. I didn't discover this in my past life. In the center of the room, a dignified man stands waiting. This is Stir, the royal beast master. His gaze is calm, yet sharp as he looks at Yi Xiao. Welcome, young one. I am Stir, the one you seek. Yi Xiao bows respectfully. Master Stir, hello. I am here to unlock my hidden class. Stir studies him for a moment before nodding. I thought this method of class changing had vanished from the world, but it seems I was wrong. He picks up the scroll, his expression turning serious. Very well. I shall assist you in your transition. Are you ready? Yi Xiao grins, eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'm ready. I can't wait any longer. Stir chuckles, then raises the scroll. Excellent. This parchment will awaken the deepest power within you. Follow your heart's guidance. Yi Xiao hears Stir's words and focuses his mind steady. Suddenly, 5 glowing orbs appear around him, pulsing with energy. Stir watches closely and speaks firmly. Stay calm. Don't panic. Don't resist. Yi Xiao nods. Understood. One by one, the orbs start glowing blue, their light intensifying. Stir's eyes widen in shock as all 5 activate at once. Impossible. All 5 crystal balls have been activated. The noble lady beside him gasps. Uncle Stir, is this what you meant by the supreme class transfer? Stir, still in disbelief, nods. That's right. Do you see those 5 crystal balls? They represent potential. When I changed my class, I only managed to activate 3. Yi Xiao keeps his eyes closed, fully concentrating, not saying a word. Stir watches him with awe. This is breaking the limits of humanity. Activating all 5 crystal balls. Is this guy even human? The noble lady, staring at Yi Xiao with flushed cheeks, murmurs, could Knight Xiao be something far beyond an ordinary person? Then, suddenly, Yi Xiao's eyes snap open as a flurry of notifications flood his vision. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully completed the class transfer quest, Whispers of the Dragon. Ding! Your class has evolved into the unique hidden profession, Dragon Speaker. Ding! Due to the infusion of mysterious power, your class rank has been upgraded. Ding! You have surpassed the class rank limit and successfully advanced to the unique God-tier hidden profession, Beast God Master. Yi Xiao looks at the glowing orbs around his body and clenches his fists, feeling a surge of overwhelming power. As expected of a hidden profession, my body feels incredible. Another wave of notifications appears, detailing the insane talents and bonuses of his new class. Yi Xiao smirks confidently. Beast God Master, these stats are absolutely insane. Stir, still stunned, mutters, unbelievable. Someone actually unlocked the legendary Beast God Master class. That means mastering the supreme power of the Beast God and gaining 40 attribute points per level. Yi Xiao examines the scroll in his hands and nods. These stat boosts are crazy. And the God's Guardian set event even comes with a crafting blueprint. Interesting. Another notification pops up. Ding. New blueprint acquired. Beast God Claw rank. Epic. Xiao raises an eyebrow. Equipment that grows in power. And it starts at epic rank. He scrolls through the materials list and sighs. Figures. All the crafting materials are rare. Looks like I'll need to go monster hunting. He turns to Stir and bows slightly. Master Stir, the class transfer is finally complete. Thank you. From behind him, the noble lady speaks, her cheeks flushed. Knight Xiao, you are truly astonishing. Stir places a firm hand on Yi Zhao's shoulder. Young man, you've already stepped into the divine realm. Your potential is limitless. The red frog, sitting on Yi Zhao's shoulder, lets out a deep sigh. KH, you really are something else. Yi Xiao, brimming with confidence, grins. Haha, looks like I'm destined to reach the peak in this lifetime. But first, I need to craft the Beast God Claw. Scene shift, the Abyss Trial. In a dark, ominous chamber, a group of 3 adventurers stands before a towering guardian. One of them steps forward. Respected Guardian, I wish to challenge the Abyss Trial. The Guardian's glowing eyes scan them. The 3 of you seem well-equipped. What level of trial are you attempting? The group leader, a fierce-looking warrior named Tiger Unleash, steps forward with unwavering confidence. I'm going solo. Abyss-level trial. The Guardian lets out a low chuckle. Oh, another one daring to challenge the Abyss-level trial. Tiger Unleash smirks. I live for challenges. No regrets, even if I die. Seeing his determination, the Guardian steps aside, allowing him to enter. Before stepping through, Tiger Unleash glances back at his companions. One of them calls out, Boss. We'll be waiting outside for your good news. He chuckles, cracking his knuckles. Don't worry, you won't be waiting long. As he enters the trial grounds, the Guardian watches him disappear into the darkness and mutters. Tisk TSK, these visitors from another world really are built different. 5 minutes later, the leader of the group staggers out of the trial, covered in bruises and screaming for help. Help me. His companions rush toward him, eyes wide with shock. Boss, what happened? Tiger Unleash, gasping for breath, stumbles forward. It's terrifying. The monster mutated. Seeing their leader in such a sorry state, both of his companions grab him before he collapses. Boss is seriously injured. Quick, give him a potion. One of them, irritated and pained, grits his teeth. Damn it. So not just anyone can solo the Abyss, huh? World Chat, Great Reef, Level 20 Abyss Trial. Meanwhile, in the World Chat, players are buzzing about the game. Global Chat. Class? Is anyone else in the game? The school is taking attendance. Please respond. Just saw Zhou Hong and Qin Yinran. Looks like most of us made it in. Where is everyone leveling? Yi Xiao, sitting on a rock at the edge of a battlefield, watches the chat flood with messages. He sighs. I don't want them knowing my identity. Better to lay low and focus on leveling up. In front of him, his pet dragon, Little Gray, is locked in battle with a towering golem. Yi Xiao watches intently. Old Hui, let's get to work. Little Gray lunges, his claws glowing. A moment ago, he attacked with fire, but now he tears into the golem with pure brute force. The massive creature collapses, defeated. With a heavy thud, 2 items drop. Yi Xiao steps forward, scanning them. Rock Sword, Dark Gold rank, effect, unidentified. Rock-shattering Hammer Warhammer, gold rank, effect, unidentified. Yi Xiao grins. Good job, Old Hui. The Abyss Watcher King appears. Suddenly, a new notification appears before Yi Xiao. Ding. Warning. A powerful enemy has detected your presence. Yi Xiao frowns. Why is it that every time I get a good drop, a monster shows up? Looking up, his eyes narrow. A massive golem stands before him, its glowing blue eyes locked onto him. Ding. Enemy identified. Abyss Watcher King. Level 20. HP. Strength 3000. Constitution. Agility 2000. Spirit 3000. Talent unknown. Skills unknown. Xiao exhales sharply. A king tier boss. Good thing it's only level 20. He grips his sword and gives a command. Old Hui, you go first. I'll cover you. The red frog on his shoulder scoffs. As if I need your cover. Meanwhile, the failed Abyss trial group. Back at the entrance of the Abyss trial, Tiger Unleash lies on the ground, still covered in bruises. One of his teammates tends to him, while another stands in disbelief. The boss. The boss actually died in the trial. The other member, still stunned, shakes her head. Impossible. We followed Yi Zhao's exact leveling path. A blue-haired girl turns to a red-haired girl, suspicion in her voice. No way. If Yi Zhao cleared the Abyss trial, he must have found an exploit. The red-haired girl crosses her arms. Very likely. Just then, a world announcement pops up, shaking the entire server. Ding. System announcement. Player Yi Zhao from the Grand Xiao Nation has successfully cleared the level 20 Abyss trial, becoming the first in history to do so. Reward. Epic item. Stone of Valor. Grand Xiao Nation prestige points. +1. This is an official announcement. The blue-haired girl freezes. This. Yi Zhao's victory. Back at the battlefield, Yi Zhao stands beside the corpse of the Abyss Watcher King, holding a glowing crystal in his hand. He frowns. No loot, just another Abyss fragment. Taking the fragment in his hand, the protagonist muttered. The Wanderer dropped Fragment 1, and now the Watcher dropped Fragment 2. What exactly are these? Could they be for crafting some god-tier item? Hearing that, the red frog sitting on his shoulder responded with a sarcastic tone. You wish. Then, without wasting any more time, the protagonist turned his gaze toward the portal ahead. Whatever, no point overthinking. I'll figure out later. Time to head back. As he stepped into the portal and arrived at a new destination, a voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, warrior. Standing before him were 3 guards staring straight at him. One of them spoke firmly. You've cleared the trial. Here's your reward. The protagonist reached out and took the box from them. Instantly, a notification sound popped up. Stone of Valor. Grade. Epic. Description. Holds immense power and can be used to enhance the Emblem of Valor. Looking at the stone in his hand, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, it's for upgrading the Emblem of Valor. Without wasting a second, he shouted with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Right at that moment, another notification appeared. Emblem of Valor. Description. A symbol of true warriors. Only those who conquer the Hell level trial can obtain it. Effect. Increasing strength by 10% and spirit by 10% for 5 minutes. Seeing this, the protagonist couldn't hold back his joy. He laughed out loud. Haha, success. A legendary emblem. Looking over at his dragon companion, he grinned. With this, I will be unstoppable in the level 30 zone. Turning to the red frog, he shouted, Old Hui, let's go. But just as they were about to move, another notification suddenly popped up right in front of him. System maintenance. Logging out of the game soon. Looking at the message in confusion, the protagonist blinked. What's going on? Are we finally logging out and returning to reality? But it wasn't just him. This notification appeared in front of every player across the entire world. Everyone saw it. One player, staring at the message, shouted, System maintenance? Now of all times. Another one exclaimed in shock. So we can finally leave the game? Someone else almost cried out. I want to go home. I miss my mom. And another player cheered in excitement. This is amazing. We're finally getting back to the real world. And just like that, all the players from the old world started logging out, disappearing from the game one after another at the very same time. And our protagonist in his house watching the TV, and the news reporters say after Dacia, the United States has also fallen into doomsday. Experts predict that this supernatural game phenomenon will gradually spread worldwide. Falling asleep now means entering the game. Doomsday has become reality for all of humanity. What comes next? Player Ferocious Tiger Unleashed dies in the Abyss trial. Just how terrifying is the Abyss level trial? And what does this mean for ordinary players? Today, we have the privilege of speaking with high-level player Qingfeng Suju, who will share the latest updates on Doomsday and strategies for leveling up quickly. Player Qingfeng Suju recently led a team to clear the hard-level advancement trial. In today's livestream, he'll reveal whether dying in the game affects reality. And seeing the TVs with an annoying tone, our protagonist say Qingfeng Suju? Never heard of that name before. Interesting. Let's see what he's got. In the TV, the news say again Qingfeng Suju as the first to clear a hard-level advancement trial and the second to pass an advancement trial after Night Xiao. What are your thoughts? Honestly, I was just lucky. And to clarify, I didn't do it alone. My team barely made it through. What do you think about the fact that players are automatically logged into Doomsday when they fall asleep? Even the officials can't explain Doomsday's existence. But surviving inside the game is far from simple. Also, we've learned that Night Xiao is a fellow Dacia player. Not only has he cleared the Abyss trial, but he's done it twice. As a top player yourself, what's your opinion on this? Night Xiao is on a completely different level. Even if you combined all the top-ranked players, they still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Then somewhere on a grand villa, a man, looking towards the TV, he say even all the top players combined wouldn't be enough? If I had someone like him in my ranks, I'd have absolute control over the Doomsday world. Then he looked towards his butler, and he say again, Fu Bo, use every resource available to dig up everything on this Night Xiao. And the butler respectfully lower his head towards him and say, yes, young master. I'll get on it right away. And as for our protagonist, he also looking at the news, he say the game suddenly went into system maintenance and forcibly logged everyone out. So players can only enter by falling asleep now? Looks like the real-world invasion of Doomsday is happening slower than in my past life. But then our protagonist looked towards his computer again, and he think for a moment, and he say to himself, but this is the perfect chance for me to power level. For Beast Tamers, level 30 is a crucial milestone. That's when I unlock an extra pet slot. No point thinking too much. Let's just focus on reaching level 30 first. Then sometimes later in the level 30 zone, Grey Mist Valley. Our protagonist fighting with Ada Golem, he say look towards his dragon Old Hui. Use Stunning Shock Attack, and hearing our protagonist word that dragon uses Stunning Shock Attack. And from that attack, both Golem and get stunned, yes. That's it. Old Hui, you're getting stronger. Huh. And after that our protagonist dragon uses Fire Breath Attack and defeating the golden monster and seeing get our protagonist with excitement. He's saying nice work. And at the same time, a new notification appear in front of our protagonist, and it says your beast Old Hui has leveled up to level 24. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 24, and seeing that our protagonist with excitement, he say, haha, another level. Then in the bustling city, right in front of the towering world ranking board, a huge crowd had already gathered. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the screen, staring in disbelief. And right at that moment, someone shouted while pointing at the top of the rankings. Damn, he just shot up in levels again. He's now twice as far ahead as the second-ranked player. The world rankings were displayed brightly for everyone to see. World rankings. 1. Xiao. 2. Qingfeng Suizhu Honda. Seeing this ridiculous gap, another player shouted from the crowd, "If he's not hacking, I refuse to believe it." And right there, standing in the middle of the crowd, was the boy from the news earlier. His eyes were glued to the ranking board, his expression stiff as he muttered, "I thought leveling would slow down at higher levels so others could catch up. But instead, the gap just keeps growing." On the top, Xiao's name shined like a king standing above the world, while right below him sat the second-ranked player, Qingfeng Suizhu Honda, at only level 10. From beside the boy watching the ranking board, a blonde-haired guy turned to him and sighed, "We were never even in the same league, AS Night XIO. Boss, you're amazing." Hearing his words, the boy could only force a bitter smile, replying, "There's always someone better. But hey, second place isn't too bad." Then suddenly, another companion behind them jumped into the conversation proudly. "True. And we still control ranks 3, 4, 5, and 6. Meanwhile, far away in Novice Village now, 9527, Dragon's Nest, atop a rugged mountain, two colossal dragons stood facing each other. But these weren't ordinary dragons. They were holy judgment radiant dragons. The red dragon glared at the other and scolded, "That egg's been missing for days, and yet you're still just sleeping in this dark corner?" But the dragon he spoke to wasn't ordinary either. He was the Dragon Prophet. Calmly, the Dragon Prophet replied, "As the Dragon Prophet, you carry the fate of our race." Hearing those words, the red dragon narrowed his eyes coldly. "Can't you sense that human?" His presence disgusts us. Shocked, the Dragon Prophet stared back. "Are you talking about those wretched gods?" "No, impossible. A mere human worm couldn't possibly wield that kind of power." But with an annoyed snarl, the red dragon growled, "I am the Dragon Prophet. I see more than you do, and I am willing to entrust our race's future to this mortal." The other dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, that's reckless." Then both of them spread their wings wide and soared into the sky, leaving behind the battlefield in an instant. The fierce winds howled in their wake as they shot through the clouds like crimson and black streaks, tearing across the heavens. While flying at high speed, the red dragon turned its head slightly, looking at the other dragon with a deep, serious tone. "There's no time left." High above the clouds, a red dragon sliced through the wind, his massive wings beating with rhythmic power. Beside him flew his companion, a black dragon, silent and watchful. The red dragon turned his head slightly, his voice booming like distant thunder. "Darkness will transcend space and time," he declared. "It will devour everything. This mortal is our last hope." With a powerful surge, he veered ahead. "Follow me," he roared. "I said this is our last hope." The black dragon hesitated for only a moment, his golden eyes narrowing as he kept pace. His voice came low and grim, carried by the wind. "Are we truly entrusting the fate of the dragon race to a mortal?" Far below, nestled in a vast valley surrounded by ancient trees, the city of Windleaf shimmered beneath the clouds. In the heart of the city, 3 travelers stood at the gates, weary from a long and perilous journey. The leader of the group stepped forward, his voice filled with equal parts relief and pride. "Finally," he said, "it wasn't easy, but we've made it. Windleaf, the heart of the realm." The boy with glasses grinned at his companions, adjusting his frames. "Yeah, besides Night Xiao, we got to be the first players to reach Windleaf main city." His excitement was contagious. One of the others nodded eagerly. "That's right, we actually made it." But before their excitement could settle, the sky above them darkened. A shadow passed over the city. Gasps and screams followed. People began to scatter in panic as the immense form of a dragon descended from the clouds, its wings blocking the sun, but a voice cried out from the crowd, "Help! Someone help. The boy with glasses looked up, mouth agape. Is it a giant dragon? The dragon wasn't alone. Clutched tightly in its massive claw was a figure, flailing, shouting, caught in terror. Someone save me! The captive screamed. The judgment dragon is capturing people. That voice, it was unmistakable. Their eyes widened. It was him. Clutched in the dragon's grasp, the protagonist panicked. His voice cracked as he yelled again, but a second, smaller voice snapped at him. Stop yelling, croaked a red frog perched awkwardly near him. Do you think anyone's strong enough to save you? Despite the brave words, the frog was trembling even more than the boy. Together, the two dragons, one red and one black, swept away from the city, disappearing into the clouds with terrifying speed. Down below, the group stared upward, dumbfounded. I've never seen such a huge dragon before, one whispered. Then the boy with yellow hair squinted, jaw-dropping. Is that Knight Xiao? That's impossible. Their leader stepped forward, voice tense with confusion. And the dragon seems to be carrying someone. He began to walk ahead, eyes still fixed on the sky. Even if you reach level 100, there's no way you'd be involved with a dragon of this caliber. The yellow-haired boy turned, visibly shaken. Boss, what should we do? Do we follow it? The leader didn't miss a beat. Follow what? That's the judgment dragon. One sneeze from it and we're all gone. Later, in the game's global chat, messages exploded across the screen. Breaking news, a dragon boss has appeared outside Windleaf City. An unlucky player was captured. Shocking. Top player Ching Feng Suiju hints the captured player might be Night God. Discussion thread. What does being caught by a dragon mean? Here's what ordinary players, leaderboard veterans, and top-ranked guilds are saying. Back in Windleaf, on a busy street corner, a man nearly dropped his drink. Did you hear? Knight Xiao was caught by two dragons. Another man choked on his food. What? Really? I haven't even seen a dragon yet. A third piped in from the next table over. So, Night God's already dealing with dragons? No wonder his level's so high. The dragons are power leveling him. That's some crazy grinding speed. And from a few steps away, another voice added bitterly, I'm so jealous. If I had that kind of treatment, I'd be level 30 by now too. One more player leaned in, sounding bewildered. How can Knight Xiao already be interacting with such high-level creatures? Elsewhere, far from the city, deep in the mist-shrouded mountains, a solemn wind whispered through an ancient, crumbling dragon cemetery. Towering stones, each etched with runes of old, circled a glowing platform at the center. There, the captured protagonist now stood, placed at the heart of a glowing summoning circle. Before him, the two dragons loomed like gods, silent and unreadable. The mountains held their breath. Something was about to begin. The protagonist looked at the two dragons in front of him, his brows furrowing as unease crept in. Why do these two dragons look so familiar? He asked aloud. From the side, the red frog tilted his head with a smirk. Duh, did you forget the good deeds you've done? He said, clearly enjoying himself. I told you not to mess with dragons. A bead of sweat slid down the protagonist's face. He turned to the dragons again, eyes widening as memories hit him like a brick. We're done for, he thought. One had its eggs stolen by me, and the other had its home looted. Things aren't looking good. Just then, the black dragon stepped forward, towering and calm, his deep voice resonating through the chamber. Mortal, he said, are you not afraid? The protagonist straightened his back, forcing a false sense of courage into his voice. Kill me or flay me. Do as you wish. But inside, panic churned in his chest. Afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid? Anyone who says otherwise is a fool. He thought bitterly. The red dragon moved next, stepping closer with a gentler expression. His voice, though powerful, was less threatening. Mortal, you need not fear, he said. The dragon egg you took is the last hope of our race. Bringing you here is to bestow upon you a great opportunity. The protagonist blinked in surprise, confused. You mean, Little Gray? At those words, the black dragon's eyes flared. Little Gray? Outrageous, he roared. How dare you give such a disgraceful name to a dragon? The protagonist instinctively took a step back, startled. Huh, it's disgraceful? But Little Gray really likes the name, though. The red dragon turned toward his companion. There's not much time, he said firmly. Let's get down to business. The black dragon let out a breath, calming himself before giving a short nod. All right, both dragons began to ascend, their wings spreading wide as they lifted into the air above the temple chamber. The red dragon raised his voice first. In the name of the dragon god. The black dragon followed with a deep, commanding tone. In the name of the dragon god. Watching from below, the protagonist's eyes widened as he stared into the sky above them. Sweat slid down his face. What are you going to do to me? He stammered. I was just joking earlier. Just let me live. I'll do whatever you want. From below the altar, the red frog nervously chimed in, clearly trying to distance himself from the situation. I don't even know him that well. The dragon egg theft really had nothing to do with me. Suddenly, one of the massive dragon statues lining the temple walls stirred. Its ancient eyes slowly began to glow, reacting to the dragon's combined aura. A deep hum filled the air as a pulse of power rippled through the temple. Something was awakening. The two dragons hovered above, their wings spread wide, their eyes locked on the altar below. Then, in perfect unison, they roared, bestowal of the blessing of the dragon clan. As their voices echoed through the ancient dragon temple, a brilliant yellow light shot down from the mouth of the dragon god statue overhead, piercing the air like a divine spear. It struck the protagonist directly, engulfing him in radiant energy. The dragon spoke again, their voices even louder. Receive a part of the dragon god's power. In an instant, the protagonist's entire body was enveloped in a storm of pure dragon energy. His breath caught, his vision shook. Every inch of him screamed with intensity. Far away from the dragon temple, across the world, a new notification appeared before the eyes of every player logged in the game. Doomsday Forum. System in today's news. Xiao Nation continues to dominate, occupying the top 100 of the level rankings. Storm brews again. The second spot on the leaderboard has changed. Jihai Yeshing's show-stopping assassin skills skyrocketed them to level 14, replacing Mingwe Ruyue and widening the gap. God on the decline, Knight Xiao remains at the top, but hasn't leveled up in 3 days. Has the new god fallen? Shocking development. Since being taken by dragons, Knight Xiao has reached level 30 from hidden story progression. What is this? In the middle of a crowded city square, players stared at their system messages wide-eyed. Does anyone know what's going on? Someone asked aloud. What really happened to Knight God? No idea, another replied. That guy's always elusive, like a dragon. Someone else muttered thoughtfully, but judging from his usual pace. Something unexpected probably happened. From within a nearby group, one voice broke the tension with a half-joke, half-curiosity. Damn. Getting taken by a dragon. Is this some sort of extreme plot? Do dragons swing that way? 2 more players joined the chatter. TSK, you think Knight God made some kind of shady deal, and now it's time to pay the price by offering up his ass? One laughed, the other grinned. Haha, must have used some trick to steal the top spot. Now that he's been exposed, he's getting punished. A pair of players standing off to the side were also deep in conversation. I'm telling you, one said, my buddy knows some inside info. Knight Zhao's done for. He's not coming back in 3 days. Not even 30. Your buddy knows inside info? The other raised a brow. Who's your buddy? Even top players like Mingwe Ruyue said they don't know anything. Where's your buddy getting this from? Meanwhile, far from the buzz of world chat and speculation, the protagonist lay flat on the cold ground, alone, silent. The lingering hum of the dragon god's power still faint in the air. 2 glowing notifications hovered in front of him. I can't explain it to someone like you. You are too small-minded. Ever heard of hidden experts among commoners? Those top-tier players? Nothing but crap. Look at the gap. Then came another ding. Congratulations, you've received the blessing of the dragon god. Become stronger. The protagonist groaned and clutched his head. Ugh, my head hurts. As the golden glow from the dragon god's blessing faded, silence returned to the ancient mountaintop. The wind rustled through the grass, carrying with it the scent of something old and powerful. The protagonist, the red frog clinging to his shoulder, and Little Gray, the small dragon he once borrowed, all stood still, gazing at the distant mountain range cloaked in mist. Wiping sweat from his brow, the protagonist took a shaky breath. "Where is this place?" he asked, eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. "This looks like a level 40 area." The red frog gave a small sigh. "Those two dragons are gone." Before the protagonist could reply, a sudden wave of system notifications burst into view in front of him, crowding his vision. Class: God of Fortune, innate talent. Endless Fortune, LV1 innate talent. Stingy beyond compare, LV1 innate talent. Great Fortune, LV1 innate talent. Unmatched Charm, LV1 innate talent. Power of the God of Fortune, LV1. Staring at the flashy new titles, the protagonist muttered as he tapped through the panels. The Dragon God's Blessing. After all that trouble, I don't feel much of a change in my attributes. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe it's in the skills? Doesn't seem like much change either. But then, something on the screen caught his eye. "Wait a sec," he shouted. "Looks like I got a new skill. Money Shield? Skill. Money Shield, 100 gold coins can be converted to 1 shield point. Current balance, 1.81 billion gold coins." The protagonist's jaw dropped. Holy crap, is this skill for real? At that exact moment, the red frog leapt into the air and landed on his shoulder, peeking over at the panel with an unimpressed look. Meanwhile, the protagonist grinned wide, eyes sparkling. "And no cooldown. This is insane," he cried, nearly shaking from excitement. The red frog rolled his eyes. Talk about dumb luck. Little Gray flew slowly in circles above their heads, curiously glancing at the panel, but clearly not understanding a single thing. Still scanning the interface, the protagonist blinked in realization. Huh, since the God of Fortune class got new talent skills. Then what about Beast God Controller? Once again, new notifications cascaded down before him. Class: Beast God Controller innate talent. Divine Power LV1 innate talent. Source of Magic LV1 innate talent. Divine Beast Set LV1 innate talent. Beast God Aura LV1 innate talent. Command of the Beast God LV1 innate talent. Infinite Beast Mastery LV1. As the Beast God Controller, you have grasped the true essence of beast taming. There is no limit to your number of beasts. The protagonist's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy, infinite beast taming? No limit on the number of beasts. He slowly lifted a hand, staring at it, feeling the pulse of new power flowing through his veins. A grin crept across his face, full of confidence and awe. "Even royal beastmasters only get 3 core pets," he muttered. "And this punk has no limits." The red frog, still on his shoulder, let out a long, defeated sigh. Damn. The protagonist glanced at him, still smiling like a man who just hit the jackpot. "Is all this real?" he whispered. "Am I dreaming?" Kneeling on the grassy hilltop, the protagonist pressed his palms together, his voice full of reverence and barely restrained excitement. "Almighty dragon gods," he began, bowing deeply. "From now on, this little brother is following your lead. I'll burn incense for you, for the elder dragon gods, and thank your ancestors and sisters for 8 generations." He trembled with joy, grinning from ear to ear. "This is just too awesome." Time passed. Now standing at the massive gates of the level 30 trial hall, the atmosphere shifted to something more serious. A towering stone fortress loomed ahead, glowing with ancient energy. 2 armored guards flanked the entrance, their eyes sharp, until one of them caught sight of who approached. He straightened his posture, surprised. "So it's Lord Knight Xiao," the guard said, giving a respectful nod. "Would you like to take on the abyssal level trial?" The protagonist answered calmly, a confident smile on his face. "Yes." The guard gave a formal bow. "Please wait a moment." A low rumble echoed from within the stone walls. Moments later, the colossal doors began to grind open, revealing a dark corridor beyond. shimmering with a faint, ominous glow. The level 30 trial had begun to awaken. Then when our protagonist untears the door, he is suddenly transported into a cold area where mountains made of ice are towering around. Our protagonist, with his trusty companion, the red frog who always tries to betray him, and his pet dragon, are walking towards the mountain. Freezing from the cold, our protagonist says it's so cold. If I had known it'd be this freezing, I would have worn more layers. But then, our protagonist suddenly notices a big snowball coming from behind him. He quickly avoids the snowball from crashing into him and says, "Ah, that was close." The red frog, sitting casually on the snow, looks at him and says, "Why are you dodging it? Why don't you use your shield?" Our protagonist looks at the red frog and says, "Oh, right, I do have a shield." Suddenly, right in front of our protagonist, the air becomes heavy and a giant snow-white monster starts running towards him, shouting. Seeing the monster, our protagonist gets shocked. Without wasting a second, he orders his pet dragon to attack, shouting, "Old Hui, show them how fierce you are." The dragon, with his fiery breath, attacks the monster and instantly defeats it. Then, a new notification pops up in front of our protagonist, saying, "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain white-furred mutant Yeti." Looking at the defeated monster and sweating from his face, our protagonist says to the red frog, "One bite and it's over?" "Lao Hui, did you see that clearly?" Hearing our protagonist, the red frog casually says back, "Nope." Then suddenly, right in front of our protagonist, some notifications appear. The first one says, "Talent. Absolute suppression as a great beast. The celestial dragon has an innate dominance over lower-tier creatures. After carrying the bloodline of the dragon race, it has grown even stronger. Plus 30% damage to mythical creatures, plus 50% damage to non-mythical creatures. Receive minus 50% damage from all sources." Then the second notification pops up, saying, "Nickname, Old Hui type. Celestial dragon, mythical grade level. 30 status base attributes. Strength, 70-66 constitution, 69-75 spirit, 75-89 agility, 6-9-4-9 1x1. All the dragon's skills and characteristics scroll in front of our protagonist. Seeing all of that, our protagonist gets completely shocked. With a stunned expression, he says, "Old Hui is broken." But then, suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge number of monsters appear and start rushing towards our protagonist. Seeing them, our protagonist shouts, "Why are there so many monsters all of a sudden?" As the monsters charge, the pet dragon, filled with excitement, lets out a mighty roar. Seeing this, with panic in his eyes, our protagonist yells, "Old Hui, now's your chance to go wild. Go kill, kill, kill." Hearing his words, the dragon immediately starts attacking the monsters with his fire breath. Then, half an hour later, after defeating all the monsters, our protagonist looks at the pile of dead creatures in front of him. A new notification pops up. "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain Seeker of the Abyss, King Tier." Meanwhile, our protagonist simply stands there holding a crystal in his hand, a mocking smile on his face, and says, "Haha, King Tier, that's it. So weak." The red frog, sitting on our protagonist's shoulder with his usual expression, says, "Get cocky. Did you forget how badly you got crushed before?" But then all over the world, a global announcement appears in front of all the players. Ding, system announcement. Xiao player Knight Xiao has passed the Abyss level advancement trial and become the first ever hero to pass the level 30 Abyss trial. Awarded epic item, Heroine Radiant Stone. Plus 1 point to Xiao Warzone score. Announcement end. Looking at the announcement, some players react with shock. One shouts, "Holy crap, I knew it. Night God was preparing something big this whole time, and you didn't believe me. Our Xiao deity. Bow before him, Moda." Then, another player cuts in and yells, "Shit, how did this guy get taken by a dragon and still come back?" Xiao's advantage grows again, and another one bursts out, "You idiot, this is impossible." But then suddenly, in front of the city gates, two men are seen talking with each other. Both of them look strong. The man wearing red armor laughs and says to his companion, "Huh, I knew it. There's no way a character like him would die so early. Just as I expected, his companion, wearing a hood, looks at him and says from behind, even the level 30 Abyss trial could be cleared. This guy's potential really is bottomless. Both of them stand there in front of the city gate, looking at the bustling city. The man in red armor speaks again. Let's go back to the city. I want to meet this interesting fellow myself. Once I bring him under my command, that's when the real game begins. Hearing his words, his companion simply responds with one word, understood. Then, the scene shifts to our protagonist. He holds a stone in his hand and looks at it. A new notification appears in front of him. System message item description. Seeing the details in front of him, our protagonist says, third fragment already. Just how many are there? Then, holding a crystal in his left hand, he looks at it. As always, another notification appears. Heroic Radiant Stone Grade. Epic description. A rare material infused with radiant energy from the heroic stone can further enhance the heroic emblem. Only powerful heroes are qualified to own it. Seeing the notification, our protagonist smiles and says, this heroic radiant stone is actually useful. I can enhance my heroic emblem again. Then, as he walks away from the trial gates, the guard looking at him says, Lord Knight Xiao, take care. Waving his hand casually, our protagonist replies, all right, see you. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Fengye's main city. Wearing a hood and blending into the crowd, our protagonist looks around and says, seems like Fengye is getting crowded. Hearing that, the red frog sitting on his shoulder responds with a mocking tone, well, you were missing for several days. Then, our protagonist notices a huge crowd gathered in front of a shop. Seeing the scene, he says, come on, let's get this gear appraised. The red frog, still perched on his shoulder, adds, why are there so many people? But then, our protagonist notices an old man appraising items. Seeing that, he confidently steps forward and says, boss, appraise this gear. Above his head, his first-class citizenship sign is shining brightly. However, the old man doesn't notice at first and, without even looking, grumbles at him, get in line, don't bug me. But then the old man catches a glimpse of our protagonist's first-class citizenship and immediately gets shocked. In an instant, the old man's attitude completely changes. Showing full respect, he gestures inside and says, well, look who it is. It's the god of fortune. Come right in. All the players lining up for appraisal look irritated, glaring at our protagonist. One of them mutters, who is this guy? Another one quickly butts in, saying, a first-class VIP. Someone at the front of the line grumbles, just cause he's first class, he gets to cut the line. Then, our protagonist calmly shows a badge to the old man. Seeing the badge, the old man starts sweating a little and says, slightly panicked, wait, is that the heroic emblem? Hearing the old man's words, our protagonist casually says, help me enhance this first. The old man quickly gets to work, mumbling nervously, all right, enhancing now. This thing's so valuable. Tighten up. I'm ruined. Outside the shop, the crowd peeks in, watching the scene unfold. One person says, what a good item. Another one scoffs, doesn't look like much. Just a shabby emblem. Ignoring all the background chatter, the old man focuses entirely on enhancing the item. Then suddenly, a bright yellow light bursts out from the item, and a notification appears. Heroic emblem. Legendary grade description. Proof of a hero. Only those who pass the hell level trial are worthy. Ultimate honor of the Empire. After 2 equipment merges, it becomes even more powerful. Plus 100 base attributes, plus 5% all attribute resistance, plus 3 charisma, heroine power passive. Triggers when HP drops below 30%, granting plus 10% strength and plus 10% spirit. Seeing all that, the people inside the store are stunned. One of them gasps, that's legendary grade equipment. Everyone starts covering their eyes from the blinding light and shouts, my eyes, too bright. Meanwhile, our protagonist, holding the badge in his hand, looks unimpressed and mutters, another legendary item. Doesn't seem like a big upgrade though. From outside the door, some people notice him and whisper, the guy. Could he be the famous knight Xiao? Another one quickly adds, It must be. No wonder he could do an abyss-level trial. Then suddenly, the entire crowd waiting outside the store rushes in one by one, shouting, "Lord Knight Xiao, can I add you as a friend? Boss, carry me please. Fan for life. Super hot, like a school beauty tier. I can hook you two up. Name your price. Big bro. I'm your long-lost brother-in-law. My sister's wearing black stockings today. Add me, and I'll send you pics. If you don't like it, I'll wear them myself." The old man, panicking, tries to calm the chaos, shouting, "Everyone calm down. Don't disrupt the store's business." Meanwhile, our protagonist, holding a red dagger he picked up from the shop, sighs and says, "Staying low-key is so hard." Then he turns to the old man and says, "Boss, help me appraise these other items too." Hearing that, the old man looks at him and quickly responds, "Sure thing. Satisfaction guaranteed." From outside the door, the crowd watches excitedly. One of them exclaims, "Holy crap, they're all dark gold gear." Another one says, "My poor heart can't take this." Someone else, full of excitement, adds, "Boss, you probably won't use all that, right? Want to sell a few pieces?" Another man, practically begging, says, "Master, my dad owns 3 publicly traded companies. Money's no issue. Just sell me 1 or 2 pieces, I beg you." At that moment, the world chat exploded. Damn it, the great Yi Xiao has appeared in Fiancée City. Everything he just identified was dark gold rank. Every single piece. Everyone get over here. Worship the Grandmaster. Bring offerings. Offer your younger sisters if you have to. Is that info reliable, bro? Last time you said Yi Xiao showed up, I rushed over like a mad dog, and it turned out to be a fake. I nearly had a stroke from the rage. More real than pure gold. Look at these photos. Someone took them right on site at the appraisal shop east of the city. Coordinates are here. And there they were, several photos showing Yi Xiao in action, standing calmly as stunned players held glowing, newly identified dark gold items in their hands. Damn it, I'm heading there now. I'm turning around. I'm going back to the city. Inside Fiancée City, the streets were chaos. Players sprinted across alleyways, burst out of buildings, and flooded into every corner of the marketplace like a tidal wave. Where is the great Yi Xiao today? I must beg him to take me as a disciple. Disciple? Please. If anyone's going to be his disciple, it's me. Who do you think you are? God Yi, here I come. I want to have children with you. The world paused, and I really hope that one came from a pretty girl. Otherwise, we might be looking at the start of another catastrophe. Sometime later, Yi Xiao was seen crouching in the shadows behind a cluster of old merchant stalls, hood pulled low over his head. From his hiding spot, he peeked out cautiously at the chaotic city streets still buzzing with activity. "Ugh, looks like no one followed me," he muttered, letting out a long sigh. What now? Being the center of attention all the time is exhausting. But just as he was about to relax, a voice spoke behind him. "Are you Yi Xiao?" Yi Xiao froze. Slowly, without lifting his hood, he turned his head slightly, eyeing the stranger from beneath the brim. "And what do you want?" The man wasn't alone. Behind him stood a group, well-dressed, confident, and clearly used to getting what they wanted. The air around them was thick with self-importance. "Don't get the wrong idea," the man said, hands raised casually. "We don't mean any harm. We just came to talk business with you." Yi Xiao stepped forward slowly, his presence shifting in an instant. He looked the man dead in the eyes, a sly smirk curling on his lips. "A deal," he said, voice laced with mocking confidence. "You want to buy dark gold rank gear?" The man smiled back, clearly unfazed. "Yeah, something like that. Trust me, I can make you an offer you can't refuse." Yi Xiao laughed, low at first, then louder, until it echoed off the alley walls. "Haha, if you can pay hundreds of billions of gold coins for that dark gold gear, then I truly wouldn't be able to refuse." Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the man raised an eyebrow and let out a low chuckle, his expression dripping with mockery. "Hundreds of billions of gold coins?" he sneered. "Looks like your vision is still stuck inside the game." Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly under his hood as he studied the man. His thoughts churned. And this guy, suddenly showing off more than I do? He didn't exist in my previous life, but that assassin behind him, he feels familiar. That tone, that presence. One of the top assassins for back then. Never joined any faction, always acted alone. He tilted his head, eyes sharp now. "So what are you trying to say?" The man smirked, stepping forward slightly as if addressing an equal or a potential subordinate. To be honest, seeing you dominate the rankings like that, I think you've got real potential. You're not ordinary. I'm sure you'll achieve big things. He paused, gaze steady. But it seems you still haven't realized the real value your in-game abilities can bring in real life. Xiao gave him a cool glance, nodding slightly. Keep talking. Let's see how far your little performance goes. He thought to himself, silently amused. The man smiled, wider now, his confidence turning to arrogance. I'm not here to sell you dreams. Money, status, women, whatever it is you want, I can give it to you. He stepped right in front of Xiao now, his group flanking him like a wall of silent pressure. His tone was smooth but soaked in challenge. So, make your choice. I hope you'll join us. Xiao slowly placed a hand on the man's shoulder, his expression suddenly calm and friendly. Brother, the fact that you came to me for cooperation means you acknowledge my skills. And I appreciate that. The man's smug smile returned, clearly pleased. Glad you understand. But before he could finish, Xiao cut him off. A sudden whoosh echoed through the alleyway as flames burst to life in Xiao's palm. Heat shimmered in the air, distorting the smugness off the man's face. But, Xiao said coldly, for someone so young, that cocky attitude of yours? I don't like it. He leaned in slightly, fire curling up his arm. So I'll give you a manual respawn, just to calm you down a bit. The man's eyes widened. What? You dare attack me? One of his underlings stammered from behind. Careful. If you do anything here, this is the main city. Too late. Xiao moved like lightning. With a flick of his arm, the flames surged forward, engulfing the man in an instant. Screams were cut short as the fire consumed him, and a burst of golden light marked his forced logout. Silence followed. Idiot, Xiao muttered, brushing off his hand. You talk too much. Gasps erupted from nearby players who had been watching from a distance. Word was already spreading. Did he really kill the young master? Is he crazy? That guy had a whole group with him. But before chaos could explode, one figure stepped forward from the crowd, the assassin who'd been lurking behind the group this whole time. Calm, dangerous, his eyes scanned the area with sharp precision. Don't move, the assassin said firmly, raising a hand. This is the main city. Killing is forbidden here. If this escalates, we won't be able to take responsibility for what happens next. The tension in the air grew thick. No one moved. All eyes were on Xiao. And Xiao, he just stood there, half smirking beneath his hood, flames still flickering faintly in his hand, utterly unfazed. Xiao slid his hand into his pocket and turned away, walking off without sparing them another glance. The money and gear on the ground, he said coolly. Consider it your compensation. His steps echoed as he walked further, leaving stunned silence behind. And with a last flat voice, don't follow him anymore. He has no future. The group stood frozen. One of them finally spoke, eyes locked on Xiao's retreating back. It's terrifying, killing someone in the main city. He's insane. But before anyone could respond, a sharp voice rang out behind them. Who's fighting here? How shameless! Everyone turned. One of the gang members paled. Sirens. It's the main city guard. From every street and rooftop, guards poured in, weapons drawn, armor gleaming. In moments, Xiao and the group were completely surrounded. A burly guard at the front stepped forward, voice booming through the plaza. Who dares to kill in the main city? Are you out of your mind? But our protagonist, without avoiding any questions, he simply replied to the guard it was me. Then another voice roared out, deep, gruff, and brimming with authority. The guard leader stepped forward, eyes locking onto Xiao with a scowl. You kill someone, and still stay this calm, he shouted. You've got some serious guts. The guard leader stared hard at Xiao. Then his expression twisted, not in anger, but in shock. His voice dropped into a sharp, almost panicked tone. Wait, is he a first-class citizen? The atmosphere shifted instantly. The guards, who had come charging in with righteous fury, suddenly stiffened. One of them stepped forward nervously, bowing slightly. There must be some misunderstanding here, he said, voice shaky with forced calm. Apologies for our recklessness. Dear sir, could you please tell us what happened? Just for the report. Xiao didn't even break stride. He lazily lifted his hand and pointed toward the still stunned group behind him. It's nothing serious, he said casually. Someone threatened me a little, so I cleaned him up. The guards' faces turned pale. What? A vagrant dared to verbally offend a first-class citizen. One of them exclaimed, his voice high with disbelief. The same guard bowed again, this time deeper, and spoke with utmost respect. Dear sir, the safety of the city is our duty. If anything like this happens again, please allow us to handle it. You shouldn't have to dirty your hands. Xiao waved it off with a tone that was equal parts indifferent and dismissive. It's fine. Just a small effort. The guards practically dropped to a bow. Thank you for your understanding, the lead guard said solemnly. If there's nothing else, we won't disturb you further. As Xiao walked off, the gang behind stood frozen in disbelief. One of them finally managed to whisper, staring blankly at his back. What? This kind of thing is possible. Meanwhile, the lead guard turned to his men and barked, "All right, disperse. Situation resolved. Return to your posts." Later, as the guards moved out, one of the younger ones leaned over to his captain, voice filled with confusion. "Boss, what happened? Why didn't we arrest him?" The leader didn't even look back. He just grunted and snapped. "You idiot. How many times have I told you?" His eyes narrowed as he watched Xiao vanish into the crowd. We guards need to pay attention to the details. The details. The guard captain leaned in close to his subordinate, voice low and urgent. "Didn't you see? That guy's a first-class citizen, and not just any. He's the very same young man the Duchess has been looking for." The younger guard blinked in confusion. "The Duchess?" "Yes," the captain hissed. "She's been losing sleep, try to find him. Word is, she's been tearing through the city looking for even a trace. Do you seriously think someone like him is the same as other first-class citizens?" He straightened, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "If we report this properly, we'll be promoted on the spot." "Got it." The younger guard finally caught on and nodded, eyes wide. "I see. No wonder you're the boss." Meanwhile, inside the Duke's mansion, in a richly decorated office lined with velvet drapes and polished wood, a noblewoman sat behind a large desk, her fingers tapping impatiently on the surface. Her eyes, sharp yet faintly anxious, stared at the empty space in front of her. "Good heavens," she murmured, brows furrowing. "Are you mocking me?" Her face flushed slightly, frustration showing through the composure. Her voice dropped into something almost vulnerable. Why are there still no updates on Xiao?" Just then, the door burst open. Madam. A maid came sprinting into the room, breathless. "We have news about Lord Xiao." The noblewoman instantly stood up, her chair scraping against the polished floor. "Really?" she said, eyes lighting up with barely contained joy. "Where is he now?" Cut to Resurrection Point, East District. 4 figures stood gathered beneath the dull glow of the respawn crystal. 2 of them were the same group who had previously approached Xiao with their offer. "I still can't believe it," one muttered. "He killed someone in the main city, and we just stood there." The group's leader crossed his arms, face grim but composed. "It was I who lost composure," he admitted. "He's already level 30. Naturally, none of you could stand against him." He glanced down, then smirked slightly. "I gave him the illusion that he could stand on equal footing with me. Let him have that moment. But soon," he looked up, eyes hardening, "I'll make him realize how foolish it was to challenge me." Turning to the assassin, he asked coldly, "You have stealth, don't you? Go back to the city. Retrieve the gear I dropped." The assassin gave a respectful nod. "Yes, young master." But just as he turned to leave, a voice echoed from above. "No need." Everyone froze. They looked up. Xiao stood atop a nearby rooftop, arms crossed, cloak fluttering in the wind. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked down on them. "I didn't take your gear," he said flatly. "But from the look of it, it seems you won't be needing it anymore." All eyes turned upward. Xiao stood atop the building, a staff in his hand blazing with faint embers. The wind fluttered his cloak as his gaze bored down coldly at the group below. The group leader looked up, gritting his teeth. "This is the respawn zone, Xiao. Surveillance here is tighter than even the main city. What do you think you're doing? Are you insane?" Xiao ignored him. With a flick of his wrist, the staff ignited in his hand, flames licking the air. He narrowed his eyes and said, voice low and mocking, "If you don't remove the root, the grass grows back with a spring breeze." Before the group could react, whoosh, a torrent of fire engulfed the group leader. "Gaia!" The man didn't even get a scream fully before his body burned to ash. One of the group members staggered back in horror, his hand reaching instinctively for his sword. "You bastard!" But before he could draw it, Yi Xiao's cold voice rang out. "I suggest you don't move, or he won't be the only one to die." The man froze. Then Yi Xiao's flames surged again. His eyes glinted as he smiled. "Killing one or many makes no difference to me." The group leader's body reappeared at the respawn crystal, gasping from the respawn shock. But there was no relief in his eyes. His face twisted in panic, and he shouted at Yi Xiao, "What is the meaning of this? I'm warning you, don't take things too far. If something happens to me, not only you but your family, your friends, they'll all pay the price." Yi Xiao's response? Another wave of fire. "Boom! You're about to die again, and still you boast? That kind of threat means nothing to me." The man burned once more, his form vanishing into light. Crowds began to gather. Gasps and whispers spread like wildfire. "Look, it's Yi Xiao. Is he? He's killing someone at the respawn point. Killing in the respawn zone. He's lost it. He's insane." One of the gang members backed away, trembling. He stared at his leader's scorched remains and muttered, "Why, young master? Didn't respawn. He was forced to log out." Then boom, a new group of city guards arrived, their armor darker, bearing a crest of black flame. At their head stood a tall, broad-shouldered man with a cloak trimmed in gold and crimson. His voice thundered across the plaza. "Who dares cause bloodshed at the respawn point?" The crowd fell silent. The assassin among the group narrowed his eyes and looked between Yi Xiao and the new guards. He muttered under his breath, "The black-robed judge. Even Yi Xiao won't escape his judgment. Now, he's really in trouble." Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, scanning the black-robed commander and the elite guards behind him. He could feel the difference in aura, sharp, overwhelming. TCH. So he even alerted him. "With my current level, fighting that guy head-on would be a massive loss." With a controlled breath, Yi Xiao lowered his staff. He calmly stepped down from the rooftop, landing silently before the stunned crowd. Hands raised in a surrendering gesture, he spoke coolly. "I was the one who killed him. I'll go with you." The guard captain stared at him, suspicious at first, then surprised by the composure. "Humph. At least you're reasonable," the captain muttered. He turned to his squad. "Take him away." In the real world, within a grand estate, an elderly butler sat beside a young man lying unconscious on a luxurious bed. Young master, wake up," the butler said softly, worry in his eyes. Just then, the door slammed open. A stern-looking man in an ornate robe strode in. It was the young man's father. "What's going on?" he barked. "What happened to my boa?" The butler lowered his head, voice solemn. "Sir, the young master has been killed." The father froze for a moment, as if the words had struck him physically. Then rage overtook him. "What? Who? Who killed my boa? I want his entire family buried with him." Meanwhile, in the game world, inside the Dragon Phoenix Empire's prestigious court in Funya City, Yi Xiao stood calmly in the center. The judge sat high upon the bench, peering down at him with an unreadable gaze. "Yi Xiao, first-class citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire," the judge began, "why did you break the laws of Funya City by committing murder in the respawn zone?" Yi Xiao lifted his head with confidence and spoke clearly. "That person gathered a group to harass and threaten me. As a first-class citizen, I acted to protect my dignity. I had no choice but to kill him." Murmurs erupted in the courtroom. Among them, members of the group Yi Xiao had slain were present. One of them stood and pointed at him. He admitted it. "He blocked the respawn point and killed our young master 5 times in a row. That's insane. Not even the respawn zone is safe if you offend him. He didn't even give him a second to breathe." So that's Yi Xiao. Terrifying. If he wants you dead, you're doomed, even in-game. The judge slammed his gavel down, his face stern. "Silence," he shouted, then turned back to Yi Xiao. "For violating city law and committing mass murder within a restricted zone, and though this is your first offense, I hereby sentence you to lifetime exile from the Eastern District of Funya City." Yi Xiao opened his mouth. "Respected judge," about this. Before he could finish, a firm and elegant voice echoed through the court. "Judge Aiter, Yi Xiao only killed a vagrant who dared to insult and threaten him. Both morally and legally, his actions were justified." All eyes turned toward the entrance. "It's the Duchess," someone gasped. Layla, dressed in her noble regalia, strode in with calm authority. Her eyes scanned the room before resting on Yi Xiao. Isn't this punishment a bit excessive, Judge Aita? She asked. The judge immediately stood, sweat beading on his forehead. Respected Lady Layla, Judge Aiter greets you. Layla didn't acknowledge the greeting. Her tone was firm. This man is my friend. I won't stand by and watch him be punished unfairly. Don't you agree, Judge Aiter? Yi Zhao's gaze softened slightly. Layla. Aiter quickly nodded. Yes, of course. The lady is right. My sentence was hasty. According to Fiancée City law, if a vagrant offends a first-class citizen, he is to be executed on the spot. In that case, Layla replied, why don't you remove the restraints from Mr. Yi Xiao? Immediately, the judge shouted, guards, release him immediately. As the judge gave his final word, the Duchess turned toward Yi Xiao and said calmly, Mr. Aiter, if Yi Xiao is not guilty and there's nothing else, may we leave? The judge nodded respectfully. Of course, my lady. You may go at any time. Very well, she said simply. She turned and walked out of the courtroom, motioning for Yi Xiao to follow. Yi Xiao, let's go. He nodded, following her. All right, Layla. Outside the court, Yi Xiao rubbed the back of his head a little awkwardly. Thank you, Layla. Really. At the same time, the red frog spirit chimed in arrogantly. Kid, you got lucky again. Barely slipped out of trouble this time. Layla, without turning around, replied lightly, it was nothing. But then, with a softer expression, she glanced at Yi Xiao and smiled gently. I heard you were captured by a dragon. I sent people all over to search for you. I'm glad you're safe. Yi Xiao nodded. Yeah, I was actually taken by 2 dragons. But it turned out okay. I even gained some valuable items. Then, without warning, he took her hand and kissed it respectfully. Layla's face turned a little red, but she smiled. Really? Then you have to come home with me and tell me everything. Yi Xiao smiled back. Sure, Layla. It's been a while. I've got a lot to share with you too. Layla's eyes lit up and she started to say something excitedly. This is seriously, but Yi Xiao interrupted her with a chuckle. Totally true. By the way, is Mr. Stir still at the manor? I wanted to ask him about the second-class mission. Second-class mission? Layla blinked, a bit surprised. You're already level 30? That's fast. Sometime later, in the main hall of the Duke's mansion, Yi Xiao and the esteemed lady stood before Mr. Stir. He looked at Yi Xiao confidently and said, wonder someone with enough spiritual power, 5 crystal orbs, level up so fast. I feel inferior. Yi Xiao replied respectfully. Master Stir, you are too humble. But about the second-class mission, I still need to consult you. Sweating slightly, Stir looked away and said, to be honest, when it comes to second-class missions for hidden professions, not just me, you could probably travel the entire continent and still not find a clear answer. The domain of the gods is far too mysterious. Another man nearby turned to the lady. She asked, so what do we do? Does that mean Yi Xiao won't be able to obtain his second-class mission? The man reassured her, don't worry, Layla. They say that to advance a hidden class to its second profession, you must gain the recognition of the gods. Yi Xiao thought for a moment, then said, if I am not mistaken, that referred to the Lost Temple. Mr. Stir looked surprised. Amazing. You actually know about the Lost Temple. Yi Xiao placed a hand under his chin thoughtfully. I have heard of it before, but I didn't know where it is. In his mind, he added, when it comes to mysterious places in Apocalypse, the Lost Temple is definitely among the top. Hearing his words, the lady's eyes lit up with admiration and excitement. You even know about the Lost Temple. Yi Xiao, you are really wise and knowledgeable. Behind her, Mr. Stir looked toward Yi Xiao and added, they say the Lost Temple appears randomly, like a mirage. 1 second, it's in front of you, and the next, it vanishes without a trace. Suddenly, a new system notification appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Ding. You have accepted the class quest. Search for the Lost Temple. The red frog sitting on Yi Xiao's shoulder spoke in an arrogant tone. Such a mysterious place. Your second advancement will be tough. But Yi Xiao looked only at the system notification and said, looks like the matter of the second class needs to be planned carefully. Later, as Yi Xiao stepped out of the mansion, the lady waved at him and said, Yi Xiao, when you are done, come find me. Yi Xiao waved back. All right, Layla. The red frog asked from his shoulder, where do we even look for the temple? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. With confidence, Yi Xiao replied, Let's not search for the lost temple yet. There's something more important right now. The frog blinked. Something more important? Xiao explained, if I am not mistaken, tomorrow will be the first strange invasion in Apocalypse. Still confused, the frog asked, strange invasion? Xiao replied calmly, that's right. The gate to another world will open and countless strange creatures will rise from the abyss. By then, all beings in Main City will be massacred, and every building in the city will be destroyed. Hearing that, the frog spoke with panic in his voice. You're not joking, are you? Then shouldn't we run? You think you can protect all your property in the city? Keep dreaming. But our protagonist replied confidently, relying on you alone is surely not enough to deal with these strange creatures. I can't help but think of one person. Then, Xiao opened a portal and called out, Sister Tao, are you there? A girl sat on a chair, relaxing in her room when Xiao appeared out of nowhere. She looked toward him and said, you again, you stinky brat. Every time you look for me, it's never for anything good. She stared at him with an annoyed expression. Did you find another unlucky dragon's nest again? Xiao smiled. Relax, Sister Tao. No dragons this time. It's right here in Finesse City. We won't go anywhere else. She raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Even after hearing that they weren't going anywhere, she turned away from him and said in irritation, in the main city? What danger could there possibly be? You still need me to step in? Want me to beat up the city lord or something? Xiao calmly explained, it's not that serious. I just want to ask if you could guard my property in the West District for one day, starting from midnight tonight. Same pay as always. She stood up and faced him. That's simple. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Xiao chuckled. Come on, Sister Tao. We've been friends for years. She sighed. Fine. I'll show up on time tonight. As Xiao walked away, he called back. Perfect, Sister Tao. Don't be late. At the same time, the frog spoke in a slightly teasing tone. Congrats, you managed to trick someone again. Later, Xiao and his trusty frog walked through the city. Xiao said, what kind of talk is that, Lao Ji? How can you call it a trick? It's all for Sister Tao's own good. You just don't get it. The red frog replied in an annoyed tone, brushing it off. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. Xiao added, I'll use the time left to level up one more time and get fully ready for the strange invasion. At that time, in the world chat, someone posted, Xiao took action and killed another player 5 times in a row at the respawn point, causing their real-life death. Does this terrifying power mean he can do whatever he wants? Then another message appeared. A powerful unknown blatantly violates the law. This is an open challenge to society, a disgrace and a trampling of human life. Another person wrote, real identity verification is urgent. Apocalypse must not be a place where players do whatever they please. Followed by someone else. As players, shouldn't we support identity verification in the game and fully cooperate? In his room, Xiao sat on the sofa reading the chat. Looking at the messages, he said calmly, are they really making noise just to try to expose my identity? Childish. Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Elsewhere in the game world, some players logged in unexpectedly. One of them said, what's going on here? I haven't even fallen asleep, and I'm already in the game. Another replied, another forced entry into the game? Is this like launch day again? A third added, I can't log out. Am I stuck here for 9 hours? What is happening? And someone else muttered, even if I can't log out, as long as the monsters don't enter the starter village, everything should be fine. Better stay inside. Meanwhile, Xiao was sitting outside on a chair, and beside him, Sister Tao stood, yawning. He said to her, Sister Tao, as punctual as ever. She looked around the quiet city and replied, don't tell me you called me just to chat. Or are you just rolling in money? Xiao checked his watch and said without looking at her, don't be impatient, Sister Tao. Soon, all my shops in the West District will be in your hands. She smiled gently and answered, relax. As long as I'm here, not a single stone or tile will be lost. With confidence, Xiao smiled mysteriously. With Sister Tao here, I'm already at ease. Suddenly, lightning struck from the sky. Both of them became alert and looked up. Xiao stayed calm and said, Sister Tao, cast a buff. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she kept staring at the sky. What's this? Above, a crack opened in the sky. From it, a swarm of monsters began pouring into the world. Xiao explained, it's the strange invasion. The creatures looked like demonic beasts. Elsewhere in the city, Panic broke out among the guards. Invasion. There's an invasion. The whole city is under level 1 alert. No one is allowed to leave. Mages to the walls. Evacuate the people. Monsters charged into the city, smashing buildings and attacking civilians. People ran in every direction trying to escape. Back with Xiao, he stood calmly behind his trusted ally. Sister Tao looked at him and asked, "How did you predict this strange invasion? The current level of these creatures doesn't worry me, but if it rises..." Xiao replied with excitement, "Sister Tao, you have to believe in yourself. You are a divine-level sorceress." Right after he spoke, a powerful boss monster appeared in the sky. Sister Tao's eyes widened. "That's a level 100 boss. Lord Class, I fell into your trap again." She looked at him in frustration. "Every time you look for me, it's never for something easy." Xiao responded playfully, "Sister Tao, you said you'd protect every brick and tile of my West District." She answered by launching 5 heavenly lightnings at the boss monster. It collapsed instantly. Xiao said with awe, "Wow." Sister Tao took out a Lord-class boss with just 1 strike. She scowled and said with annoyance, "Do you think I'm some kind of toy?" Suddenly, another Lord-class boss appeared in the distance. Sister Tao looked toward Xiao and said with a bit of panic, "You brat, stop staring and help out." Xiao smiled confidently, "Of course, Sister Tao." Then he summoned his dragon. "Xiao Hui, it's your turn. Let's go." Some distance away from Xiao, chaos erupted along Fungi City's defense walls. A monstrous creature, its hulking form dwarfing the stone barriers, slammed clawed fists against the fortifications with a thunderous roar. Soldiers scrambled while magicians chanted spells, their attacks barely scratching the beast's hide. The city gods stood ready on the battlements, weapons drawn, as a nearby mage shouted urgent orders. "Adi, don't let them get close." Another defender, muscles straining, cried out in desperation, "I can't hold on anymore." The scene shattered as a shadow blotted out the sun. Xiao Hui descended like a wrathful comet. The dragon's fiery breath engulfed the monster in an inferno, reducing it to charred flesh before its massive corpse toppled onto a nearby shop, crushing the structure completely. As system notifications congratulated Xiao on slaying the elite boss, he scowled at his draconic companion. "Xiao Hui, be more careful. Another shop just got destroyed." The dragon rumbled what might have been an apology. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground trembled with approaching footsteps. An entire wave of monsters surged toward the walls. Xiao's eyes gleamed with predatory anticipation. TCH, a whole wave coming. Xiao Hui, strike first. The dragon became a blur of scales and flame, reducing monsters to ash with each sweep of its claws. Notification after notification flashed before Xiao's eyes as experience poured in. Flexing his hand, he grinned. "Just as I thought. Killing bosses is the fastest way to level up." From his perch on a rooftop, Xiao called out to Sister Tao amidst the battle below. "Sister Tao, I'm counting on you to defend the West District. Xiao Hui and I are going to hunt more bosses." The woman spun toward him, face contorted in exasperation as she bisected a monster mid-turn. "You brat, do you think I have 3 heads and 6 arms? I don't care. You better pay me more." Xiao's chuckle carried over the din of battle. "No problem." Some distance away, Xiao and his dragon continued their boss hunt across the war-torn battlefield. As another monster fell to Xiao Hui's flames, a gleaming item dropped at Xiao's feet. He picked it up, turning the ring in his fingers as a system notification popped up. A satisfied grin spread across his face. "Not bad at all," he murmured, pocketing the rare loot. With a casual wave toward the smoking battlefield ahead, he called out, "Xiao Hui, let's go find more bosses." The dragon let out an eager roar, its wings beating powerfully as it soared toward the next cluster of monsters, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Beyond the city walls, pandemonium reigned as civilians fled through monster-infested streets. "Run! Oh no, I don't want to die!" screamed one man as claws tore through his companions. A young girl collapsed, prompting a bloodied swordsman to turn back in horror. "Little sister, wake up! How am I supposed to live without you?" Nearby, Another survivor raised his weapon with desperate resolve. Damn monsters! If I have to, I'll take you down with me. A shield-bearing warrior intercepted a killing blow meant for the group, the impact rattling his bones. Boss, I can't hold on any longer. At the rear, a bespectacled man scanned their surroundings frantically. Look for a way to escape. Those bosses are too strong. We're no match. The shield-bearer glanced back at his trembling comrades, voice raw with urgency. Boss, go. Hurry up. Take Xiao and the others. I can only distract it for 5 seconds. The monster's next strike sent him flying, but even as he tumbled across the dirt, his final shout followed his fleeing friends. Boss, go. Don't worry about me. The glass-wearing man and his team stood frozen, watching in horror as their comrade Storm crumpled to the ground. Storm, are you okay? Storm, wake up! They cried out, their voices cracking with panic. The bespectacled leader stared at the advancing monster with widening eyes, his breath coming in short gasps. His remaining friends scrambled to drag their fallen defender to safety, but the creature was already upon them, its maw gaping wide for the killing strike. There's no hope, the leader whispered, his glasses reflecting the monster's glistening fangs. One of his teammates grabbed his arm desperately. Are we all going to die here? Then, like divine intervention, a torrent of flames engulfed the beast, reducing it to smoldering bones before their eyes. The sudden heat made them stagger back as the monster's corpse collapsed at their feet. The bespectacled man stared dumbfounded at the charred remains. Wow! The boss was defeated in a single strike. His gaze shot upward, where a gleaming green dragon circled overhead, its wings casting ominous shadows across the battlefield. Sweat trickled down the leader's face as he muttered, "Looks like a baby dragon." But his assumption shattered when a majestic creature unleashed a psychic pulse across the battlefield. Every monster in the vicinity turned as one, compelled by some unseen force to charge recklessly at the dragon. What followed wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. Before the horde could even raise their claws, Xiao Hui's fiery breath turned them to ash, their dying screams cut short by the inferno. The group watched the carnage with awestruck expressions. This baby dragon is unbelievably strong, one member breathed. The shield-bearing warrior who'd nearly sacrificed himself earlier managed a weak smile, gazing at their draconic savior through bloodied vision. God, did you hear my prayer? Some distance away, Xiao waved dismissively at the scene. Come on, Xiao Hui. Looks like there are more bosses over there. His casual remark drew the group's attention to his presence. A girl suddenly pointed, her voice trembling with recognition. That's the great Xiao. The others whirled around, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten. It really is the great Xiao, they echoed in reverent tones. Their bespectacled leader scrambled forward. Xiao, wait. The renowned cultivator paused mid-step, turning with visible annoyance. You guys, what is it? Though his tone made it clear he wasn't interested in conversation, the group bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us just now, the leader said sincerely. Another member added with fervent respect. If you ever need anything, Grandmaster, we'll risk our lives to repay this debt. Yi Zhao's lips quirked in amusement. He gestured toward the city with a lazy flick of his wrist. The West District is relatively safer now. If you don't want to keep hunting bosses, you can head there. As the group murmured their thanks, the girl whispered dreamily to her companions. Yi Zhao is so cool. One of her friends chuckled. If I were a woman, I'd definitely have his children. She gave him a deadpan look. You're way too ugly for that. Their leader clapped his hands, snapping them out of their reverie. Okay, enough talking. Pick up the gear and items. We're heading to the West District. Meanwhile, Xiao was already moving toward the next cluster of monsters, watching as Xiao Hui reduced another wave to cinders. Killing these common monsters is just a waste of time, Xiao Hui, he remarked, though the dragon continued its relentless assault, bathing the battlefield in cleansing fire. Yi Zhao's gaze swept across the burning cityscape, flames licking at the night sky like hungry serpents. The acrid scent of smoke stung his nostrils as he tightened his grip on his weapon. "Come on, Xiao Hui," he muttered, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We should head to the city gates. That's the real battlefield of this strange invasion." The dragon gave a rumbling growl of agreement as they turned toward the heart of the inferno. The scene shifted to the smoke-choked streets where the rescued group staggered through the aftermath. The bespectacled leader wiped soot from his glasses, surveying the relatively intact West District. Just like the great Xiao said, "This area is much safer." But the girl beside him wasn't listening. Her wide eyes reflected the dancing flames as sweat traced lines through the grime on her face. "If it's safe here," she whispered, "then why is the great Xiao still fighting outside the city? Could he really be hunting bosses to level up?" Her question hung in the air as she suddenly stiffened, pointing toward a glowing board in the distance. "Look, Xiao leveled up again." The group turned as one, their leader's glasses nearly slipping off his nose when he saw the ranking display. At the very top, Yi Zhao's name blazed brighter than the surrounding fires, the numbers beside it now reading. "W what? 35? The leader stammered, mopping sweat from his brow. Just yesterday, he was level 31. How many bosses did this man slaughter to... A deafening roar from above cut him off mid-sentence. The group barely had time to look up before a meteorite streaked across the sky, its flaming tail painting the smoke crimson. It struck with earth-shaking force somewhere near the main gates, the impact tremor making them all stumble. "What in the..." the girl shrieked, bracing against a collapsing wall. Their leader's glasses reflected the growing fireball as he whispered hoarsely. That came from the direction of the main city gate. Through the billowing smoke, they could just make out the crater's outline. The meteorite had landed squarely amidst the city's central buildings, its ominous glow pulsing like a diseased heartbeat. Xiao stood tall at the main gate of Fengye's central city, his gaze locked onto the ruined landscape before him. The scorched buildings, shattered defenses, and trails of smoke told a single, brutal truth. What had occurred here wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. Just then, a monstrous pressure surged behind him. A massive skeletal figure emerged, towering over the wreckage, cloaked in dread. System alerts flashed, Skeleton King, level unknown. Xiao turned around, narrowing his eyes at the creature's presence. This wasn't just any enemy. He recognized it immediately, a level 100 Lord-class boss. And, judging by its aura, this wasn't going to be a fight he could handle solo. Some distance away, atop the city walls, chaos erupted. A city guard rushed toward a nobleman draped in a decorated mantle, Lord Eider. The guard's panic was evident. The main gate's wall was obliterated. The archer squads were collapsing, healers barely clinging to their roles. They were at their limit. In desperation, the guard pleaded for an order. Should they abandon the front lines? Lord Eider didn't hesitate. He turned to the guard, voice stern and unwavering. He ordered a retreat. The magician beside him acknowledged instantly. But the skies had other plans. A thunderclap tore through the heavens. Lightning cracked downward, illuminating the burning city below with divine fury. Lord Eider froze, eyes wide as he witnessed the energy descend. Sweat rolled down his temples, not from fear but from awe. And then, with a sudden shift in presence, realization dawned upon him. Reinforcements had arrived. Not just any reinforcements, a divine-level expert. His composure flipped into excitement. With renewed spirit, he called out to his warriors to rally. Hope sparked in the inferno. Meanwhile, back near the gate, Zhao's ally, Sister Tao, landed beside him, irritation written all over her face. She had clearly been summoned in a hurry, and the presence of the Lord-class monster explained why. She questioned Zhao's intent. Surely, he didn't plan on taking down that level 100 boss himself? Xiao met her gaze with a teasing grin. Of course he did, but he wasn't going to do it recklessly. He hinted at a plan, one that required her help to get close enough. Tao's expression twisted between disbelief and exasperation. Even she wouldn't dare challenge a creature of that caliber so directly. Yet Xiao, with unshakable confidence, simply smiled back his resolve unwavering. With a resigned sigh, Tao raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A vibrant blue glow wrapped around Xiao's body, surging him with power. She grumbled as she cast the buff, annoyed but supportive. Xiao looked at his hands, now crackling with energy, exactly what he needed. He then turned his eyes toward the Skeleton King. The battlefield was still thick with enemies. It wouldn't matter how strong he was if he couldn't reach the boss. He glanced back at Tao with a challenging look. Wasn't it her job as a divine sorceress to clear the way? Tao didn't even flinch. She lifted her staff and stepped forward. If he had the guts to fight a Lord-class monster head-on, she'd return the favor by blasting the path wide open. With a swift gesture, Sister Tao raised her staff high, and once again, lightning tore down from the heavens. She continued channeling the energy, eyes locked on the towering undead figure as the storm above intensified. Still holding the lightning in place, she turned her head slightly, signaling Xiao to move in. Without hesitation, Xiao launched forward, darting toward the Lord-class monster with determination burning in his eyes. As he dashed through the scorched battlefield, he glanced back for a brief moment, flashing a confident grin. Her support, as always, was unmatched. Suddenly, Lord Eider emerged before Sister Tao, eyes filled with a rare mix of admiration and hope. He acknowledged her contribution with formal gratitude, knowing full well that her intervention had shifted the tide. But she didn't have time for praise. With an irritated expression, she sharply dismissed the pleasantries and barked out orders. He was to lead his forces to defend the north, while she and Xiao handled the front. Lord Eider wasted no time. He accepted her command and immediately turned back to his men, rallying them toward the northern sector. Behind him, one of the city guards pointed urgently toward Xiao, confused and skeptical about the sight of a low-level tamer charging straight toward a boss of this magnitude. Yet the city lord, unfazed, told his troops to focus on the bigger threat. He trusted Lady Dorothy completely, and that meant trusting whoever she chose to fight beside her. With that, he barked out the retreat order, and his men obeyed. A short while later, amidst the burning remnants of the city, Xiao and Sister Tao stood side by side. The monstrous Skeleton King loomed before them, unfazed by the earlier strike. Tao turned toward her young partner, voice sharp, reminding him that the next moment would decide everything. Even the small red frog perched on Xiao's shoulder wasn't holding back its usual sarcasm. The creature gave him a mocking nudge, warning him not to get killed and leave it behind. But Xiao, undeterred, reassured them both. He wasn't planning to die today. This was his moment. With a deep breath, Xiao stepped forward. The Skeleton King raised its massive axe, both hands gripping the weapon as it prepared to obliterate everything in front of it. In response, Sister Tao raised a shimmering shield, her magic forming a barrier just in time to absorb the blow. Sparks and light clashed violently as the weapon struck the magical defense, but she held firm, shouting in frustration at Xiao to move already. Xiao calmly reached into his inventory and pulled out an epic badge, the gleam of power reflecting in his eyes. With unwavering confidence, he raised it up. He was done waiting. As the badge activated, Xiao unleashed its hidden command, Brutal Massacre. A blinding red beam erupted from the badge, slicing through the air like a divine lance. It struck the Skeleton King dead center, and in an instant, the colossal monster was frozen in place. A system notification flashed across Xiao's view, brutal execution, instant death. The massive creature began to tremble. Its skeletal frame cracked, joints loosening, and then, one by one, its bones began collapsing to the ground. It wasn't just defeated, it was annihilated. Xiao stood there, stunned and exhilarated, staring at the crumbling remains of the once invincible boss. A surge of satisfaction filled his chest. He had done it. Even the red frog perched on Xiao's shoulder froze in disbelief. It stared at the crumbling remains of the Skeleton King, utterly stunned. A moment ago, this had been a towering, indomitable Lord-class boss. Now its bones lay scattered like ashes. The frog's expression twisted in shock. Xiao had really taken it down with a single strike. Then came the global tremor. A world announcement echoed across every server and screen. World announcement. Chinese player Yi Xiao has successfully slain a level 100 Lord class boss. First Lord boss kill achieved. Plus 1,000 reputation, plus 200 tribute points. China War Zone, plus 1 ding. Congratulations to player Yi Xiao for reaching level 40. The virtual world erupted. From cities to dungeons, from battlefields to taverns, players everywhere were abuzz with shock and excitement. Confused voices rang out, trying to confirm the impossible. Players demanded to know where the boss had been, how it had been defeated, and, most importantly, who had the power to one-shot a Lord-class enemy. Elsewhere, a group of players, including a young man in glasses whom Xiao had saved earlier, stared at the notification with wide eyes. The realization hit him. Yi Xiao had just left the city moments ago. And now this? His teammates began to murmur excitedly. One was already in awe, calling Xiao a grandmaster and wondering if he accepted disciples. Another, frustrated at the gap in power, half-joked that the game was rigged. Yet another declared boldly that he would start a fan club and be the first member, fully committed to worshipping the great Yi Xiao. Back at the battlefield, the rewards began to drop from the fallen Skeleton King. Glowing items littered the area around its corpse. Xiao knelt down and picked one up, eyes lighting up as he examined the glowing text. Divine Protection Shield grade. Not yet identified. Freezing Stone grade. Not yet identified. Effect. Not yet identified. He smiled to himself. This was exactly what he'd expected. A boss of this level didn't drop ordinary loot. The rewards were on a completely different scale from anything he'd encountered before. He turned toward the red frog still sitting on his shoulder and asked if it had spotted anything valuable. The frog was already staring at a horn-shaped item buried among the drops. It recognized it immediately, an artifact. Xiao reached down, picked it up, and gave the frog a smirk. That sharp eye of its had paid off again. This item was definitely something special. He stood up, satisfied. These rewards weren't just good. They were beyond even what a legendary quest would offer. The invasion had turned into the greatest opportunity he'd ever seized. Just then, the battlefield changed again. All around them, the remaining monsters began retreating, slipping back into the swirling portals from where they came. Townspeople across Fengya shouted in relief and celebration. They had survived. The strange invasion was over. Their city stood. Cries of joy echoed through the streets. The monsters are retreating. We survived. It's over. We won. Victory. Within the governor's mansion, a soldier watched as the city's leader began to stir. As the governor opened his eyes, the soldier rushed to his side, helping him sit up. The governor, still groggy, tried to stand. He was adamant. They couldn't allow those strange creatures to breach Fengya's defenses. But the soldier gently informed him that he was too late. The invasion had ended over an hour ago. The governor froze in disbelief. He had been unconscious all this time. How could it be over so quickly? The soldier explained everything. While the governor lay unconscious, Lord Yi Xiao and Lady Dorothy had intervened, repelling the invasion and saving the city. Repairs were already underway. A look of amazement crossed the governor's face. He hadn't expected such a hero to rise, someone beyond even the already legendary Lady Dorothy. At the city's darkest moment, Yi Xiao had emerged and turned the tide. Without hesitation, he ordered the soldier to make arrangements. He wanted to meet Yi Xiao in person, to thank him face to face for saving Fengya City. The soldier saluted, acknowledged the command, and left the room to carry it out immediately. The next day, our protagonist Yi Xiao arrived at the city lord's mansion, accompanied by his sister Tao. They were warmly greeted by the city lord and the noble lady, Lady Layla. The city lord politely invited Yi Xiao inside. In response, Yi Xiao respectfully thanked him and stepped in. The city lord then extended his hand and, with genuine emotion, expressed his gratitude. He told Yi Xiao that if not for his brave efforts, Fengya City might not have survived the recent disaster. On behalf of all its citizens, he offered his heartfelt thanks. Lady Layla added her praise as well, calling Yi Xiao's actions yet another miracle. Standing behind Yi Xiao, Sister Tao addressed the governor and Lady Layla with humility, saying they were being too kind. She clarified that it was Yi Xiao himself who personally defeated the powerful Lord-level enemy. At that moment, a notification appeared before Yi Xiao. Favorability with Aaron has increased by 20. You have earned the respect and recognition of Fengye City's governor. New title acquired, Friend of Fengye. Yi Xiao glanced at the message and then bowed slightly to the governor, brushing off the praise with modesty. He told Sister Tao she was exaggerating again and that the invasion had just been a strange incident, not worth making a fuss over. Turning back to the governor, Yi Xiao gently suggested that they move on to the real matter at hand. Taking the cue, Sister Tao addressed the governor, saying that if there was nothing further, she would return to the Supreme Temple to handle other affairs. The governor promptly agreed and wished her well, addressing her respectfully as Lady Dorothy. Lady Layla then turned to the governor and asked if there was a particular reason he had called her there. The governor nodded and explained the situation. More than half of Fengye City had been destroyed in the battle. The East District was in ruins, and only the West District still had intact buildings. That's why he wanted to ask if she could provide some properties in that area to help with reconstruction. However, Lady Layla replied that she wasn't in a position to decide that. Then, turning to Xiao, she pointed out that most of the West District's properties were now under his ownership. The governor, a bit surprised and disappointed, said he didn't realize Yi Xiao owned the entire West District, but asked if he might consider transferring some of the property to aid the city. Yi Xiao smiled and calmly said that he didn't mind, so long as the price was fair. At that point, the red toad perched on Yi Xiao's shoulder chimed in with a mocking tone, calling him a brat and teasing him for profiting once again. This time, it's worth noting that I am referring him as a toad rather than a frog, correcting a detail pointed out by a subscriber in my previous video. Returning to the story, the governor, pleased by Yi Xiao's cooperation, told him to name his price, and he would have the Fengye Bank prepare the gold coins immediately. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Yi Xiao responded that since the governor was being so direct, he would keep a few of the larger shops on the corners for himself and transfer the rest of the properties. The governor thanked him sincerely. Just then, Lady Layla stepped forward from behind and addressed the governor. She said there was one more thing she needed his support with. He encouraged her to speak. She explained that the incident in Fengye City had already been reported to the royal family, and Yi Xiao's contributions were witnessed by all the citizens. With that, she gestured toward Yi Xiao and declared her intention to request that the royal family grant him a noble title. Yi Xiao was stunned. In his mind, he thought, another piece of good news? The red toad on his shoulder gave him a side glance and quipped with a smug expression, "Title plate, you're really lucky, huh?" After hearing Lady Layla's suggestion, the governor turned to her and said he had no objections. He fully supported the idea. Layla's eyes lit up with excitement, and she turned to Yi Xiao, asking what he thought of the decision. Meanwhile, the governor quietly observed her expression. Looking at Layla and then at Yi Xiao, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Who would have thought? The noble duchess seems to admire this young man. Could there be something more between them? But he didn't finish the thought aloud. In response, Yi Xiao gently took Lady Layla's hand and kissed it with sincere respect. He thanked her and the governor, genuinely moved. Layla, blushing slightly as she looked at him, softly replied that he had saved Fengye City. This honor was only what he deserved. Watching the two of them, the governor smiled warmly. He remarked that, in truth, it was he who should be thanking Yi Xiao on behalf of all of Fengye City. Sometime later, in the real world, inside an apartment belonging to Yanran, an emotional outburst shattered the quiet. Yanran screamed out, tears in her voice. "Zhou Hong, answer me. Stop joking." She sat on her sofa, eyes locked on her phone screen. Her hands trembled, and her expression was on the verge of breaking. Again, she cried, "If you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad." On the screen was an image showing her current boyfriend, Zhou Hong, along with other players, lying dead in-game. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she shouted, heartbroken and furious. "Zhou Hong, you're useless. I gave you the gear I bought with my entire savings, and you still couldn't defeat one strange monster." Her voice cracked. "What am I supposed to do now?" A wave of panic surged through her. Sweat began to roll down her face. She rubbed her cheeks with trembling fingers, trying to snap herself out of it. Her eyes sharpened with a mix of desperation and clarity. "That's it. I can still look for Yi Xiao," she exclaimed. Gritting her teeth, she continued, "That useless Zhou Hong. I was wrong to trust him. He's the one who led me astray. If it weren't for him, Yi Xiao and I wouldn't be like this now." She finally realized it. "Now I understand. Yi Xiao is the one who's treated me the best in this world. Yes, I can still find him." She stood up from the sofa, her mind set, and began walking briskly. Her voice, firm but emotional, echoed in the apartment. "Yi Xiao loves me deeply. If I just sincerely apologize, I'm sure we can go back to how things were." Her footsteps quickened. "This time, no matter what he wants, I'll give it to him. As long as I lower my head, he's sure to forgive me." Alone and full of urgent longing, she made her way toward Yi Xiao's apartment. "Yi Xiao, I'm coming to you," she whispered to herself. "Wait for me." Sometime later, inside the game world, a large number of players had gathered in the middle of a city, clearly discussing their next move. One of them loudly declared that starting tomorrow, he would find a way to transfer his character to Fiancée City. He believed the other regions had become far too dangerous, and only Yi Xiao could ensure their safety now. Another player quickly agreed and asked if anyone wanted to form a party for the journey, believing it would be safer to travel together. Others were offering to buy city transfer scrolls, even willing to pay high prices, open to negotiation, just to reach Fiancée City. Excitement surged through the crowd as more players ran around, scrambling to buy property in the city. Shouts filled the air, with players bidding higher and higher amounts for available houses, offering thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins. Amid the chaos, Yi Xiao stood quietly, observing the commotion. He couldn't help but wonder why so many people were suddenly flocking to Fiancée City. It puzzled him, but instead of dwelling on it, he decided it wasn't the right time to take on new challenges. He figured he should focus on forging equipment first. With that thought, Yi Xiao made his way back to the blacksmith he had met earlier. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, the blacksmith respectfully asked what brought him back this time. Yi Xiao explained that he needed to forge and identify some equipment. However, the blacksmith regretfully pointed out that his shop had been destroyed and he didn't have the means to help at the moment. Yi Xiao then thought for a moment and told him not to worry. He could lend the blacksmith a forge and an identification device. This surprised the blacksmith, but he followed Yi Xiao without hesitation. When they arrived at a well-kept shop in the West District, Yi Xiao gestured for him to go inside. The blacksmith was stunned and tried to ask about the place, but Yi Xiao simply encouraged him to step in and see for himself. Once inside, the blacksmith was amazed. The forge was top-tier, clean, modern, and fully equipped with high-grade tools and even identification equipment. He commented on how luxurious it was and asked who the owner might be. Yi Xiao calmly explained that the shop belonged to him. He offered to let the blacksmith take over the place under the same profit-sharing arrangement the blacksmith used to have before. Since the shop had been sitting unused and the blacksmith was clearly skilled, it made sense. The blacksmith was overjoyed, deeply moved by Yi Xiao's generosity. Especially in a time when many in his profession had been left unemployed, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, promising to give it his all in return for the opportunity. After settling the blacksmith into the new forge, Yi Xiao pulled out a mysterious item and held it out toward him. He told the blacksmith there was no need for thanks. The important thing now was the work. He then asked if the item could be identified, clearly interested in testing its properties. The blacksmith examined it carefully. He seemed surprised, asking if this was truly an artifact meant for identification. As he took it into his hands, his expression grew more serious and slightly disheartened. Without even looking up, he admitted that even with the most advanced identification tools currently available, he couldn't guarantee a successful result. Yi Xiao, unfazed, simply encouraged him to try anyway. Motivated by Yi Xiao's trust, the blacksmith immediately began working on the process. He was determined to give it his all, doing everything he could to identify the mysterious artifact. However, after some time, the results were disappointing. The blacksmith lowered his head and admitted he had failed. He couldn't even maintain the identification spell. Just as he had feared, the artifact was far too advanced. Yi Xiao asked whether it was really that difficult. The blacksmith responded honestly, explaining that no one had ever successfully identified an artifact of this nature before. He apologized, clearly feeling he had let Yi Xiao down. But Yi Xiao didn't seem bothered at all. With a calm expression, he pulled out a few more items, 3 epic grade ones, and handed them over. He acknowledged the artifact was probably too complex, so it was better to start with something more manageable. The blacksmith immediately shifted back into work mode, replying that identifying epic-grade equipment wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a man was trying to enter the governor's mansion, but the guards stopped him firmly. They told him the governor was far too busy to meet visitors and insisted that he leave immediately. Moments later, Yi Xiao arrived at the mansion and approached the same guards. When he asked if the governor was available, their tone changed instantly. Recognizing him with respect, they informed him that the governor was in his office and invited Yi Xiao to go right in. Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded inside without hesitation. When Yi Xiao entered the governor's mansion and stepped into his office, the governor turned toward him, visibly surprised. He hadn't expected this visit. Curious, he asked Yi Xiao if something urgent had brought him here. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao replied with a serious and determined tone. He got straight to the point. He wanted to search for the long-lost race. The governor raised his eyebrows at that. Turning slightly in his seat, he commented that searching for the lost race was nearly impossible. According to legend, they had vanished over a century ago. It would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But Yi Xiao didn't waver. He acknowledged the difficulty, but insisted that he still had to try. Impressed by his resolve, the governor asked what kind of support Yi Xiao needed from him. Yi Xiao then proposed something bold. He wanted the governor to issue a bounty. Anyone who could find the lost race would receive a massive reward, 5 million gold coins and 3 pieces of dark gold-grade equipment. Hearing the size of the offer, the governor's eyes lit up. It was an extremely generous reward, clearly indicating that this mission held great importance to Yi Xiao. He assured Yi Xiao that he would have the bounty posted right away. Yi Xiao gave him a brief but sincere thank you, and the governor responded warmly, saying there was no need for thanks. It was no trouble at all, especially for someone like Yi Xiao. The following day, an in-game global announcement was broadcasted to all players. As the notice appeared, it created immediate buzz among the players. One player excitedly shouted for everyone to take a look. Yi Xiao had leveled up again. Another chimed in, stunned that Yi Xiao was back to grinding levels. As more players read the update, they became increasingly shocked. News spread quickly that Yi Xiao had managed to pass the incredibly difficult level 40 Abyss trial. One player couldn't help but marvel at the feat, while another tried to rationalize it, saying that now that Yi Xiao had hit level 40, his pace of leveling would probably slow down, at least they hoped so. Meanwhile, deep inside the level 40 Abyss trial ground, Yi Xiao was engaged in a fierce battle against a powerful monster known as the Abyssal Guide. The creature let out a deafening roar and lunged at him with deadly force. But Yi Xiao held firm, raising a glowing golden shield just in time to block the incoming blow. High above the battleground, his loyal dragon companion, Xiao Hui, circled in the air. Without any command, the dragon unleashed a searing blast of flame, engulfing the monster and burning it to ash in moments. The Abyssal Guide let out one final cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Perched on Yi Xiao's shoulder, the Red Toad looked down at the defeated monster and remarked snidely that Yi Xiao would have been toast if not for the powerful shield, something only possible because he had money to afford it. Yi Xiao didn't bother to argue. Instead, he replied with calm confidence, pointing out that ever since Xiao Hui had received the blessing of the Dragon God, the dragon's stats had skyrocketed, making it much more powerful than before. Still airborne, Xiao Hui continued to glide above the battlefield while Yi Xiao bent down and picked up the item dropped by the fallen monster. Examining it, he immediately recognized what it was, another fragment, the fourth one so far. He muttered to himself, wondering just how many of these pieces were needed to complete whatever they were meant for. Just then, a message flashed before his eyes. It was from Aaron, Lord Yihan, asking Yi Xiao to come to his residence immediately. There was news about the lost race. The words hit Yi Xiao like a bolt. He was stunned. Could it really be true? Had there already been a discovery so soon after the bounty was issued? Far away in a distant region of the game world, 3 adventurers sprinted toward a nearby city in a frenzy of excitement. One of them swore that the small figure they had spotted, short in stature, stocky, and with unique facial features, looked exactly like a dwarf. They were convinced they had stumbled across a member of the lost race. The second adventurer practically screamed with joy, realizing what this discovery could mean. If this really was one of the lost race, then the rewards offered by Yi Xiao would change their lives forever. But the third wasn't about to lose the chance. He shouted at the others to back off, insisting he'd seen the dwarf first. They all sprinted faster, each trying to be the first to report to Yi Xiao and claim the bounty of gold and dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, back in Fengye City, Yi Xiao rushed to the governor's mansion. Entering the governor's office, he wasted no time. His expression was serious as he asked if the rumors were true. Had there really been news about the lost race? The governor turned to a heavily armored knight standing nearby and gave a simple instruction. He told him to go ahead and explain everything to Yi Xiao. Sometime later, just outside the governor's mansion, Yi Xiao was seen speaking with the armored knight who had been tasked with delivering the report. The knight greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Lord Yi Xiao, and explained that in the forest just outside Fengye City, he had spotted a group of strange, short-statured individuals. Their proportions and features didn't match any common race. They strongly resembled dwarves, likely remnants of the lost race Yi Xiao was searching for. Yi Xiao raised his hand slightly, gesturing as if to clarify something, then asked the knight if he was absolutely certain that such a group had appeared so close to the city. The idea that the lost race could be hiding right outside Fengye City was almost too convenient. The knight responded with full confidence. He swore he had seen them with his own eyes while hiding in the woods during the recent strange invasion. If not for Yi Xiao's intervention that ended the event, he admitted he might not have survived long enough to bring this news back. Yi Xiao cut him off mid-sentence, not out of rudeness but from urgency. He didn't need flattery. What he needed was action. He ordered the knight to take him to the forest immediately. The two of them quickly made their way outside the city gates, moving at a brisk pace. As they walked, the knight offered to summon additional soldiers to accompany them, concerned about possible danger. But Yi Xiao declined without hesitation, asserting that he could handle it alone. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a group of short, stocky individuals moved cautiously between the trees. Their faces were lined with weariness, and they carried hammers and crude gear. Anyone observing them closely would instantly recognize that they didn't belong to any common player race. They were something different, possibly something ancient. From behind the foliage, 2 players were crouched and spying on the group. One of them whispered eagerly that he needed to capture one of the dwarves alive. If he could bring one back, the reward from Yi Xiao would be massive. His companion quickly proposed they work together. He would claim the gold, and the first player could have the dark gold equipment. But the first player scoffed at the suggestion, teasing his partner to keep dreaming. Greed gleamed in both their eyes. Before they could make a move, however, one of the dwarves noticed them. With alarming speed, the dwarf hurled a hammer through the air. It smashed into a tree behind the players, narrowly missing them but hitting hard enough to send splinters flying and shaving a chunk of HP off both intruders. One of the players laughed arrogantly, remarking that the hammer only dealt about 80 points of damage, barely enough to bother him. He bragged that he could tank that kind of hit all day. But before he could finish his sentence, a second hammer came flying, this one crackling with electricity. It struck both players simultaneously. The impact was instant and brutal. Over 7,000 damage was dealt to each of them in a single blow. They collapsed to the ground in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed. Amidst the chaos unfolding in the forest, another group of players hid cautiously behind a tree, watching the destruction with wide eyes. One of them gasped in disbelief, his voice trembling as he processed what he just saw. Over 87,000 damage dealt in a single hit. It was absurd. His companion, equally shaken, muttered that the dwarves weren't just strong, they were downright broken. Their power didn't seem remotely human. Meanwhile, the dwarves themselves had taken notice of this new group. Their expressions hardened, and a muscular one among them, clearly annoyed, growled about how humans were always troublemakers. Just seeing them, he said, made his blood boil. He turned toward another dwarf, blaming him for choosing a path that crossed through human lands. It was a mistake, he claimed, and he was ready to unleash destruction on them all. Another dwarf, his voice gentler and more reserved, urged the angry one, Dulin, to calm down. But Dulin wasn't finished. His tone grew more aggressive as he declared he had no intention of being treated like a spectacle for human entertainment. If not for the safety of their tribe, he would have already smashed the entire group to pieces. The gentler dwarf, now visibly irritated, cut him off. His voice was firm this time. There was no use escalating things. They had to leave as quickly as possible before things got worse. At that same moment, Xiao and the armored man were sprinting through the forest. The knight ran ahead, glancing back over his shoulder to inform Xiao that the dwarves were just up ahead. Xiao acknowledged with calm determination and urged him to quicken the pace. Back at the treeline, the group of hidden players finally noticed the approaching figures. Recognizing Xiao at once, their tension shifted into anticipation. They whispered excitedly among themselves that the great Xiao had arrived. This, they felt, was going to be something worth watching. Yet, even with their admiration, they couldn't help but remember what had just happened. One of them muttered with unease that Xiao might be strong, but those dwarves? They were monsters. A short while later, Xiao's group slowed their advance. The armored man pointed into the dense woods ahead and reported that the dwarves were just inside. Xiao, completely unshaken by the earlier reports or the dangerous aura ahead, gave a confident nod and declared that they'd go straight in. He wanted to see their strength for himself, up close. As they drew closer to the dwarven group, the armored man beside Xiao glanced nervously at the stout figures ahead. His voice, though calm, carried a warning laced with genuine concern. The dwarves, he explained, were known for their volatile tempers, and worse, their damage output was beyond terrifying. Xiao, however, remained unbothered. His eyes were sharp with confidence, and without hesitation, he told the knight that he knew exactly what he was doing. Then, shifting his gaze forward, he made it clear the knight's job was done. Everything from this point on would be his responsibility. The red toad, still perched arrogantly on Xiao's shoulder, scoffed at his calm approach. He couldn't believe Xiao was seriously planning to walk straight into the dwarf's path without any backup. But Xiao's expression didn't change. The armored man, understanding the command, gave a respectful nod and stepped back, fully trusting Xiao's judgment. Up ahead, the dwarves had already noticed Xiao's approach. One of them growled furiously at the sight, his fists clenching with rage. A human daring to walk this close? He was ready to crush him on the spot. But just before he could act, another dwarf squinted at Xiao with a curious expression. Something about this human felt different, unusual, not unpleasant. Even the first dwarf, still seething moments ago, paused. The more he looked, the more his rage seemed to dissolve. His desire to fight melted into a strange feeling of intrigue. Xiao walked toward them calmly, his hand casually tucked into his pocket. The red toad on his shoulder remained, glancing around with a wary but amused look. One of the dwarves, clearly more sensitive than the rest, stepped forward and closed his eyes as if sensing something beyond sight. His expression slowly shifted into awe. He could smell something powerful, something divine. It wasn't just one artifact, either. There were multiple. The scent was overwhelming. Another dwarf, catching the same scent, gasped softly. It was unmistakable. Several divine artifacts were emanating from Yi Zhao's presence. The energy was rich, ancient, and unbelievably strong. But then, as they focused further, their expressions twisted into something more intense. Beneath the divine aura, there was something else, another presence. One they hadn't felt in what seemed like ages. Familiar, yet distant. Ancient beyond belief. Beads of sweat formed on the dwarves' foreheads as they stared at Yi Xiao, eyes wide with recognition. Then it hit them. One of the dwarves whispered in awe, barely believing the truth he was sensing, the faint, unmistakable scent of a god. A true deity. It wasn't just magical residue. It was divine essence itself. The kind only the most ancient races could recognize. The second dwarf, after a moment of silence, nodded slowly. Now that it was mentioned, he could feel it too. That aura. It belonged to no artifact. It was the aura of a god, something not seen or felt for a very long time. One of the dwarves pulled out a scope and examined Yi Xiao closely. He noticed that Yi Xiao was only level 40, which was relatively low. However, as he scanned further, something unexpected caught his eye. Yi Zhao's mental strength was exceptionally high. It was unusual enough that he called out to another dwarf to come look. Taking the scope from his companion, the second dwarf also analyzed Yi Xiao and was taken aback. He was surprised by how extraordinary Yi Zhao's mental attributes were. To him, it wasn't just a matter of raw stats. It almost seemed like Yi Xiao had been directly guided or blessed by divine power. As Yi Xiao reached the group and stood calmly in front of them, none of the dwarves made any hostile moves. This shocked the nearby players, who had been watching the scene unfold. Many whispered among themselves, wondering why Yi Xiao wasn't being attacked. It was especially strange considering that other players had been assaulted just for getting close. The general feeling was disbelief, while others triggered aggression. Yi Xiao had simply walked in, completely unchallenged. One of the onlookers even commented sarcastically about how impressive it was to witness such privilege in action. Nearby, a group of players had started recording the event, treating it like breaking news. They made casual, joking remarks about how the situation looked from the outside, like a betrayal of expectations or a twist in the story, with even the proud dwarves seemingly bowing to Yi Zhao's influence. One of them added that this encounter alone was sensational enough to make headlines. Back with the dwarves, one of them finally asked Yi Xiao what his purpose was. Yi Xiao introduced himself and explained that he had come seeking their help, not to fight, but for a specific purpose. Hearing this, another dwarf assumed Yi Xiao wanted them to craft a divine-level item, but Yi Xiao clarified that wasn't the case. He told them his true goal was to locate the lost temple. The dwarves became more cautious upon hearing this. They questioned Yi Zhao's intentions, wanting to know why he would be searching for such a significant place. Yi Xiao responded sincerely, explaining that it was tied to a class quest. His character needed to contact a god, and the only known method was through the lost temple. He assured them he had no bad intentions. One of the dwarves seemed intrigued but cautious. He told Yi Xiao that information about the lost temple wasn't something they could share freely. If Yi Xiao wanted their trust, he would need to prove himself as someone honorable and sincere. Yi Xiao accepted this calmly, even with a bit of amusement. He asked what sort of proof they expected from him. The red toad, sitting on his shoulder, made a snide remark, implying that such a test of character wouldn't be easy. Instead of pushing the issue, Yi Xiao smoothly changed the subject. He mentioned that he had a divine artifact with him and asked if the dwarves could appraise it. This caught their interest immediately. They eagerly asked to see the item. Yi Xiao handed it over and explained that his usual blacksmith had failed to identify it. He wanted to know if the dwarves could do better. The dwarves responded with confidence. They dismissed other forgers as amateurs, proudly stating that their own skills were on a much higher level. One of the dwarves took the artifact and studied it carefully. After a moment, he commented that the item didn't appear to be a typical divine artifact forged by normal means. Yi Xiao, curious about this unexpected assessment, asked the dwarf what he meant by that. One of the dwarves picked up the divine artifact and examined it carefully. He remarked that the item showed no signs of being forged. It had no hammering marks or artificial refinements. Instead, he explained that the artifact had likely formed naturally into its divine state after coming into contact with a certain rare element, due to its already high-grade nature. Another dwarf took the artifact to inspect it as well. After a moment of study, he concluded that it appeared to be the horn of the god of destruction. He speculated that it was either severed or had fallen off naturally at some point. Curious and cautious, the dwarves asked Xiao how he had come to possess such a rare divine object. Xiao casually replied that he had obtained it by defeating the boss during the recent bizarre invasion. That revelation shocked the dwarves. The idea that someone had managed to kill a Lord rank boss from the bizarre invasion seemed unbelievable to them. Some even questioned whether Xiao had actually ventured into the divine realm itself. Xiao, however, didn't elaborate further. Instead, he refocused the conversation and asked whether or not the artifact could be appraised properly. The dwarves affirmed that they were capable of appraising it, though they warned him that the cost would be very high. There was uncertainty in their tone, as if they doubted whether Xiao could afford it. Unfazed, Xiao responded with confidence, while the red toad, sitting on his shoulder, asked them directly for the appraisal fee. The dwarf held up 5 fingers, intending to suggest a number. At first, Xiao misunderstood and thought the dwarf meant power, but then the dwarf clarified he meant 500 gold coins. Both Xiao and the toad were stunned by the steep price. To them, it felt outrageous. One of the dwarves, seeing their reaction, tried to bargain a bit. He insisted that even 300 gold coins was the absolute minimum they'd accept, and if Xiao couldn't pay that, he would have to think of alternative solutions. But Xiao wasn't interested in haggling. He simply stated that if the appraisal was successful, he would reward them with 1 million gold coins. That left all the dwarves stunned and speechless. The thought of that much gold seemed unreal to them, an amount that could feed a tribe for generations. To prove he was serious, Xiao threw a bag of 1,000 gold coins down as a deposit. He promised to send even more supplies and food later. The dwarves were overwhelmed. Their excitement bubbled over as they hurried to begin the appraisal immediately. One of them became so eager, he shouted out that they should start at once. Not long after, the appraisal was complete. The lead dwarf proudly announced that they had succeeded. Xiao took the artifact back and studied its new stats with great interest. The results clearly confirmed that the dwarves' appraisal skills were top tier. The artifact's properties were extraordinary, so powerful that even Xiao began to suspect a deeper connection between this artifact and the gods. When the dwarves asked if they could now collect their payment, Xiao reassured them he would honor his promise. He instructed them to pack up and follow him to Windleaf, the human main city, where he would personally make sure they were paid in full. That suggestion surprised the dwarves. None of them had ever set foot in a human capital before. They were visibly excited, even honored. Xiao promised them a feast and mentioned that he had more divine artifacts he would like them to examine or forge. The dwarves, thrilled by the offer, began preparing right away. The idea of entering a grand human city and attending a feast was too enticing to resist. Sometime later, as Xiao and the dwarves walked into Windleaf City, onlookers stopped in their tracks. Players and NPCs alike stared, shocked to see dwarves walking side by side with a human, not as captives or enemies, but as honored guests. The murmurs among the crowd ranged from disbelief to envy. Some joked about how these kinds of powerful connections seemed completely out of reach for ordinary people. Soon, the scene shifted to a lavish dining hall. The dwarves were seated at a long table, enjoying a grand feast. They were deeply impressed by the quality of human food. Many admitted they'd never eaten anything so delicious in their lives. A nearby soldier assured them they could eat as much as they liked and that Xiao would cover all expenses. With the atmosphere now relaxed, Xiao finally brought up his main concern. He turned to Thor, one of the dwarves, and asked if he could now share information about the lost temple. Thor nodded and pulled out a strange device. He explained that it was a temple detector passed down from the dwarf ancestors. The device could sense when they were close to the fire temple, and it would react accordingly. With it, tracking down the temple would be much easier. However, Thor hesitated. He advised Xiao not to pursue it recklessly. When Xiao asked why, Thor gave a serious warning. There was a terrifyingly powerful creature residing near the temple. After learning about the dangers surrounding the fire temple, Xiao asks the dwarf what kind of creature resides inside. Surprisingly, The dwarf admits that no one from their race has ever actually seen it. He explains that a long time ago, their ancestors were guided by the fire god to abandon the temple after a terrifying creature emerged. To trap it, the fire god created an extremely hot area that was impossible for regular people to survive in. Since then, the dwarf race has avoided the fire temple, following ancestral warnings passed down for generations. Xiao listens and reflects seriously. Despite the danger, he says he still has to go. The fire temple is directly linked to his class change, and turning back isn't an option. Hearing Xiao's determination, the dwarf admires his bravery. He says there are two things that might help him survive the journey. When Xiao asks what they are, the dwarf presents two items: a special compass that reacts to the presence of the temple, and a crystal infused with fire spirit energy, called the Fire Spirit King Crystal. As thanks for the feast Xiao provided earlier, the dwarf gives them freely. Xiao inspects both items carefully and is impressed by the quality. They clearly reflect top-tier dwarven craftsmanship. Curious, he asks if there are more items like this he can buy, offering to pay with gold coins. The dwarf sadly shakes his head. There's only one of each, and he doesn't have duplicates. But he does offer a few smaller fire spirit orbs, which have weaker effects but may still prove helpful. Xiao accepts the orbs, but admits that the supplies still won't be enough for what lies ahead. The dwarf tells him that's all he has. Xiao thanks him anyway and tells the dwarves to continue enjoying their food while he figures something out. As he prepares to leave, the red toad on his shoulder asks what he plans to do about the temple. Xiao replies thoughtfully, it's clear he can't face the fire temple alone. For a challenge this dangerous, he needs someone to help. The scene then shifts to Sister Tao. She's admiring a new magic robe in front of her mirror, confident that it enhances her power. She remarks that soon even the powerful elders in the temple won't be able to rival her. But her moment is interrupted when a panicked soldier bursts into the room, struggling to speak. When she demands to know what's going on, Xiao casually steps into her room, confident as always, hands in his pocket, and greets her. When Xiao suddenly appears in Sister Tao's room, she reacts with her usual irritation. She's clearly not surprised to see him, but she already assumes his presence means trouble. With a lazy expression, she leans on her chair, asking mockingly if it's a dragon or another strange boss this time. Xiao tries to act innocent, lightly questioning her assumptions, but she brushes it off, saying he absolutely looks like someone who always ends up in dangerous fights. She cuts to the chase and demands he explain what he's planning. Xiao calmly tells her it's nothing serious. He's just planning to explore the fire temple. Upon hearing this, Sister Tao's tone shifts slightly. She's surprised, even impressed, but also not interested in getting involved. She warns him that messing with gods is risky and sarcastically wishes him luck, clearly not planning to join. He tries to bargain, saying the price is negotiable, but she walks away, insisting that the fire temple isn't just dangerous, it's nearly impossible to find. She believes even if he wanted to go, he wouldn't get far. To change her mind, Xiao casually reveals that he got a special compass from the dwarves, one that can locate the fire temple. Sister Tao doesn't believe him at first, thinking he's just trying to trick her with some random gadget. However, as she takes a closer look and realizes the compass really is of dwarven origin and genuinely linked to divine relics, she starts to get nervous. She says she doesn't want to die over something god-related and demands to know the real reason he wants to go. Xiao keeps it simple. It's for his class change. That answer makes things click for Sister Tao. She now understands why he's so determined. She tells him to give her a week to prepare. But Xiao insists there's no time to wait. He's leaving now, with or without her. If she's not coming, he'll go alone. His determination makes her sweat a bit. She's frustrated that they haven't even discussed what she's getting in return yet. But Xiao casually mentions the countless treasures inside the fire temple, leaving her to think it over, and turns to leave. Realizing she might actually be needed, she reluctantly shouts after him, saying that without her protection, he wouldn't even make it into the temple. 2 days later, the two of them arrived near the temple's suspected location. The harsh heat of the region had clearly taken its toll. Sister Tao complained loudly, questioning whether Xiao had been tricked by the dwarves. She was hot, tired, and clearly regretting the journey. Xiao, also drenched in sweat, checked the compass in his hand. Despite everything, the device was reacting more strongly now than ever before. That meant they were close, very close. Just as he said that, a molten eel monster suddenly emerged in front of them. Without hesitation, Xiao turned to Sister Tao and casually left the creature to her. She groaned, clearly not thrilled at the idea of dealing with another fire monster. Joking that she didn't want to spend the rest of her life eating grilled eel, she activated her magic and froze the creature midair with a powerful ice spell, even throwing in a sarcastic one-liner about cooling it down. However, the eel quickly broke free from the ice. Even worse, more of them started to appear all around. Stunned by the sudden ambush, Sister Tao was taken aback by their numbers. But Xiao wasn't fazed. Instead of panicking, he focused on the compass. The signal was now at its peak. Whatever they were looking for, they were right on top of it. But before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off, her gaze sharpening as she muttered that something fell off. And then, without warning, a massive gate materialized right in front of them. Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This had to be it, the entrance to the fire temple. Even old Hige, the red toad perched on his shoulder, was momentarily stunned, confirming aloud that there was no mistaking it. Sister Tao, equally taken aback, admitted that this was her first time seeing the place as well. But before they could take a step forward, the sky darkened with the sudden appearance of a swarm of molten eels overhead. Realizing the threat, Sister Tao immediately jumped to defend the group, launching spells to hold back the assault. At the same time, Xiao activated his money shield to absorb the incoming damage. Without wasting a second, he turned to old Hige, tightening his grip as he prepared to sprint toward the gate. Urging the toad to hang on, he called out to Sister Tao, asking for a speed buff and cover while he charged forward. With a smirk, she complied, of course not forgetting to remind him, even mid-battle, about her payment. Xiao burst forward, ignoring the fiery strikes pelting him. Flames scorched across his shield, the damage indicators popping up one after another. He was losing health rapidly, even without the fire spirit crystal. The pain was sharp, but he pushed through it, shouting over the roaring flames that not even the gods could stop him now. Old Hige grumbled sarcastically from his shoulder, complaining about getting scorched alive, but Xiao didn't slow down. He kept running, straight into the inferno. Finally, with one last stride, he crossed the threshold. Inside, the atmosphere shifted. The air was stifling, yet eerily still. The ancient temple stood silent and barren, filled with nothing but dust, heat, and mystery. Then, suddenly, a statue before him stirred, its stone eyes locking onto him. It addressed him in a deep, ancient voice, asking for his purpose. Xiao, slightly puzzled, replied that he had come to explore the ruins. The guardian statue let out a low chuckle and declared that if he wished to unlock his full potential, he would need its blessing. After Xiao questioned whether second-class change really required a blessing, the guardian statue responded by asking him to kneel, offer praise, and submit. The red toad on his shoulder found the statue's demand strange and mocked it lightly, while Xiao refused with confidence, wondering why a mere statue would expect him to kneel. The guardian statue became visibly angry and declared that it was a great honor to kneel before Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. As the guardian spoke, the temple began to shake slightly, and it seemed like an attack might come at any moment. Xiao prepared to fight by summoning his divine artifact. But before he could act, his pet dragon, Ashi, unexpectedly exited the pet inventory on its own. Xiao was surprised and told it to return, but the dragon ignored him and immediately launched a fire breath attack at the statue, dealing heavy damage. The statue couldn't withstand the attack and broke apart into several pieces. As it collapsed, the guardian's voice warned Xiao that breaking it could cause a sealed demon to escape and accused him of making a serious mistake. It also said Xiao would pay for his arrogance. Shortly after that, beams of golden energy came down from above and began to strike around Xiao. He tried to avoid them, realizing that the attacks might be from a divine source. It became clear that damaging the statue had triggered a reaction from the gods. The attacks continued, and Xiao understood that things had escalated beyond what he expected. He started questioning whether he could handle the consequences of what had just happened. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the temple, angrily calling out Hephaestus' name and declaring that he deserved to die. Xiao, caught off guard, looked around in confusion, unsure where the voice came from. Right after that, the ground beneath him started to collapse. He fell through the broken floor as the structure shook violently, realizing it was likely an earthquake triggered by the destruction of the statue. While falling, golden beams, possibly divine attacks, continued to strike around him. To defend himself, Xiao quickly activated his money shield. However, each second of defense came at a steep cost. His gold coin balance dropped rapidly. Minus 18,637,291 minus 18,637,301 minus 18,637,311, and so on. In mere moments, he had lost a total of 5,823,742 gold coins before deactivating the shield upon hitting the ground. Still recovering, he slowly got up and looked around to assess where he had landed. What he saw was completely unexpected. A phoenix wrapped in thick chains, radiating an immense aura. Its appearance was imposing and otherworldly. Unlike usual enemies or beasts, all its stats, grade, level, and attribute were unknown, which instantly alerted Xiao to the danger. Recalling what Thor had mentioned earlier about a sealed demon, Xiao realized this phoenix might be the very creature the fire god had imprisoned long ago. It made sense now why the temple had such heavy restrictions. The phoenix, noticing Xiao's presence, questioned whether he had destroyed Hephaestus's statue. Connecting everything that had just happened, Xiao understood there was deep enmity between this phoenix and the fire god. With confidence, he admitted to it. In response, the phoenix warned him to leave as soon as possible. If Hephaestus arrived, things would become much worse. Upon hearing the phoenix's words, Xiao's expression shifted in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Was that figure truly returning? The phoenix didn't hesitate. With a proud and powerful tone, it confirmed Xiao's suspicions. The statue had been broken, its power awakened once more, and soon it would shatter the last of its restraints. And before that moment arrived, that man, without a doubt, would return. As Xiao processed this, he clutched the chain in his hand and questioned the phoenix directly. If this creature had the power to break divine shackles, then why had it been imprisoned here in the first place? The phoenix responded almost immediately, flustered and furious. It shouted about a vile conspiracy, an ambush carried out by Hephaestus, a false god. The attack had come at the worst possible moment, when the phoenix was weak and vulnerable after laying its offspring. That last word caught Xiao's attention. Offspring? Did that mean a phoenix chick existed somewhere? With a surge of hope, he raised his hand confidently, declaring his intent to save the child. But the phoenix, filled with pride and disdain, scoffed at him. It reminded Xiao of his status, calling him a mere human and insisting that no one of his kind could ever tame a creature bearing such a noble bloodline. Unfazed by the insult, Xiao stood his ground. He wasn't here for games or meaningless chatter. Above him, a massive presence made itself known. A dragon appeared in an instant, and Xiao called out to it with purpose. He urged the beast, Ashi, to show the phoenix what it could do. Ashi soared toward the phoenix, and the moment it came into view, the majestic bird recoiled in disbelief. It was stunned. A dragon of such caliber under the control of a human? That was simply beyond comprehension. Sweat rolled down the phoenix's face as it struggled to accept what it was seeing. The idea that the dragon god, an ancient, revered being, would grant his blessing to a human seemed utterly absurd. But Xiao didn't flinch. He summoned his divine artifact without hesitation, eyes locked on the phoenix, demanding once more to know where its offspring was hidden. Seeing Xiao's resolve and the divine power at his disposal, the phoenix finally relented. It seemed to accept that this moment was perhaps dictated by fate itself. With a heavy but calm voice, it told Xiao to go and find the chick. Then, as if guided by destiny, it released one of its feathers, letting it float gently toward Xiao. Catching the feather, Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. The thought that another mythical rank pet was within his reach had him grinning wide. But just then, the red toad nearby snapped him back to reality with a warning. This wouldn't be easy. Xiao wasn't just stepping into danger. He was walking into a literal sea of fire. Looking ahead, Xiao caught sight of the blazing terrain. Panic flashed across his face for a moment as he realized it wasn't just fire, it was magma. Still, determination returned almost instantly. A mythical ranked pet was worth any risk. Even if it meant diving straight into a pool of flames, he was all in. Gripping the feather tightly in front of him, Xiao began his walk into the fire. Beads of sweat poured from his face as the heat intensified. Thankfully, the Fire Spirit King crystal he possessed granted him a 95% resistance to fire. Without it, he admitted to himself, he'd be roasted like a pig by now. He pressed forward, pushing through the searing heat. But he couldn't take it much longer. He called out, desperate to reach the end of this blazing trial before he collapsed. As he moved further in, the feather in his hand began reacting more violently. He knew then he was getting close. With each step, the aura grew stronger. Then finally, just ahead, something caught his eye. There was a large yellow egg, glowing faintly amidst the magma. Xiao's breath caught in his throat as realization dawned. It wasn't just any egg. It was a phoenix egg, and he had finally found it. With a large yellow egg now in front of him, Xiao reached out and tried to lift it with both hands. A grin spread across his face as excitement welled up inside him. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This was a big deal. Still holding the egg, he called out to Old Hull, half-jokingly asking if he knew how to hatch something like this. Then, with a laugh, Xiao teased that maybe he'd just turn it into a fried egg if all else failed. But before he could enjoy the moment, another sudden flash of light burst behind him. A voice pierced through the air, demanding to know who was there. One of the light beams struck Xiao directly, making him cry out in pain as the force surged through him. Still reeling, he clenched his teeth and shouted back furiously, vowing that his business with the fire god was far from over. But before he could gather himself, a blazing hand of fire suddenly materialized in front of him, and the red frog on his shoulder panicked. Urging him to run, the frog's voice was tight with fear. Without hesitation, Xiao took off, dodging as the fire hand lashed out again. He sprinted through the flames, shouting as he ran. Meanwhile, the red frog, still clinging to his shoulder, muttered in exasperation, wondering aloud why Xiao always ended up in deadly places just to steal eggs. Finally, Xiao managed to return to where he had started, egg still firmly in hand. He let out a deep breath of relief, gasping for air. Seeing him actually make it back, the phoenix was stunned. It couldn't believe Xiao had survived the lava and returned in one piece. Xiao, still trying to catch his breath, didn't respond right away. He stood there, chest heaving. The phoenix's expression had changed. It now looked at Xiao with fierce respect. It was hard to believe a mere level 40 mortal had managed to survive the terrifying lava and return holding the phoenix egg. Eventually, Xiao gave a casual reply, brushing off the feet as if it were nothing. Egg stealing? That was child's play to him. It wasn't even his first time. But before the phoenix could respond, another beam of divine light descended from the sky and struck the ground in front of Xiao. A booming voice filled the air, filled with fury and disdain. The divine figure accused Xiao of destroying a sacred statue and touching the forbidden egg, crimes that couldn't be forgiven. It declared that it would personally tear Xiao apart and make him suffer the wrath of a god. Hearing that declaration, the phoenix turned urgently to Xiao. There was no more time. Hephaestus was almost upon them, and once he arrived, there would be no escape. The phoenix pleaded with Xiao to leave immediately. He was to take the phoenix's offspring and run as far as he could. When the chick had grown strong enough, he was to return and make those responsible for all of this pay. Sweating from both heat and tension, Xiao's thoughts raced. Sister Tao wasn't here to back him up. If the fire god showed up, even with his money shield, the cost of surviving would be astronomical. In a quiet voice, almost to himself, Xiao asked the phoenix if there was truly no way to help it break the seal that kept it bound. The phoenix paused, then admitted there was a way, but Xiao was far too weak. Even the strongest of humanity might not be capable of doing what was required. But Xiao wasn't discouraged. Reaching into his pocket with confidence, he encouraged the phoenix to share the details. What if he did have a way? The phoenix finally gestured toward two faint, black aura-filled markings nearby. They shimmered with power and mystery. It explained that these two marks were divine seals. The only way to undo them was to break them at the exact same time. Xiao responded without hesitation, remarking that it didn't sound too difficult. But the phoenix immediately shot down that idea. A mortal had no power to open divine seals. Still calm and collected, Xiao raised his divine artifact, the horn-shaped relic he carried, and asked whether it would be possible with this. The phoenix's eyes widened as it recognized the artifact immediately. It was the horn of the destruction god. The phoenix was stunned that Xiao actually possessed such a powerful divine item. But even with it, the phoenix warned him it still wouldn't be enough. To break both seals simultaneously, 2 divine artifacts were required. As soon as Xiao heard that he would need 2 divine artifacts, he responded without hesitation. He didn't have another artifact, but he wasn't ready to give up. Thinking quickly, he pulled out a glowing stone with a calm, confident expression. What he did have was a cooldown stone. With it, he could activate the power of the destruction god not once, but twice in a row. The phoenix stared at him in disbelief. It couldn't understand how a mortal like him kept pulling out such rare and strange treasures one after another. Each item he revealed seemed more extraordinary than the last. But before they could continue, the air grew tense, thick with divine pressure. A booming, arrogant voice echoed from the heavens, mocking Xiao. It was Hephaestus, the god of fire, who had finally descended. His tone was dripping with scorn as he proclaimed that Xiao should feel honored. To be torn apart by his divine hand would be the greatest moment of any mortal's life. He declared that both Xiao's divine energy and the beast beside him were destined to become his nourishment. Xiao looked up at the sky, determination replacing fear. There was no turning back. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, if he didn't act now, there'd be no stopping this old geezer from succeeding. Without waiting another second, Xiao launched himself toward the ancient seal, landing before the ancient mark glowing with black aura. He raised his artifact and focused his energy. His eyes were full of resolve. Then, with a powerful swing, he shouted out for the divine energy to taste the might of the horn of the destruction god, slamming it directly into the mark. But he wasn't done yet. He immediately brought out the cooldown stone, using it to activate the artifact once more. With another swing, he struck the seal again. A powerful rumble followed. The black aura that had once marked the seal began to vanish, its presence breaking apart under the dual blasts of divine power. Xiao stood tall and proud, defiant as ever. He shouted into the chaos with fiery confidence, proclaiming that he didn't care what kind of god he was facing. It was time to shatter. The phoenix, watching from behind, was wide-eyed with shock. This mortal had actually succeeded in breaking the seal. But just as things seemed to be turning, an enormous shadow loomed behind Xiao. A towering figure with a massive hammer stepped forward, none other than Hephaestus himself. He stared down at Xiao, his voice thunderous as he ordered the human to surrender his life. Xiao looked up, sweat beading on his forehead. The sheer size of the god stunned him. He couldn't stop himself from muttering in disbelief. This guy was way too big. Hephaestus continued, speaking with arrogant confidence. He proclaimed that the mighty god of fire had arrived, and Xiao should kneel in submission. But before Hephaestus could make another move, the air around them shifted. The chains that had bound the phoenix shattered, freed by Xiao's destruction of the divine seal. The majestic creature rose into the sky and flew directly in front of the fire god, cutting him off. Facing Hephaestus head-on, the phoenix shouted with a fierce, righteous fury. It declared that the false god had come at the perfect time. Hephaestus staggered in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The seal was supposed to be unbreakable. How could the phoenix possibly be free? But the phoenix didn't give him time to process. It stared the god down with blazing eyes, filled with wrath and pain. The time had come to make him pay for his sins. This was no longer just a battle. This was justice. The phoenix spread her wings wide, and in a sudden burst, a radiant golden light erupted from her body, flooding the sky with divine brilliance. Xiao, now hiding behind a crumbling stone pillar, peeked out just long enough to catch the intensity of the clash. His eyes widened as he watched the divine powers collide. Cold sweat ran down his face. This fight wasn't one he had any business being part of. Without hesitation, He turned to Old Hull and whispered urgently. This was way above their pay grade. They needed to hide. Now, despite the Phoenix's fearsome presence, the god didn't back down. He raised his massive hammer high into the air and stared the Phoenix down with cold arrogance. His voice thundered as he reminded her that she had been sealed away for years, her origin drained. He doubted she had much power left in her, but the Phoenix wasn't fazed. With her wings spread and flames surging, she charged straight at him, shouting that he'd pay in blood for his despicable crimes. As Hephaestus swung his hammer down in a devastating blow, the Phoenix swiftly dodged it. The attack missed her, but the impact alone was enough to send Xiao flying backward through the air. Spinning uncontrollably, Xiao yelled out in shock. The sheer force had overwhelmed him. This god's strength was on another level. Still, he managed to steady himself mid-air. With a deep breath, he quickly activated his money shield, desperate to protect himself from another blow. Meanwhile, the Phoenix launched her own attack. Her strike landed squarely against the god's arm. The moment her flames clashed with his hammer, it shattered instantly. Hephaestus stumbled back, wide-eyed, stunned to see his weapon destroyed. Without giving him a moment to recover, the Phoenix lunged forward again, declaring that she'd let him feel what it was like to be melted alive. Hephaestus growled in fury. He called her a traitor, accusing her of defying a god's will. But the Phoenix wasn't backing down. With flames raging around her and her eyes burning with wrath, she roared that he didn't deserve the title of god. In her eyes, he was unworthy of such power. Then came the final strike. With one swift, blinding attack, she pierced through him. The god let out a pained scream as his body was torn apart in midair. As he collapsed to the ground, broken and defeated, his last words were filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept what had just happened. Xiao, still hiding behind a pillar and watching the entire battle unfold, was drenched in sweat. His voice trembled with shock and awe. Was the Phoenix really this terrifying? She had just ripped apart the fire god like it was nothing. Even the red toad perched on his shoulder was in full panic mode. He reminded Xiao, nervously, that they had just stolen this Phoenix's offspring. Wouldn't she be furious enough to snap him in half too? Hovering above the lifeless body of Hephaestus, the Phoenix spread her wings wide. Her voice echoed with divine energy. With the blood of God, she would now be reborn from the flames. Xiao, still shaken, gently placed the egg on the ground. He raised both hands, slowly and nervously addressed the Phoenix. He tried to explain that this was all a misunderstanding and that he was perfectly willing to return the egg. The Phoenix turned to him, confused at first. A misunderstanding? What was he talking about? She laughed softly and told him that he had nothing to worry about. Instead of anger, she owed him thanks. Then, without warning, she extended her hand and handed Xiao 2 glowing drops of divine blood. He stared at the droplets in amazement. What was this? As he took them into his hands and examined them closely, a system notification materialized in front of him. Blood of a divine spirit. Grade, unknown. Description: the powerful god of craftsmanship and fire, Hephaestus, has existed on the lost continent for tens of thousands of years. His blood flows with divinity. But who could possibly obtain the blood of a god? Zhao's hands trembled slightly as he held the divine liquid. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The blood of a god? A huge grin spread across his face. Laughing to himself, he turned to the red toad and cracked a joke, showing absolutely no shame about keeping the treasure. The toad, looking thoroughly annoyed, snapped back at him, saying he really was shameless. But the Phoenix quickly brought the focus back. She explained that the divine blood wasn't just a reward, it was necessary. It would help Xiao hatch her offspring. Xiao pointed at himself in surprise. Wait, he was supposed to hatch the egg? The Phoenix nodded firmly. Her chick had yet to emerge from its shell, and now it was up to Xiao to find a way to bring it into the world. As Knight Xiao held the blood drop in his hand, a notification appeared describing the item, blood of a divine spirit. It was the blood of Hephaestus, the powerful god of craftsmanship and fire, said to have existed on the lost continent for tens of thousands of years. The description hinted at its overwhelming divinity. raising the question of how anyone could possess a god's blood. Xiao, noticing this, responded with a light-hearted grin, clearly impressed and amused by the unexpected find. Just then, the red toad, standing nearby, reacted with a mocking expression, clearly unimpressed by Xiao's excitement. Before their exchange could continue, the phoenix suddenly interjected. She clarified that the divine blood wasn't just a treasure, it had a purpose. It was meant to help hatch her offspring. Xiao looked puzzled. He pointed to himself, questioning why he was the one chosen for such a task. The phoenix explained further. Her child, still unhatched, needed a way to awaken, and Xiao had to find a method. The situation triggered a change in his class. Now, he had become someone capable of taming divine beasts. As she flew upward, the phoenix expressed her gratitude for his help in breaking the seal. But time was short. She warned that the place was collapsing, and word of Hephaestus's fall would soon spread. Before leaving, she reminded him once more of his responsibility toward her child. She then told him they had to leave immediately. Xiao, still dazed, protested he hadn't collected the loot yet. But the temple had already begun to crumble, stones falling from the ceiling. The phoenix brushed off his concern, calling the remnants nothing but broken junk. Despite her dismissal, Zhao's attention locked onto a particular artifact. To him, this was no ordinary debris, it was a drop from the fire god. Leaving it behind felt wasteful. He reached out and picked it up. Another notification appeared. It was Hephaestus's divine staff, damaged but still powerful. The stats showed a significant boost to spirit and fire-based skills, though many of its abilities were currently inaccessible due to the damage. Xiao smiled as he examined the staff. Even in its broken state, it was epic grade. With full repairs, it might even reach divine artifact level. Just then, the phoenix activated a magic circle in front of him, insisting once more that they needed to escape. The entire structure was coming down fast. Xiao, glancing nervously at the collapsing temple and the activated circle, quickly agreed. He muttered to himself about losing only a clone and hurried toward the portal. Far above, in the heavenly realm, lightning danced across the sky. Statues of gods stood tall, radiating presence as if they were alive. One of them commented quietly about a clone and the loss associated with it. Another responded, reminding Hephaestus not to make such a fuss. It was only a clone, after all. Hephaestus looked down at his hand after hearing the others. Calmly, he acknowledged that what had been destroyed was the clone assigned to guard the Lin-dead divine phoenix. From what he could sense, that world had already collapsed. One of the other god statues responded with concern. The Lin-dead divine phoenix was crucial to their plans. They had sacrificed their divinity to seal it away, and now that world was gone? Another god joined in, pressing Hephaestus for an explanation. His tone was sharper, impatient. Then another statue, clearly angrier than the rest, accused Hephaestus of incompetence and even called for his death. The tension built until one of the god statues finally stepped in to stop the argument. He reminded the group that after so many years of extracting origin power, they had gathered enough. Now, the focus should be on identifying the root of the problem. The rest of the statues fell silent and nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, outside the fire temple, Sister Tao stood by the entrance, waiting. Beads of sweat rolled down her face as she glanced at the crumbling structure in front of her. She began to wonder if that brat had died inside. Then suddenly, Xiao appeared in the sky alongside the phoenix. She was startled to see him, shocked that he was still alive. As Xiao descended and landed in front of her, she couldn't help but blurt out her disbelief. Xiao, full of energy, responded teasingly, asking why she sounded so eager for him to be dead. Before she could answer, her attention shifted to the phoenix beside him. She was stunned. It wasn't just any creature, it was a high-level divine being. Her expression turned even more serious as she realized what Xiao had gotten involved with. At that moment, the phoenix spread its wings and released a warm aura across the area. It then took off into the sky, leaving behind a parting message to Xiao, telling him to take care of her offspring and that they would meet again. Xiao acknowledged the message casually. Sister Tao, still overwhelmed, tried to take it all in. She pointed out that not only had he survived, but he had also come out carrying a phoenix egg. She guessed aloud that he must be blessed with unbelievable ancestral luck. Xiao replied confidently, saying that maybe one of his biggest strengths was simply being hard to kill. Without wasting time, Sister Tao pressed him about what else he had picked up. She wanted to see more of the treasures he'd brought out. Xiao happily revealed a drop of divine blood, holding it up proudly. The moment Sister Tao laid eyes on it, her expression changed again. She immediately recognized it for what it was, blood of a god, and was stunned. Xiao, examining the blood, realized something incredible. It held real divinity, and both of his classes had advanced because of it. Above them, the red toad hovered in the air, congratulating Xiao. Since Xiao's God of Fortune class had advanced, the red toad, his companion, had also been upgraded. As Xiao checked the notification in front of him, he noted how powerful the class skills had become. One particular skill, Rolling in Riches, granted him a 2% daily increase in gold. He joked to himself that even someone like Warren Buffett would be jealous of that. The red toad couldn't contain himself after reading the skill details. He shouted about how overpowered it was. Xiao then brought up another talent, Infinite Beast Taming. With it, even a Lord rank beast could evolve into a mythical rank once it hit peak cultivation. It was clear he was proud of his newly strengthened potential. Sister Tao, watching all this, admitted that hidden classes really were frighteningly powerful. She even confessed a bit of envy. Soon after, Xiao placed the phoenix egg onto the magma surface. As he watched closely, the egg seemed to twitch slightly. He questioned whether he had imagined it, but it looked like the phoenix inside was beginning to hatch. He gently placed a hand on the egg. For what he could tell, it would hatch in 72 hours. He figured the enhanced divinity from his class advancement was what triggered the change in the egg. With that, he decided to wait. It was time to head home. Sister Tao looked over at him and asked if he was leaving already. She wondered if he wanted to explore the area more. Xiao didn't hesitate. He had no plans of returning to this place. Sister Tao, slightly disappointed, brought up her commission. Xiao reassured her without hesitation. That was a small matter, and he'd take care of it. Later, in Windleaf Main City, inside a building, someone suddenly shouted, telling others to leave and threatening violence if they returned. As the protagonist entered the building, he paused, raising an eyebrow at the noise. He looked toward the source of the commotion and, to his surprise, recognized the man shouting. It was none other than the city lord himself. At the same time, Sister Tao glanced at the person being scolded and recognized him too, Aaron. The city lord noticed the protagonist and greeted him casually, acknowledging his return. Still confused, the protagonist scratched his head and looked at the city lord's unusual outfit, asking what exactly he was wearing and what was going on. Before the city lord could respond, a soldier nearby stepped in, clearly nervous and sweating. He motioned the protagonist over and began explaining the situation. According to him, ever since the dwarves had settled in the city lord had been doing everything possible to get them involved in rebuilding the main city. However, the dwarves had proven extremely difficult to communicate with and completely ignored all attempts made by the city lord. Still puzzled, the protagonist asked how that connected to the strange clothes the city lord was wearing. The soldier explained that, out of desperation, the city lord tried to appeal to the dwarves' preferences. After hearing they had a particular fondness for rice, the city lord decided to dress up accordingly, hoping it would gain their favor. The protagonist, stunned by the logic, could barely process what he was hearing. Holding his face in disbelief, he questioned how anyone could come to such a bizarre conclusion. After a moment, he calmly turned to the soldier and instructed him to tell the city lord to change his outfit. He would personally handle the situation with the dwarves. Relieved, the soldier quickly agreed and left to deliver the message. As the protagonist walked toward the dwarves' location, he muttered about how stubborn they were. Suddenly, one of the dwarves, gripping someone by the collar, shouted in frustration, warning him not to come back or else face a beating, even if he was a friend of Xiao. Hearing this, the protagonist called out from behind, calmly revealing his identity. The dwarf, Thor, turned around in surprise. Seeing Xiao back so soon, He immediately asked if the fire temple had been found. The protagonist confidently replied that not only had he found it, but he had also entered it. Thor's expression lit up, and he eagerly asked if they could return to the temple together. However, the protagonist shook his head and explained that returning wasn't an option. When Thor asked why, the protagonist pulled out the divine artifact he had retrieved and showed it to him, revealing the fire god's divine staff. The temple had collapsed, and this was all that remained. Thor was visibly shaken. Seeing the staff, he immediately recognized its significance. The other dwarves, upon witnessing it, fell to their knees. To them, the one holding the staff was the chosen emissary of the fire god. With utmost sincerity, they begged Xiao to guide them as their emissary and to lead the dwarf race forward. Accepting the role, Xiao instructed them to stay in Windleaf Main City and assist in its reconstruction. The dwarves pledged their full support without hesitation. Thor, reaffirming their loyalty, said he would go and inform the rest of the clan immediately. Before he left, Xiao turned to him with a final request. He had a few more pieces of equipment that needed forging. After hearing the emissary's reassurance, the dwarf responded confidently, saying that any number of pieces would be fine. The emissary simply chuckled and reminded him not to joke about the gods, even if jokes were otherwise acceptable. With that, he gave the signal to proceed. The scene then shifted to Windleaf City, where the city lord stood in front of a mirror admiring his reflection. He had dressed himself in an outfit styled to resemble a flatbread, wondering aloud if this unusual appearance might help him win favor with the dwarves. Just then, a soldier rushed in behind him and urgently announced that the dwarf Thor had already departed with Lord Xiao. Shocked, the city lord immediately asked where they had gone. The soldier pointed out that the dwarves were on their way to help rebuild the main city. Elated by the news, the city lord assumed his efforts must have touched their hearts. However, the soldier hesitantly clarified that it was actually Lord Xiao who had persuaded the dwarves. The city lord was stunned to hear this, especially after trying fruitlessly for days. In disbelief, he questioned how Xiao had managed to convince them so quickly. The soldier, unsure of the details, reported that Xiao had only exchanged a few words with Thor, and Thor had agreed without hesitation. There didn't seem to be anything particularly special about the interaction. As the city lord turned to leave, the soldier asked where he was going. The city lord muttered a self-deprecating remark about joining a circus, clearly feeling defeated. Sometime later, at the Duke's Manor, a discussion was taking place. One of the nobles commented that Xiao seemed a bit too arrogant. Lady Layla, the host, was in the middle of speaking with several noble envoys. One of them reminded her that they were royal envoys sent to Windleaf City under the direct orders of Prince Karami, and they couldn't proceed with the official title bestowal without meeting Xiao. Layla immediately recognized that they were trying to use Prince Karami's name to pressure her. The envoy, taking a more aggressive tone, pointed out that Prince Karami had long been infatuated with her and suggested that a private meeting between her and the prince might resolve the issue. Unimpressed, Layla dismissed the idea and told the envoy to give up on such thoughts. The envoy, clearly frustrated, said that her attitude was putting him in a difficult position. At that exact moment, Xiao arrived and overheard the conversation. Without hesitation, he interrupted, voicing his displeasure at what was going on. Xiao returned, and Layla acknowledged his arrival with a calm expression. She welcomed him back, and Xiao responded casually. Their exchange was light, indicating familiarity and mutual respect. An envoy, clearly arrogant, stepped forward to confront Xiao. He mocked him for showing up late and criticized his appearance, implying that he was unimpressive and cowardly. He also compared him unfavorably to a certain Prince Karami. Layla immediately defended Xiao, firmly scolding the envoy for speaking so rudely, reminding him that Xiao was the hero who had saved Windleaf City. Xiao, however, stopped her from continuing and casually mentioned that he was in a good mood and felt like killing someone for amusement. The envoy reacted with disbelief and threatened him, questioning if Xiao understood the consequences of such talk and asking if he knew who he was dealing with. Ignoring the threat, Xiao walked up and punched the envoy directly in the face, knocking him down without hesitation. He then looked around and asked if anyone else had any objections. The other envoys quickly panicked and distanced themselves from their fallen comrade. They changed their stance immediately, saying that the envoy had brought it on himself by being disrespectful, and they praised Yi Xiao's decisive action. With that settled, Yi Xiao asked who among them was actually in charge and whether the issue of his noble title could be resolved. One of the envoys, who turned out to be the deputy, stepped forward and assured him that there would be no problem. The title would be granted, and the relevant procedures for territory allocation would be completed without delay. Yi Xiao looked at Layla, satisfied with how easily the matter was resolved once they became cooperative. Layla smiled in return, clearly used to his methods. Meanwhile, across the game world, players noticed a major development. Yi Xiao's promotion to nobility and the unlocking of the fief system caught everyone's attention. The increase in available playtime, both for his country's players and those in Wind Leaf City, was especially well received. Many players were impressed and expressed awe at how quickly Yi Xiao had risen through the ranks. They acknowledged that his achievements were far beyond what regular players could reach. Some began discussing how to take advantage of the extended game time to grow stronger. Others expressed a desire to join Yi Xiao's faction, now that he had territory and the ability to form a power base. Jokingly or seriously, some players went to extreme lengths to declare their willingness to follow him, showing how much his influence had grown. Inside the mansion, Lady Layla looked at Yi Xiao with a gentle smile. She acknowledged his achievement in persuading the dwarves to settle in the main city. As a result of this move, the value of his shops had skyrocketed, and now many people were lining up, offering huge sums of money to acquire them. She asked if he wanted to meet these potential buyers. Yi Xiao casually agreed, reasoning that if gold coins were coming straight to his door, there was no reason to turn them away. Meanwhile, the red toad perched on Yi Xiao's shoulder couldn't help but mockingly comment on how Yi Xiao was once again about to make a fortune, clearly pleased with having chosen to follow him. A short while later, when Yi Xiao stepped out of the mansion, he was greeted by a large crowd of eager buyers gathered outside. One man declared he had already prepared 40 million gold coins and was ready to trade immediately, reminding Yi Xiao of the shops previously promised. Others shouted over each other, trying to get his attention, one claiming to have 90 million gold coins, and another pushing to the front, stating he had reached his personal goal and needed to speak first. Yi Xiao responded with a calm smile, assuring them that he was open to selling the shops, but hinted that there was one condition. The crowd instantly grew quiet, and one of them urged him to name any price or terms he had in mind. With confidence, Yi Xiao simply told them they needed to increase their offers. This declaration left everyone stunned for a moment, but it quickly turned into a frenzy. One person blurted out that they didn't care how much more it would cost and was ready to buy it all, even offering a deposit on the spot. The rest quickly followed, shouting over one another, insisting they'd pay any price, some even offering to sell their own homes to raise enough funds. Each person tried to get their deposit into Yi Xiao's hands first, hoping to secure a deal before anyone else. At that moment, a system effect related to Yi Xiao's skill activated, causing his gold income to spike rapidly. Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel amused and satisfied, thinking to himself how easy it was to profit like this, and reassured that there would be plenty of wealth to go around. Later, back in the real world, Yi Xiao glanced at his phone and confirmed that the news of the dwarves' relocation to Wine Leaf City had already gone public. However, what caught his attention even more was the presence of foreigners, something he hadn't expected. As the protagonist glanced at the news on his phone, he realized that a world announcement had just been triggered. Almost immediately, a large number of people had rushed toward Jiang City. He noted how swift and organized they were in their response. Walking over to his window, he stared outside and sensed that this incoming group was targeting him specifically. However, they had no idea what was truly coming. Something significant was set to unfold that very night. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the streets of the city. Chaos had erupted among the townspeople. Many were in a state of confusion and panic. Some had just been fighting monsters moments ago and were suddenly forced out of the game. Others felt an unfamiliar power coursing through them, unsure of what was happening. The protagonist examined his interface and understood immediately This was the moment when the virtual world and reality were beginning to merge. A new option appeared, giving him the ability to extract a skill. Without hesitation, he chose to extract Money's shield. The energy from the skill surged through him, and he felt its effects physically. Confidently, he confirmed what he already knew. Players who had reached level 10 and above could now extract one skill. The attributes from the game were now part of the real world. Pumped with energy, he threw a punch into the air, already thinking about the next set of stats he would need to configure. After just a moment's thought, he leapt out of his window, landing directly onto the street. For him, the true battle had just begun. Around him, panic spread even more rapidly. People yelled to each other, questioning whether the apocalypse had officially arrived. Some wondered aloud if the strange monsters from the game would now appear in the real world too. Amidst the confusion, a man declared that he had lived long enough and that he didn't care if the world was destroyed. He laughed as he thought about choosing a sneaky skill and taking revenge on his boss at work the next day. Another person was feeling a sudden rush of strength through his muscles. Flexing proudly, he exclaimed that he now had the power to take down a cow with a single punch. Down the street, a delivery man was speeding at incredible pace. Energized by his newfound ability, he joked that if he had wings, he could fly on the spot. He was already making plans to break all records by delivering over 1,000 orders in a single day. One man held a flame in his hand, visibly excited about his newfound ability. With a smug expression, he marveled at how he wouldn't need a lighter to smoke anymore. Nearby, another man had just made himself invisible. Taking full advantage of his power, he chuckled to himself about sneaking into the women's bathhouse without being noticed. The scene then shifted to the Yi Group Villa District, where the protagonist arrived and stood confidently in front of the door, confirming to himself that he had reached the right place. Suddenly, a group of men ambushed him. One of them, clearly expecting a victim, smirked and remarked how someone had finally taken the bait. They were hoping to make a fortune off him. Another member of the group, wielding a knife, stepped forward arrogantly and demanded that the protagonist hand over all his valuables. He threatened violence, making it clear that he would break the protagonist's legs if he refused. Among them was a yellow-haired youth who tried to intimidate the protagonist by boasting about his companion's strength. He claimed that his friend was an 11th level master in the Apocalypse game, implying that the protagonist would be foolish to resist. Unbothered by their threats, the protagonist calmly placed his hand in his pocket and sighed at how the world was still full of fools. His indifference enraged one of the thugs, who began shouting angrily, but before he could finish, the protagonist grabbed his throat with swift precision. The yellow-haired youth was stunned by this sudden move and broke into a cold sweat. In a panic, he lashed out, cursing the protagonist and trying to attack. But before he could get close, the protagonist landed a powerful kick, easily taking him down. A short while later, the protagonist stood over the defeated group, rubbing his hand nonchalantly. He looked at them with clear disappointment, remarking to himself how weak they were and questioning why such people even dared to commit robbery. Inside the villa, a party was in full swing. Many people had gathered to celebrate, cheering and urging each other to get wild. Some were excitedly talking among themselves, calling the event a historic moment worth remembering. A man in a black suit proudly commented that the Yi Group's heavy investment in the Apocalypse game had finally paid off. Just then, the protagonist opened the door and stepped inside, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Startled, they all turned to look at the uninvited guest and demanded to know who he was. Walking in confidently while wearing a mask, the protagonist scanned the room and noted that most of the people he was looking for were already there, except for a few older figures. He was pleased. This would save him time and effort. One of the men in the group glared at the masked intruder and questioned where he came from, furious that someone would dare cause trouble at their gathering. This man was Yi Lin, the designated future heir of the Yi Group. He noticed the mask and ridiculed the protagonist, mocking him with a childish reference. In response, the protagonist simply removed the mask and revealed his face. His voice alone was enough to catch Yi Lin off guard. It was someone he should have recognized instantly. As the guests processed what they were seeing, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Whispers broke out. They couldn't believe it. The man standing before them was Xiao. The confusion turned to disbelief as they recalled that Xiao had been in a serious car accident. Many of them remembered that if it weren't for that incident, his position in the group would have been completely different. Upon hearing the sound at the door, Lin turned to see the protagonist and immediately put on an arrogant expression. He sneered at the sight and made a sarcastic remark, questioning why the protagonist had come to his house. He assumed the protagonist, who had once been associated with Liu, was now penniless and had come seeking charity, offering to give him a little money like a benevolent older brother. Unfazed, the protagonist maintained a calm, straight-faced demeanor and firmly stated that he had come to clarify a matter. He asked Lin directly whether the car accident that had killed his parents 10 years ago had any connection to him. Lin, still smirking, responded mockingly. He ridiculed the protagonist for waiting so long to ask such a question. But then, as if deciding to indulge him, he began to admit something. Just then, one of Lin's subordinates stepped forward in a panic, trying to stop him from speaking any further. The man warned Lin that he was drunk and shouldn't say anything reckless. Without hesitation, the protagonist struck the subordinate directly in the head. The blow was so powerful that the man died instantly. The room fell silent as the protagonist coldly turned his gaze back to Lin, warning him not to interrupt while he was speaking. He then glanced down at the body on the ground and casually brushed off his hand, turning back to Lin with a chilling glare. With a voice filled with quiet menace, he demanded the full truth, every detail, no matter how small, and hinted that if Lin cooperated, he might at least be granted a quicker death. Everyone present was stunned. Fear washed over them as they realized the man had killed someone with a mere punch, or rather, just a single movement. Whispers spread through the crowd, their faces drenched in cold sweat. One of the onlookers, barely able to speak from shock, wondered if the man standing before them could truly be Xiao, the fearsome figure from the apocalypse. The protagonist heard the whisper and looked toward the speaker, acknowledging the thought with a sharp glance. He remarked that the man wasn't entirely foolish for recognizing him, but Lin remained defiant. He laughed mockingly, scoffing at the idea that the protagonist could be the Xiao. He dismissed the possibility outright, claiming that just because someone shared the name didn't mean they were the same person. With bold confidence, Lin stepped right up to the protagonist and declared that it was he who had tampered with the car 10 years ago. Then, with a smirk and cruel humor, he mimicked the sound of the explosion from the crash, mocking the tragedy and laughing at the fact that the protagonist had somehow survived it. His taunts were filled with contempt and amusement. In response, the protagonist's eyes began to glow red with fury as he glared at Lin. He called him a true monster, consumed by cruelty. Lin only laughed harder, brushing off the insult and asking what of it. With deadly calm, the protagonist declared that today, Lin would finally join the parents he had murdered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin suddenly pointed at the protagonist and shouted a command to everyone in the room. He promised a dark gold piece of equipment as a reward to whoever could kill the man. He then turned to the rest of the people in the building, urging them to attack. But all he saw in return were faces pale with fear, frozen in place, unable to make a move. Hearing Xiao speak with an arrogant tone, he mocked Lin, asking if he dared to make a move. Without hesitation, Xiao suddenly broke one of Lin's fingers, twisting his arm backward tightly. He told Lin not to worry, because he wouldn't die so quickly, his bones would be broken one by one. In pain and disbelief, Lin screamed, asking what Xiao had just said, before his cries turned into agonized shouts. But Xiao pinned him to the ground and stepped on one of his arms. Lin screamed again, saying his arm was broken and begging that he couldn't be killed. Xiao, however, declared that this was far from enough. He called Lin a beast and demanded that he go down and apologize to them himself. Terrified, Lin looked at him and stammered, saying that Xiao couldn't possibly mean it. But before he could say more, Xiao suddenly smashed Lin's head. The sight left everyone inside the mansion in shock. They exclaimed that it was too terrifying and wondered aloud if the future of the Yi group was gone just like that. Some shouted that it was a good kill, calling Lin an animal worse than a pig or dog. Others recalled how Uncle Yi was such a good person, you had been killed by this beast. Many admitted that they had disliked Yi Lin for a long time and would have been the first to avenge Uncle and Annie had they known the truth back then. Their voices rose together, condemning him as deranged, someone who repaid kindness with enmity, and swearing that they had been wrong about him all along. But Yi Xiao turned toward them with anger and shouted for them to stop pretending. He declared that none of them would escape. As he attacked the people inside, he roared that all of them would die. Panic spread instantly. The crowd screamed that it had nothing to do with them, insisting Yi Lin was the one behind everything. They begged him not to kill them, crying out that Yi Lin was already dead and asking what more he wanted. Their screams for help filled the mansion, mixed with cries of murder and pain. Sometime later, when Yi Xiao had finished his vengeance, he walked out of the blood-soaked mansion, his body drenched in the blood of those he had killed. Speaking to himself, he declared that the vengeance for what had happened 10 years ago, spanning 2 lifetimes, had finally been achieved. The scene then shifted to another place, where a boy examined his new power. Looking at his hand, he laughed excitedly, saying that the power was incredible and that he was beginning to love the apocalypse. Another man beside him joined in, turning to their boss and saying that with their current stats, they could easily take on an entire armed company. Their boss, however, remained cautious. With confidence, but also warning in his tone, he told them not to celebrate too soon. Yi Xiao was already level 40, and he was very strong as well. Hearing this, the yellow-haired boy testing his power dismissed the concern. He asked what there was to be afraid of, saying that since there were 5 of them against just Yi Xiao, defeating him would be a piece of cake. Another one in the group supported the yellow-haired boy, agreeing with him and declaring that he would beat Yi Xiao until he knelt down and begged for mercy. But suddenly, a loud explosion shook the place as the wall burst apart, and Yi Xiao appeared. With confidence, he told them there was no need to wait, because he was already there. The boss, shocked at his sudden appearance, cried out in disbelief, calling Yi Xiao's name and demanding to know how he had found them. Yi Xiao wasted no time. Activating his power, he launched himself toward them, scoffing at the thought of just a few of them trying to backstab him in the real world. As he attacked, his words cut through the chaos, telling them that if they had any questions, they should go ask the King of Hell. Screams of pain and panic echoed as his assault tore through them. Moments later, another massive explosion erupted from the building, and Yi Xiao walked out, the structure crumbling behind him with a loud boom and rumble. As he continued through the town, he witnessed chaos everywhere, people fighting, some robbing, while others ran away shouting that the police had arrived. Suddenly, a large number of army soldiers appeared. In response, one defiant person screamed to kill them, boldly declaring that he wasn't afraid even if the army came. But as the soldiers moved closer, Yi Xiao noticed them approaching him. Narrowing his eyes, he asked who they were. From among the troops, a man in a suit stepped forward and introduced himself. He greeted Yi Xiao and revealed that he was Li Huan, the governor of Jiang City. He said he had come to ask for a favor and requested Yi Xiao to step aside for a word. Yi Xiao, not one to waste time, asked him directly what it was and told him to just say it. Pleased by his straightforwardness, the governor responded with a delighted, wonderful. He then explained the situation, pointing out that Jiang City was currently in a state of chaos. He expressed his hope that Yi Xiao could help re-establish order in the city and asked what he thought of the request. Yi Xiao, replying with confidence, stated that it wasn't impossible, but that he had his conditions. The governor, showing no hesitation, told him to feel free to state them. Sometime later, news broke out on the Apocalypse Forum. The headline read that Big Shot Yi Han was finally making an appearance, with even the officials verifying the account. Excited users commented that a big shot was truly a big shot for a reason, and with someone like him watching over them, they doubted anyone else would dare act recklessly again. As people read the news on their phones, they remarked that the great Xiao would now become much more stable, saying this piece of news was extremely important. At the same time, Yi Xiao's ex-girlfriend sat on her sofa, staring at the news. She muttered to herself in disbelief, questioning if it was really Yi Xiao. She blamed Zhou Hong, saying that if he hadn't been bad-mouthing Yi Xiao, she would have treated Jiang Han properly. Frustration turned to self-justification as she complained that Yi Xiao, as a grown man, should not have been so petty as to disappear just because of her slightly bad attitude. Walking toward the window, she looked outside and declared that she would definitely find him, insisting that he would come back to her. Meanwhile, Inside the game world, players were talking among themselves about the recent events. One said no one could imagine how chaotic things had been, but thankfully, great god Xiao had stepped up to stabilize the situation. Another chimed in, calling him a total hero. A third added that if it hadn't been for him, Jiang City would have descended into complete chaos. At that moment, Xiao himself was seen walking through the middle of the city, whispering to himself that he was finally back. On his shoulder, the red toad mocked him, saying it seemed everyone was talking about him. Xiao stopped in front of the workshop and muttered that he would rather do the deed and fade away, hiding his fame and achievements, something old Hui would never understand. The red toad sneered, pointing out that Xiao was acting cool again. When Xiao entered the workshop, one of the dwarves greeted him respectfully, relieved to see him return. Xiao told the dwarf, Thor, that he had something for him and handed him a blueprint. Thor looked at it with wide eyes, recognizing it immediately. It was the blueprint for the beast god's claw, an epic rank piece of equipment. Xiao then asked if it could be forged. Thor, sweating as he studied the blueprint, explained that this wasn't an ordinary epic rank item. With the right materials and future enhancements, it could be forged into a divine artifact, and judging by the design, it was most likely part of a set. Holding another half of the blueprint, Xiao revealed that he also had the design for the beast god's helm. Thor was stunned, exclaiming in shock that it truly was part of a set, and that he had now seen it all. Xiao, brimming with confidence, asked Thor how long it would take if the two of them forged it together. Thor examined the blueprint carefully, scratching the back of his head as he estimated. He said that if he and Du Lin worked on it together, it would take about 3 days. Xiao accepted the answer and told him he would return in 3 days to collect the equipment. The dwarf assured Xiao with full confidence that he guaranteed his satisfaction. Xiao waved his hand casually while walking away, simply replying with an okay. Soon, Xiao was seen standing in front of another shop. The shop owner immediately greeted him with great respect, saying that Lord Xiao's presence brought glory to his humble store and asking what he could do for him today. As the shopkeeper spoke, his eyes shifted toward the red toad sitting on Xiao's shoulder. Praising it, he said that the tamed beast with Lord Xiao was clearly heroic and extraordinary, radiating spiritual energy. The red toad instantly bristled with anger, snapping back that he was not a tamed beast, cursing that the shopkeeper's entire family were the real tamed beasts. Ignoring the outburst, Xiao calmly told the shop owner that he was there to buy some high-quality bee spirit fruits. The higher the grade, the better. The shop owner, eager to please, replied with excitement that the highest grade fruits available in his shop were grade 5, and asked how many Xiao would like. Xiao, brimming with confidence, told him to pack all the grade 4 and grade 5 bee spirit fruits in the shop. The shopkeeper hurriedly brought out a box filled with them, promising to get them ready immediately. Xiao's dragon began devouring the fruits one by one, while the phoenix egg was carefully placed on a table. Looking at the egg, Xiao wondered aloud if the fruits would be enough to hatch it. Checking his system panel, he smiled and reminded his dragon to eat slower so it wouldn't choke. When the details loaded, Xiao was stunned. The system displayed. Seeing this, Xiao exclaimed with excitement that little Huey's attributes had increased so much that he couldn't even view them anymore. The dragon coughed lightly, letting out a puff, as if satisfied. Xiao, staring at his dragon, muttered that waiting for the undead divine phoenix to hatch and for the 2 pieces of epic rank beast gear to be forged was simply too boring. He decided it was time to take little Hui out for a walk. The scene then shifted location, mysterious jungle LV 40 LV 50. Standing before the dragon, Xiao commanded it to go for it and show him what it was capable of. Instantly, groups of monsters rushed at Xiao, but little Hui obeyed immediately, charging forward. In an instant, the system was flooded with notifications. Xiao grinned with confidence, praising his dragon for leveling up again. However, he also noted with some frustration that after reaching level 40, the amount of experience needed to progress further was ridiculous. Filled with excitement, he encouraged little Hui again, telling him they should go deeper into the jungle, pull more mobs, and kill them together. Back in the city, the World Ranking announcement board updated. It displayed World Rankings first place, Xiao, LV41. A crowd quickly gathered in front of the board. People pointed at the update, remarking that great god Xiao's leveling speed had finally slowed down, laughing as they noted he was now leveling up once every 2 days. In front of the ranking board, a crowd gathered, their faces filled with disbelief. Many were shocked at the difficulty curve, realizing that even top players were struggling past level 40. They murmured among themselves, astonished that progress had slowed so drastically, and some even complained that it might take months to gain a single level. To them, reaching level 100 felt like an unreachable dream, something only the strongest could hope to achieve. Meanwhile, the protagonist was finishing off the last monster nearby. Despite the battle, his level had not increased, leaving him slightly frustrated. The red toad perched on his shoulder reminded him that the time for the phoenix egg to hatch was near. Excitement filled his eyes as he pulled out the egg to check on it. The egg trembled in his hands, and he could barely contain his thrill as small cracks began to form on its surface. Moments later, the shell burst apart with a radiant explosion of golden light that streaked from the sky to the ground. A majestic phoenix, wreathed in divine fire, soared into the air. Its cry echoed through the heavens, marking the birth of a creature thought to be impossible to hatch for hundreds of years. The protagonist gazed at it in awe, realizing the magnitude of what had just occurred. The red toad smirked arrogantly from his shoulder, teasing him for his luck. The newly born creature radiated overwhelming power, its flames shimmering like molten gold, the air around it trembling with heat and energy. Before him stood the immortal phoenix, a mythical being of unparalleled might, one that possessed ancient talents of suppression, flame mastery, and rebirth. It was a creature blessed by divine lineage, capable of commanding the fires of heaven and enduring even death itself through its nirvana. The protagonist stood silently beneath the blazing aura, the realization sinking in that this was no ordinary summon. It was a true immortal beast, destined to reshape the balance of power in his world. As the protagonist stared at the magnificent phoenix, he couldn't help but compare it to his other companion, Xiao. The fiery bird's power was overwhelming, its burning flames, its comet-like attacks, and its soul-shattering abilities made it seem like the ultimate force of destruction. He felt like luck itself had smiled on him at the perfect moment. When the phoenix landed gracefully in front of him, he reached out and patted its head, thinking about what to name it. Remembering that the phoenix's father had once called it Luo Huang, he decided that name didn't sound quite right and tried calling it Xiaohua instead. The bird seemed unimpressed, so he tried a few other names playfully until he finally settled on Xiao Luo, a name the phoenix appeared content with. Just as he was enjoying the moment, he sensed something strange ahead, a faint, toxic haze spreading through the air. Realizing it was poison gas, he immediately became cautious. Out of the mist emerged a swarm of rats, their bodies twitching with venomous energy. He quickly recognized them as venomous rats, dangerous creatures capable of spitting poison that inflicted lasting damage. Before he could react, the horde rushed toward him. He shouted for Xiao Hui to retreat, realizing that direct combat would be risky. The rats multiplied rapidly, surrounding him from every side. Feeling cornered, he called out for Xiao Luo to attack. The phoenix responded instantly, unleashing waves of blazing fire that engulfed the rats. One after another, the creatures burned to ash as a flurry of notifications appeared before him, indicating his rising experience. The sight filled him with exhilaration. The entire battlefield lit up like fireworks, the explosions of flames reflecting in his eyes as he laughed in disbelief at the sheer power of his new companion. Xiao Luo then took to the skies, releasing another wave of devastating energy. The radiant flames covered the area in golden light, wiping out the remaining rats. More system messages appeared, confirming that both he and his beasts had leveled up multiple times. His excitement peaked as he saw the results. His own level had jumped rapidly, his beasts had grown stronger, and his attribute points had increased significantly. He could hardly contain his excitement, laughing breathlessly as he realized how fast his progress had skyrocketed. At the same time, across the world, players gathered around a ranking board in disbelief. His name, Xiao, had shot straight to the top of the world rankings, surpassing everyone else by multiple levels within minutes. People gawked as they watched the numbers rise in real time, unable to comprehend how anyone could advance so quickly. Soon, the news spread across forums and media posts, with comments flooding in from stunned players. Many couldn't believe what they were seeing, calling him a monster of leveling speed. Others joked that they hadn't even finished their daily routines before seeing him gain 5 levels. Some offered exaggerated admiration, while others could only sigh, realizing how impossible it would be to ever catch up to him. Yi Zhao's name now dominated every screen. His rise was nothing short of legendary. After finishing off the poisonous rats, the protagonist reflected on his progress. Clearing out every rat within a mile radius had only increased his level by 5. From this, he confirmed that monsters living in groups gave much less experience. As he observed the area, his 2 loyal companions flew above him. Grateful for their effort, he acknowledged their hard work before pressing onward. With determination, he set his sights deeper into the area, aiming to reach level 50. Not long after, another swarm of rats suddenly appeared before him, catching him off guard. Reacting quickly, he ordered Xiao Luo into action, and the phoenix immediately launched forward, tearing into the horde with powerful attacks. The battle ended in their favor, and the protagonist's strength increased further. His companions also grew stronger from the fight, and he found himself reaching level 48, just 2 levels away from his target. While reviewing his progress, he became aware of a new development. A message reached him from Pinnacle main city, stating that the Beast God suit had been completed. Deciding it was time to check on this, he turned to his companions and prepared to leave the battlefield. Together, they set out for the city. Upon arrival in Pinnacle main city, the protagonist encountered a dwarf craftsman holding a gauntlet. The dwarf confirmed that the Beast God suit was finished and explained that, during the process of creating it, he had discovered that the equipment possessed hidden functions. Intrigued by this revelation, the protagonist carefully examined the gauntlet, studying the hidden features with keen interest. The protagonist put on the gauntlet, realizing that after wearing the claw of the beast god, the appearance of the equipment could be displayed or hidden at will. The system provided detailed specifications, explaining the gauntlet's grade, its attribute boosts, its increase in attack speed, and even a passive effect that inflicted bleeding damage over time. It also hinted that the equipment could be further strengthened. Excited by these discoveries, the protagonist immediately wanted to test it out. The dwarf craftsman then revealed another piece of equipment, the Beast God helmet. The protagonist wore it, and the set attributes were activated. By equipping 2 pieces of the Beast God equipment, he gained increased final damage, damage reduction, and resistance across all attributes. Studying the effects carefully, he found the set's power to be overwhelmingly strong. His companion, the red toad, gave a blunt comment about how odd he looked in the helmet, while the dwarf countered with reassurance that it actually suited him. Smiling with confidence, the protagonist remarked that appearance mattered little compared to practicality, especially since he could hide the equipment whenever he wanted. Satisfied with the results, he prepared to leave. Thanking the dwarf for his hard work, he waved and departed, while the craftsman wished him well. As he walked through the bustling city, he overheard people gossiping. Many were whispering about troubling New Shuiwa City had been invaded. Their fearful discussions spread quickly, confirming that something serious had indeed occurred there. The red toad on his shoulder suggested gathering more information, and the protagonist immediately thought of someone reliable he could ask. The scene shifted to a quieter place, where Sister Tao sat on a bench reading through documents. A man entered and informed her that she had a visitor. Without even glancing up, she instructed him to say she was not there. But at that very moment, the protagonist appeared behind her, making his presence known, catching her completely off guard. When the protagonist appeared behind her, Sister Tao was startled. She had not expected to see him and felt uneasy, since trouble always seemed to follow whenever he arrived. After calming herself, she listened as he asked about the situation in Shuiwa City. She explained that the area around Shuiwa City was now being consumed by gray fog. If the trend continued, the fog would likely engulf the entire city. The protagonist was surprised to hear of this invasion and pressed her for more details. According to the information Sister Tao had gathered, the gray fog was connected to an evil god mentioned in the ancient records of the Supreme Palace. This god was said to spread plagues and viruses, so malevolent that no temple was ever dedicated to him. She revealed that his name was Sekhmet, then warned the protagonist not to get involved. Despite her warning, he showed confidence and declared his intent to go to Shueihua City. Sister Tao was shocked, but admitted that the Supreme Palace had also tasked her with investigating the matter, so she agreed to accompany him. Although she grew flustered when he teased her, she quickly told him to stop speaking nonsense and insisted they depart the following morning, as she needed time to prepare the teleportation array within the city. The protagonist accepted this arrangement, and the two reached an agreement. After leaving Sister Tao, the protagonist was soon bombarded by messages from the world chat. Players from across the lands were panicking, reporting that the gray fog around Shueihua City drained health rapidly, killing many instantly. Others claimed the city's NPCs were fleeing, while nearby forests were swallowed up by the spreading mist. Rumors spread about whether a great power had unleashed some sort of biological weapon. Reports also came in of disturbances in Shadow City, a glowing statue outside Silver Light City that was powerful enough to instantly defeat challengers, and strange boundaries appearing nearby city. Hearing all this, the protagonist began to think deeply. The scale of the gray fog invasion was far greater than he had realized, and now it seemed other major cities were also facing problems. Questions filled his mind as he wondered what the evil god Sekhmet truly intended to achieve. The next day, the protagonist met with Sister Tao. She explained that there was still a teleportation array left by the Supreme Palace in Shueihua City. Through it, they could travel directly to the outskirts of the city. Holding up a special artifact, she activated the array, and a glowing door opened before them. The protagonist felt reassured having Sister Tao with him, though she quickly reminded him that the portal was unstable and that they needed to move without delay. With determination, he stepped forward, declaring his intent to reach Shueihua City. A moment later, both of them entered the portal. In an instant, they emerged outside Shueihua City. The protagonist took in the scene, noticing the lakes and lush greenery that surrounded the area, just as he had heard. Sister Tao, however, pointed out something alarming. The gray fog was spreading more quickly than expected. He acknowledged this and prepared to move forward, but when he set off toward the city, she asked where he was going. He replied that his destination was the main city, while the task of investigating the gray fog was hers. Amused yet slightly exasperated, Sister Tao told him she would not accompany him further and urged him to take care. He assured her not to worry and bid her farewell. The scene shifted to Shueihua City. Standing before the Grand Castle, the protagonist identified his location. However, he quickly noticed a large number of people leaving the city. Confusion set in as he wondered why so many were fleeing. Listening closely, he heard groups of people talking amongst themselves. Some lamented their misfortune, saying they had just bought homes and were about to settle down, only to have disaster strike. Others blamed miners who had ignored warnings not to dig near Shueihua Lake, claiming their recklessness had angered the gods and doomed the city. Another voice mentioned that people had already died and that only a single young girl had survived, describing her as pitiful. Curious about this survivor, the protagonist approached a man with a long beard and asked who the girl was. The man, surprised by his interest, questioned if he was related to her. In response, the protagonist confidently revealed his badge, showing his authority as someone commissioned by the Supreme Palace to investigate the source of the gray mist. This revelation caught the attention of another bystander, who quickly recognized him as a master from the Supreme Palace. The bearded man informed the protagonist that the little girl he was searching for was named Aisha, the daughter of a miner from Bishui district. He explained that her entire family had been infected by the gray fog and described their situation as pitiful. When asked about her whereabouts, he revealed that Aisha had been isolated by several adults in the church of Bishui City. As the protagonist processed this information, a blonde-haired man stepped forward nervously, warning him that once infected by the gray fog, not even the best healer in the city could provide a cure. The protagonist acknowledged the warning and expressed his gratitude, prompting the man to wish him well before departing. Upon entering the city, the protagonist fixed his eyes on a particular building and concluded that Aisha must be there, inside the church. However, when he attempted to approach, guards immediately blocked his path. They declared the place extremely dangerous and ordered him to leave, threatening to take action if he did not comply. The protagonist revealed his imperial status as a viscount, explaining that he had come to investigate the source of the gray fog. The guards, recognizing his authority, quickly shifted their attitude and escorted him forward. One of them reported his arrival to a red-haired woman named Lady Xena, informing her that the imperial viscount had come to investigate the matter of the gray fog. Surprised by the title, Lady Xena agreed to meet him. Soon, the protagonist stood before her and respectfully requested permission to examine the condition of Aisha. Lady Xena, after considering his words, agreed and led him to a different room. On the way, she cautioned him that the gray fog was both highly contagious and incurable. She explained that whether or not a shield could withstand the infection depended on the concentration of the fog, and if the density was high, a stronger barrier would be necessary. The protagonist, however, remained calm, knowing inwardly that he carried the protection of the god of wealth shield, which rendered him unaffected regardless of the fog's intensity. Eventually, he reached a room where a little blonde-haired girl awaited. As he approached her, he confirmed to himself that she was indeed Aisha, the one he had been seeking. When the protagonist approached, the little girl recoiled in fear, worried he would be infected if he came any closer. Yet he moved forward calmly, unaffected, his shield silently protecting him. Reassured by his presence, the girl's fears softened into a gentle smile as she asked if he was truly all right. The protagonist crouched down to her level and requested to see the small bottle she held tightly in her hands. Trusting him, she agreed and handed it over. As he examined the bottle, he realized it was no ordinary toy. Once soaked in a peculiar spring, it had gained a strange property that allowed it to offset the damage of the gray fog. But along with that power came a curse, one that harmed anyone who touched it except for Aisha. The sharp pangs of cursed damage confirmed his suspicion. The protagonist concluded that the bottle was unique, bound in some way to the girl alone. Curious about its origin, he asked her where she had found it. After thinking carefully, Aisha recalled a cave by Griffin Lake, west of the city, where she had come across the strange object. Her words confirmed his own thoughts. This was indeed the place he needed to investigate. With a smile, he thanked the girl, acknowledging how much she had helped him. In response, she shyly brought forth a glowing glass orb, holding it out with both hands as a gift to him, her way of expressing gratitude for his visit and reassurance. Our protagonist examined the glass bowl with growing excitement. In that moment, he realized it was something deeply precious to Elsa, an item tied to her childhood fondness for beautiful things and unknown even to her parents. After studying it carefully, he thought that perhaps it might prove useful later on. He then waved goodbye to the little girl, thanking her for the help and promising to return once he had dealt with the gray fog. The girl happily waved back, encouraging him with confidence that he could definitely get rid of it. Outside, a lady approached him, asking if he had found any clues. He replied calmly that he was heading to Griffin Lake. Shocked, the lady reminded him that the area had already been consumed by the gray fog. Still, he simply smiled, assuring her not to worry, explaining that he was only going there to take care of it. Hearing this, she blushed slightly, praising him for being truly extraordinary. A while later, the protagonist arrived near Griffin Lake. The air grew heavier with every step, and the damage to his body increased noticeably as the fog thickened. Wiping sweat from his face, he acknowledged that the closer he got, the greater the strain became. Estimating his position, he figured the lake was less than 5 kilometers to the north and pressed on. As he moved forward, he spotted a group of people through the mist. Curious, he wondered who they might be, possibly members of the Supreme Palace. As he got closer, he saw Sister Tao arguing with 2 men, refusing to take unnecessary risks. One man tried to persuade her, saying that without her, the mission would fail, while the other suggested retreating altogether. Before their argument could continue, the protagonist stepped in casually with a confident smile, greeting Sister Tao. She looked surprised to see him and asked why he was there. Her companions, startled, whispered among themselves, trying to figure out who this stranger was. When she reminded him he had gone to Shui West City for information, he explained that his investigation had led to some new clues and then asked what she was doing there. She told him they were discussing the source of the gray fog. Without lingering, he waved them off, telling them to continue their work while he went ahead. His calm departure left them stunned, whispering among themselves in disbelief that he had just walked into the fog so casually. Sister Tao frowned in confusion, admitting that it truly was strange. Her companions grew anxious, asking what they should do and if they should follow. Annoyed, she snapped at them, challenging them to go ahead if they wished, but warning she'd only burn incense for them afterward. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued deeper into the gray fog, coughing as his health steadily declined. The closer he got to Griffin Lake, the harsher the damage became, but he pushed on until he finally reached his destination. Surveying the area, he noted the grim scene, dead creatures and signs of corrosion everywhere. It was a complete mess, and he concluded he needed to locate the source of the decay as quickly as possible. Not far ahead, something caught his eye, a faint, unusual glow. Following it, he entered a cave, confirming from the environment that he had found the right place. Inside, rows of purple crystal bottles glimmered faintly. Then a red light from deeper within drew his attention. Moving toward it, he found a hidden basement. There stood another statue of a god, confirming that he truly hadn't come to the wrong place. Sensing a strange presence, he summoned his beast companion, noting that the air felt impure, as if belonging to another deity's domain. His eyes then caught a glowing disk resting on an altar. Upon examining it, he realized it was a divine artifact, an aquamarine glazed plate of immense power that required proper appraisal. Before he could inspect it further, the ground trembled violently. The statue suddenly spoke, addressing him as a visitor from afar and asking if he was prepared to begin the trial of the Holy Spirit. Startled and sweating, he barely had time to react before he and his red-toed companion were pulled into a portal. When they landed roughly on the other side, he realized they were standing inside a gladiatorial arena. As he groaned in pain, the toad muttered nervously about finding a way to escape later. Then a deep, resonant voice filled the air, announcing that a courageous visitor had entered the holy arena and that the challenge could only end in death. A towering figure appeared before him, the wrestling giant Abak, a warrior renowned for his 100 consecutive victories in the Holy Spirit arena. The opponent's immense power and lord-level status made even the protagonist pause in shock. Regaining composure, he summoned his dragon companion, recognizing the intensity of this fight would surpass any trial before it. The dragon appeared and unleashed powerful attacks from every direction, striking the giant repeatedly and dealing massive damage each second. Enraged, the giant roared, his defenses hardening as he entered a furious state. The protagonist, seeing this, realized the true scale of the challenge had only just begun. The protagonist gestured toward the giant and called Xiao Luo into action. In an instant, the phoenix dove, scorching the battlefield with a concentrated inferno that struck the giant with devastating force. The lord-level warrior collapsed almost immediately, and the field fell silent as the last embers faded. From a fallen foe came several valuable items, an imposing hammer, a sturdy shield, and a piece of dark gold leather armor, evidence that the victory had been significant and rewarding. The protagonist took a quiet moment to appreciate the haul, pleased by the rare finds. Hardly had he finished surveying the spoils than two figures emerged from the shadows of the subterranean chamber, acknowledging his triumph, but warning that the Holy Spirit arena's true cruelty had only just begun. Their words were scarcely finished before the altar itself summoned a new challenger. Alec, a swift and deadly giant famed for an unbroken string of victories. Her arrival raised the stakes instantly. Alec came forward furious, intent on avenging the fallen. With a practiced motion, she attempted to revive her fallen partner, activating an arcane resurrection rite. The arena trembled as the ritual began to take hold. The protagonist reacted without hesitation, ordering his beasts into a coordinated strike to interrupt the resurrection. Xiao Luo and Xiao Hui unleashed everything they had, flames and ferocious assaults that engulfed Alec. The giant fell beneath the combined onslaught, apparently defeated, and the arena stilled once more. For a breathless instant, there was relief. The threat seemed ended. That relief proved premature. From the wreckage, the defeated husband rose again, giant physiology and arena magics, granting him a savage, unnatural rebirth. He returned to his feet with fury in his eyes, demanding his warhammer and roaring his intent to fight. The couple's apparent immortality turned the battle into a whirlwind. The resurrected giant charged, the protagonist's companions answered with relentless strikes, and the arena filled with fire and clashing force. Then two new items appeared before the protagonist, followed by two glowing inscriptions showing their names and ranks. He examined them closely and found that one was a swift dagger of epic grade, and the other a dark gold light armor with yet-to-be-identified effects. Excited by the discovery, he picked up the dagger, admiring its gleaming surface and craftsmanship, clearly pleased with his find. Before he could study them further, the statue from earlier re-emerged, declaring that his will and strength had been recognized by the Holy Spirit, and that the road to sainthood would now be opened. As the ground trembled, a new statue emerged before him. He wondered what kind of unique mechanism was behind it, his eyes narrowing in curiosity. A yellow glowing disc appeared again, similar to before. As he lifted it, he noticed something unusual at its top and wondered if it could be a godly weapon. However, the statue suddenly warned him to put it down, saying he was not qualified to touch it. Confusion spread across his face as the gray fog returned, realizing the statue was behind it all. Without warning, his beast companion, the dragon, appeared and launched an attack at the statue. The creature's sudden aggression shocked him, but in an instant, the statue was shattered. As dust settled, he stood sweating and speechless. Soon, the air thickened again, and from the fragments emerged a corrupted divine presence. It was once a holy spirit, but had been contaminated, taking on a dragon's form resembling his own companion. He was shaken to see how similar it looked to Xiao Hui, with identical attributes and aura. The corrupted dragon spread a poisonous mist, draining his health every second. Acting quickly, he ordered his dragon to seal its skills, and the beast cast forbidden magic in response. The statue sneered, declaring that their trump cards were already exposed. Noticing the effects, he realized that even Xiao Hui's magic had been restricted. He then summoned another companion, Xiao Luo, calling it forth to join the fight. As the phoenix appeared, its flames illuminated the battlefield. The enemy, astonished that he had a second beast, staggered. With a confident gesture, he commanded his beasts to attack. The phoenix's flames rained down while the dragon charged headfirst, splitting the corrupted statue apart with a powerful roar. The shattered figure screamed in defiance, warning that mortals would one day face divine retribution, before vanishing into dust. The protagonist stared at the remains and muttered dismissively. A calm voice then echoed from the void, thanking him for liberating the Holy Spirit arena from Sekhmet's control and offering him a token as a certificate for the path to sainthood. A faint light gathered before him, forming a mysterious object that pulsed with divine energy. Another inscription appeared, revealing the item as the guidance of the Holy Spirit. An unknown ranked relic said to lead the worthy towards sainthood. He smiled, pleased with the unexpected reward. Immediately after, more notifications appeared, announcing that he had triggered a hidden mission to search for the lost Holy Spirit and completed the Holy Spirit Arena Challenge. Before he could react, a portal opened beneath him, pulling him through. Emerging from the portal, he found himself back near Sister Tao's group, who were observing the gray fog. Her companions noted how dense and frightening it had become. Tao remarked that its density had increased, wondering what was happening inside. Another companion worried aloud that he might have been poisoned, but Tao scoffed, saying he was tougher than a cockroach. Soon, they noticed the fog thinning. As it began to dissipate, the protagonist appeared through the portal, calling out to them. Tao turned, relieved yet exasperated, admitting she knew he wouldn't die so easily. One of her companions was stunned at the sight. Seeing him unharmed, Tao demanded to know what he had done to cause the fog to vanish. He explained casually that he smashed a god statue inside, which caused the fog to disperse. Tao froze, then yelled in disbelief, threatening to buy him a coffin if he kept provoking divine beings. He grinned and reminded her that he had technically done her a favor by resolving the issue, asking how she planned to reward him with commissions, bonuses, or perhaps advanced skill books. Tao, clearly annoyed, accused him of trying to take advantage again. Opening a portal, she said she had to return to the main city to report and would deal with him later. He called after her not to run away, but she disappeared into the light. The scene then shifted to Shueihua City. Townsfolk gathered in the streets, marveling as the once toxic air cleared. They cheered, crying that the gray fog had finally dissipated, thanking the gods and rejoicing that they could return home at last. At the same time, in a majestic realm surrounded by swirling divine energy, a colossal dragon muttered to himself, his tone filled with greed and anticipation. He spoke of an immensely powerful god whose power, if consumed, could help him break past his current limits. His massive wings unfolded, tearing apart the outer shell of the roxel that had contained him, and as he ascended into the sky, he murmured that it was time to stretch his muscles. Before he could rise higher, an armored warrior appeared before him, confronting him with anger. The warrior accused him of abandoning his duty and called him foolish, warning that his recklessness would one day bring ruin to the world. The dragon stared coldly at him, stating that the Holy Spirit arena had already been liberated. This time, he would descend in his true form to restore balance. The warrior warned him once more, saying that if he went too far, his godly power would be stripped away. Ignoring the threat, the dragon soared upward, muttering that he would devour the ignorant humans and shatter his shackles, vowing vengeance on the one who had defied him. The scene shifted to Shueihua City Lord's Hall, where a red-haired lady bowed respectfully before the protagonist, thanking him sincerely for saving the city. He responded casually, saying it was just a small favor, then asked about Aisha's condition. She smiled warmly and told him that Aisha was recovering well, as were all the others who had been affected by the gray fog. Just then, a guard burst in, laughing and announcing that the hero who had resolved the gray fog crisis had arrived. The city lord himself appeared, expressing curiosity about the one responsible. The lady pointed to the protagonist, introducing him as Lord Xiao. The protagonist greeted the city lord politely, and moments later, glowing text appeared before his eyes, indicating that his favorability with Duan had increased and that he had earned the friendship of Shueihua City. Before the city lord could speak further, Sister Tao entered, praising the protagonist for his extraordinary accomplishment in resolving the gray fog's source. The city lord turned to her and calmly remarked that this confirmed the incident's divine connection. The protagonist admitted that there were still many things he didn't fully understand, maintaining a confident composure. The city lord smiled, handing him a communication token and inviting him to reach out whenever needed. The protagonist accepted with gratitude, noting internally that anyone holding the title of City Lord had to be a level 100 warrior, making this favor quite valuable. Before leaving, the City Lord mentioned that he still needed to handle matters concerning the city's recovery. The protagonist nodded, saying he too needed to return to Fiancée City and encouraged the City Lord to stay in touch. Sister Tao then said she also had to return to the Supreme Temple to report and offered to take him using a teleportation array. He thanked her, which made her sigh in irritation, calling him a brat in jest before activating the portal. The scene shifted to Fiancée Main City, where the protagonist was greeted by the dwarf Thor, who joyfully exclaimed at his return. The protagonist immediately asked for his help in identifying something. Holding up a green disc, Thor examined it curiously and joked that it looked like a plate used by dwarves to eat from. Rolling his eyes, the protagonist urged him to take it seriously, insisting it was a divine artifact. Thor sniffed the item and frowned, saying it carried a scent he despised, a scent that seemed to suppress its own potential. Gripping his hammer, he prepared to strike, declaring he would make it shine again. As he raised the hammer, The protagonist broke into a sweat, warning him to be gentle since it was a god weapon. When the hammer came down, glowing inscriptions appeared on the disc, revealing it to be the Azure Glaze Plate, an artifact crafted from rare azure glaze, said to be indestructible and designed to hold something of immense divine power, something at the holy sentence level. Thor chuckled, saying he had been right about it being a fruit plate. The protagonist, sweating again, wondered if it might truly be meant to hold a holy sentence item. Thinking deeply, he recalled that the holy severance level was several tiers above the heavenly destruction level, a rank spoken of only in myths. Deciding to store it for now, he said he would return once he found a matching artifact for it. He then asked Thor to identify some dark gold equipment later, to which Thor readily agreed. Later, as the protagonist walked through the streets, the red toad perched on his shoulder commented arrogantly that he was nearing level 50 and would soon need to undergo another trial. The protagonist acknowledged this, saying he needed a place where he could level up faster. Smirking, he turned to his beast companion and said it was time to head somewhere nice. They soon arrived at the gravel wasteland, a harsh area crawling with large sand thorn scorpions. The toad warned him that farming monsters in a level 50-plus zone was reckless, and that if those scorpions targeted him, he'd be in serious danger. The protagonist, however, stood confidently, brushing it off with a grin, saying it was no big deal. The protagonist called out to his trusted dragon companion, commanding it to take charge. Responding instantly, the dragon soared into the air and unleashed a devastating wave of dragon breath upon the swarm of scorpions, dealing massive damage and scattering them across the battlefield. Without wasting a moment, he summoned his phoenix next, entrusting it with the next attack. The phoenix rose high into the sky, its fiery wings glowing brilliantly before raining down blazing energy that wiped out countless scorpions in an instant. Seeing the overwhelming destruction caused by both his beasts, the protagonist felt genuinely impressed by the sheer destructive power of his team. Amidst the chaos, several notifications appeared before him. His level had increased to 50, bringing with it a significant rise in his strength, constitution, spirit, and agility. However, he had now reached the level cap and could no longer gain experience until he completed the special level 50 promotion trial. 2 of his classes had also unlocked new talents. As the god of wealth, he had gained the ability to spend gold coins to reveal detailed information about enemies, and as the beast godmaster, he could now enhance all of his beast stats, temporarily granting an even greater boost to 4 of them. His dragon, Xiao, had also advanced to level 50, gaining the ability known as the Dragon King Body, which doubled its strength and constitution while granting resistance to nearly all forms of control effects such as stun or imprisonment. Seeing all these new upgrades, the protagonist was thrilled. The Eye of the God of Wealth ability fascinated him, as it allowed him to literally pay for information in battle, while the beast god Aura and his dragon's new power made his combat potential skyrocket. He could feel that everything was coming together perfectly, and it was finally time to take on the next challenge, the promotion trial. The scene then shifted to Fingyem main city, where the protagonist stood before the city lord's mansion. He reflected that this place held one of the few temples capable of initiating the level 50 trial, and the closest gateway to the imperial city lay here. Inside, he met the city lord, who expressed surprise at his decision to head to the imperial city so soon. After a brief exchange, the city lord explained that the teleportation formation leading there had been destroyed during a mysterious invasion. The news momentarily troubled the protagonist, but the city lord mentioned that a hidden formation still existed, one located within the Duchess Sophia's mansion. Recalling his familiarity with Sophia, the protagonist decided to visit her immediately. The scene then moved to the Duke's palace, where Sophia greeted him warmly, half playfully scolding him for not visiting sooner. He greeted her respectfully, but his tone soon turned serious as he explained his purpose. He needed to reach the imperial city. She quickly understood his request and agreed to help, though she warned him that her teleportation formation hadn't been used in many years. After expressing his gratitude, the two proceeded to her private office. Sophia admitted she was unsure whether she could still activate the formation, given how long it had been since she last used it. At his encouragement, she tried anyway. Pulling a hidden lever on the wall, she successfully triggered the mechanism, and a glowing teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. Impressed, he praised her skill as she urged him to step in quickly, explaining that the formation was only temporary and would soon fade. He promised her that once his promotion trial was complete, he would return to see her. Sophia smiled and asked him to deliver her regards to the king when he reached the imperial city, before giving him one final, affectionate reminder not to forget to come back to her. Sometime later, the protagonist appeared in front of a gate where guards were stationed. One of them looked at him and asked who he was and why he had suddenly appeared. The protagonist reassured him, explaining that he had come from Finya City and that Lady Sophia had opened the teleportation formation for him. He identified himself as Viscount Xiao of Finya City. Hearing this, the god acknowledged him politely, recognizing his noble status. Both guards then turned to the protagonist and saluted him. Xiao waved off the formality and asked for the direction to the World Temple. One guard stepped forward, offering to lead him. As they walked inside, the guard asked if he was there for the level 50 advancement trial. Xiao confirmed. The god explained that there was only one passage to the World Temple in the imperial capital, and entering normally required a complicated series of procedures. However, with Xiao's status as a viscount, the process could be expedited. Xiao expressed his gratitude and asked to be taken there as soon as possible. Later, as he looked at the temple, the protagonist admired its majesty. The World Temple lived up to its reputation, with a world tree standing behind it. Climbing to its top would earn recognition from the gods. When he reached the gate, some people standing there seemed to be waiting for him. He wondered if they were addressing him. An old man, a 5th-level deacon named Abosai, stepped forward and asked if he was Lord Xiao. Xiao confirmed. Abosai explained that he had come after hearing the news and invited him to follow. Inside the temple, Abosai asked what level of trial he intended to take this time. Xiao immediately replied, the Abyss. Abosai looked at him and cautioned that the level 50 trial would be twice as difficult as before, and no one knew exactly what the Abyss trial would entail. With confidence, the protagonist affirmed that it didn't matter. He had made up his mind. Standing at the temple gate, the old man wished him good luck. Xiao thanked him and prepared to move forward. Elsewhere in the city, a soldier ran through the streets, shouting that there was news for His Highness. A gray-haired man turned to him, asking why he was so panicked. The soldier reported that Xiao, the person they had been monitoring, had arrived in the imperial capital. The gray-haired man was shocked and muttered that Xiao had dared to come to the capital alone, clearly reckless. He asked how many people Xiao had brought, and the soldier replied that Xiao had come alone via the teleportation formation. Angrily, the man clenched his fists and ordered his personal guards to go teach Xiao a lesson, demanding to know how he dared enter the capital alone and harm his people. The soldiers hesitated, noting that Xiao was likely in the World Temple and now quite famous, warning that a rash action could be dangerous. The man dismissed their concern, asserting that no one in the imperial capital could stop Prince Karami from taking action, and instructed them to proceed. The soldiers acknowledged and prepared to act. The scene then shifted to the trial ground. The protagonist walked alongside his dragon companion, noting the unusual nature of the level 50 trial. There wasn't a single monster in sight. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy hit the ground, catching Xiao off guard. From the ground, a beast emerged, the broken-toothed black sky tiger, level 50. Its stats and abilities were unknown, and it had a terrifying description, having not encountered a living creature in countless years. Xiao, impressed and slightly concerned by the beast's immense power, commented that its health was likely over 1 million. He immediately commanded his dragon companion, Xiao Hui, to attack. The dragon unleashed a powerful fire breath, dealing significant damage. Xiao encouraged the dragon, urging it to be relentless. The beast retaliated, flying toward the dragon, which activated its full power, dealing massive damage. Xiao cheered on the attack, noting there should be no mercy. The beast eventually fell to the ground. Xiao examined the loot, holding a sword and smiling at the drop. One epic and one dark gold item, which he decided to keep for now. Notifications confirmed the items as the Sword of Broken Tooth and Pitch Black Couple Rings, both not yet appraised. Pointing toward the forest, Xiao signaled Xiao Hui to continue deeper into the trial. The scene shifted to a room where several people observed the protagonist through a crystal orb. They moved closer, eager to see, commenting on how a strange black tiger had been killed so easily. They noted its size, concluding it must have been at least Lord level, and expressed disbelief that Xiao could defeat such a boss in the Abyss trial. One man, speaking confidently, reminded everyone to stay patient, emphasizing that the 50th level Abyss trial was far more than a simple Lord-level challenge. Another reacted in shock at how quickly the second boss had been defeated, questioning what kind of god Xiao might be, or whether he was a reincarnation. The observers continued discussing, marveling at his strength, and joking about how even at their peak, they would have yielded. Their attention was suddenly drawn to something strange, the appearance of a giant beast's foot in the orb. Moments later, the crystal orb stopped showing Xiao, leaving everyone in shock. One of them exclaimed in disbelief at how he had disappeared. The old man from the temple gate questioned if something had happened to the peeping eye. Another explained that it seemed the view had been blocked by an extremely powerful force. The group continued to debate, frustrated and astonished, wondering why the orb had gone black and whether it could still be useful, some complaining humorously about how the temple had ruined their youthful expectations. Meanwhile, the protagonist rested on a nearby rock, breathing heavily, acknowledging the difficulty of the Abyss trial. The red toad beside him asked if he could continue, warning him not to push beyond his limits. Thinking to himself, the protagonist reflected that the previous two bosses had been Lord level and that the final boss was likely an immortal level creature never encountered before. Determined, he resolved to challenge it. The red toad, perched on his shoulder, reminded him it could enter his beast control space or wait at the door, unwilling to risk death. Xiao replied confidently, telling old Hui that if he died, the toad could inherit his loan, and then prepared to move forward. Soon after, Xiao teleported to an unknown area. A notification appeared above his head, warning him that he had entered an extremely dangerous area and should escape immediately. Looking ahead, he steadied himself, confident and ready, remarking on the terrifying immortal-level monster in front of him. Its attributes were formidable, and its skills could not be detected. A notification appeared before the protagonist, listing the immortal boss's basic info. Invader of the Abyss, level 50, with most stats unknown and talent and skills unreadable. Confident, Xiao activated the Eye of the God of Wealth. The skill's cost flashed repeatedly. Loss of 10,000 gold coins, again and again. He muttered that the gold was disappearing fast. More notifications detailed the invader's abilities. Innate immortal power that greatly boosted its damage and defenses, massive health and mana bonuses with continuous regeneration, immunity to many status effects, and a suite of terrifying skills, large area invasion force, defensive fell soul state, a single target corrosive abyssal surge that could not be dodged, an abyssal shield trigger to critical health, and a last resort ashes of the abyss that could sacrifice the invader to deal true damage in a huge radius. Xiao wiped sweat from his brow and acknowledged how terrifying an immortal-level boss truly was. The Abyss Invader warned that any intruder in the forbidden area would be reduced to ashes. Xiao responded with a brief, joking incredulity, then called for his companions. Xiao Hui and Xiao Luo appeared and launched an immediate assault, but the invader shifted into a translucent state and seemed unaffected. Xiao, startled, realized the beast had phased and exclaimed in surprise. The invader prepared a counterattack. Xiao shouted for Xiao Hui to get out of the way, but the dragon was struck and took massive damage. Immediately, the dragon activated its supreme skill, Dragon Supreme Worldly Authority, and landed a heavy counterstrike that put the invader into a magic band state, preventing it from casting skills. The invader roared in fury, vowing to crush the mortals before it. During the battle with the Abyss Invader, the monster activated several powerful skills, forcing Xiao to shield himself from the swirling dust. A barrier appeared, trapping his companions, Xiao Hui and Xiao Luo, while the monster prepared a devastating ultimate attack that could deal 100% true damage. Notifications appeared, warning of the raging horns of the god of destruction skill. Yi Xiao activated his money shield and struck the barrier, but it held firm, and he bounced back from the impact. The monster then summoned a tornado, further attacking him. But with the effect of cooling stone, Yi Xiao broke the barrier on a second attempt, freeing his companions. He immediately ran with them towards safety. An explosion from the destroyed room threw him to the ground, and he realized the money shield had consumed over 10 million gold coins in one activation. Surveying the aftermath, Yi Xiao noted that the building lay in ruins, but the Abyss Invader had been defeated. No equipment dropped, but a blue crystal appeared, revealed to be the 5th Abyss Stone, confirmed as Abyss Stone, Fragment 5. Light emitted from the crystal, merging with other fragments in his possession. A notification confirmed the creation of a broken Abyss key, a key previously destroyed by an unknown force. Holding it, Yi Xiao wondered how it could open a door, even in its broken state, realizing it was a crucial artifact for future challenges. After Yi Xiao completed the level 50 Abyss trial, a world announcement broadcasted his achievement to all players. He had passed the trial, received a legendary heroic divine stone, gained a Da Xiao War Zone point, and unlocked additional blessings, including plus 1,000 free attribute points. The announcement also revealed that the Battle Zone system was now activated for level 50 players, offering access to high-quality equipment and items. In the streets, players discussed the news in shock and excitement. Many were stunned that Yi Xiao had reached level 50, speculated about the new War Zone system, and realized that high-tier equipment could only be accessed by those willing to invest early or possess exceptional skill. They debated the scarcity of epic gear and acknowledged that Yi Xiao, being the only player in the War Zone at that point, would naturally acquire a vast advantage. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Temple, Yi Xiao entered a room only to find it empty, though voices indicated that people were waiting for the crystal images to restore. As he approached, onlookers explained that Viscount Yi Xiao was attempting the rare level 50 Abyss trial, an event attracting guards and elders alike. Yi Xiao, confident, wondered if it was possible he had already passed the trial. The people in the room were stunned when they realized Yi Xiao himself had arrived. Their shock turned into excitement as they greeted him, questioning whether he had truly completed the Abyss trial. Yi Xiao confirmed his success, noting he had not yet received his reward. Attention then shifted to his companion, the red toad, prompting questions about its role in his victory. The toad angrily defended itself, asserting its importance in the trial. Finally, when asked about the final boss's level, Yi Xiao revealed it was immortal level, leaving everyone in the room astonished and horrified at the scale of the challenge he had overcome. The old wizard guided the protagonist through the temple, asking him to follow and not worry about the trial reward yet. He explained that before anything else, the protagonist must receive the world's blessing. They reached a massive blue leaf tree, and the wizard revealed it as the holy tree's will, instructing him to wait patiently as the ceremony began. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and the protagonist felt the tree's power. Visions of the world's creation appeared before him. The birth of dwarves, dragons, elves, and goblins. Gods later descended, demanding submission, and while some races bowed, others like the dragons resisted. Darkness soon consumed a part of the continent, marking the beginning of the strange invasion. As the vision ended, the protagonist realized the gods might be connected to these invasions. A divine message then urged him to seek the holy judgment to stop the darkness. When he touched the holy seed, divine power surged through him. The blessings enhanced his strength, doubled his growth, and multiplied his health and constitution many times over. His beast companion also shared in the transformation, and a new skill awakened, the holy tree's protection, granting him one chance at resurrection. Bathed in a blue aura, he marveled at the power, recognizing it as a divine gift that made him nearly invincible. When the old wizard asked about the process, he replied calmly that everything had gone smoothly. The old wizard expressed satisfaction that everything went smoothly and told the protagonist that since he was acknowledged by the holy tree, he was now considered a friend of the temple. He then asked if the protagonist had ever thought about joining the World Temple. The protagonist declined for now, saying he didn't have such an idea at the moment. Understanding his answer, the old wizard handed him a reward, the heroic Godstone, a legendary item given only to those who cleared the Abyss-level trial. It held divine power used to strengthen the emblem of heroism. The protagonist examined the stone briefly, acknowledging its purpose before preparing to leave. The wizard respectfully told him he would always be welcome back should he ever decide to join the temple. The scene shifted to Dragon Phoenix City, where Lansley pushed through the crowd, shouting for people to move aside. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, recognizing him and wondering who would be his next target, whispering that he was known as a ruthless killer. Growing impatient, Lansley muttered to himself, frustrated that his target still hadn't appeared, his killing intent barely restrained. A soldier warned Lansley to control himself, reminding him that delaying the prince's orders could cost him dearly. Lansley brushed it off, saying they should deal with Xiao first since his sudden fame had drawn too much attention. When a soldier teased him about being afraid, Lansley laughed it off, confident that a level so low wasn't worth fearing. As the protagonist appeared through the city gate, Lansley's expression shifted to excitement. He impatiently muttered that he couldn't wait to face him. When the protagonist questioned his identity, Lansley arrogantly introduced himself as a law enforcement officer from the arbitration office, claiming he was there under Prince Karami's orders to investigate unregistered participants in the World Temple trial. The old wizard, watching from the side, found the intrusion absurd, Judgment Hall officials daring to interfere with temple matters. He reminded them that Xiao had completed the Abyss trial and was now a recognized friend of the World Temple. The statement left Lansley uneasy, wondering when Xiao had gained such powerful connections. Trying to recover, Lansley stumbled over his words, while the soldier quickly shifted tone, pretending they were there to offer blessings on behalf of the prince. Lansley glared at him internally, frustrated at how fast his ally had changed sides. The soldier continued flattering the protagonist, calling him a hero of the Empire. Amused, the protagonist simply smiled and told them to dance for him. Caught off guard, Lansley broke into a nervous sweat, while the old wizard, clearly entertained, encouraged the idea, saying the blessing dance was said to be quite delightful. Both men panicked, insisting they couldn't dance, but the protagonist remarked playfully that they didn't seem too willing, leaving Lansley flustered and speechless. Lansley broke into a nervous sweat, silently cursing his luck. The old wizard, clearly enjoying the scene, firmly ordered them to dance. Just as the soldier began to relax, thinking the protagonist would let them off, the protagonist pointed toward the street and told them to perform there instead. Both men froze in disbelief before being forced out into the open. On the bustling streets, Lansley and the soldier began dancing awkwardly while onlookers laughed and mocked them, amused to see the once feared law enforcers humiliated. People whispered that justice had finally been served, while Lansley, burning with embarrassment, swore to himself that he would get revenge for this humiliation one day. Ignoring the chaos behind him, the protagonist walked toward a glowing portal, muttering that he had wasted enough time on such trivial people and needed to head to the battlefield. Perched on his shoulder, the red frog protested, warning that the battlefield was a dangerous place and that he wanted no part in it. The protagonist reassured him confidently, promising to pull him out if things got too risky, but the frog grumbled in disbelief, calling him a liar. With a teasing smirk, the protagonist told him to stop dawdling, and they stepped through the portal. On arrival, the scenery shifted. They had entered Realm City, the edge of the battlefield. The protagonist looked around in awe, taking in the war-torn landscape. An armored man approached from behind, noting that he seemed to be alone and asking if he had chosen a legion to join. The protagonist said he hadn't decided yet, so the man enthusiastically suggested joining the city guard, claiming it was the safest option and proudly showing off his level 50 golden armor. The protagonist glanced at the armor and asked if the legion truly was the safest. The man assured him it was, boasting that he had earned his gear in just a year of service without having to face real danger. Unimpressed, The protagonist simply replied that he didn't like safe legions and would rather operate alone. The armored man questioned if the protagonist wanted to be a lone wolf, to which the protagonist calmly confirmed before asking where the nearest forge was, mentioning his intent to learn forging. The armored man directed him west of the city wall, where an old blind man known for his swift fighting skills could be found. After thanking him, the protagonist set off. The armored man's companion remarked on how reckless it was for anyone to venture into the boundary alone, calling it madness. The armored man simply replied that the protagonist seemed capable and hoped he wouldn't die on the battlefield. The scene then shifted to a crowded area where the protagonist arrived, noting the large gathering and thinking it would be improper for someone of his status to cut in line. As he approached, people around began shouting angrily, accusing him of skipping ahead. Before things escalated, someone noticed the emblem on his chest and pointed it out. The crowd fell silent as a red-bearded man in a helmet recognized the emblem of valor, realizing the protagonist had passed the purgatory level trial. Impressed, the man offered to help strengthen the badge and requested a favor in return. He explained that his son, John, had gone missing in the Lord's forest at the primary battlefield and hadn't returned. If the protagonist could find him, he would be rewarded with an epic piece of equipment. The mention of the forest caused murmurs among the onlookers, who warned that even the Holy Legion avoided that area because of the many dangerous creatures within. Despite their concern, the protagonist accepted the mission with a confident smile and asked for his equipment to be upgraded quickly before heading out. The red-bearded man looked pleased and immediately began upgrading the protagonist's badge. The gathered crowd murmured in awe as a brilliant light filled the area, speculating that the equipment must be legendary. Once finished, the red-bearded man handed over the newly forged emblem of valor. The emblem now radiated divine energy, proof of bravery earned through the purgatory trial and strengthened by the heroic stone. Its attributes had significantly increased, granting powerful boosts and unique passive abilities. The protagonist admired the emblem's enhanced strength before deciding to leave, assuring the red-bearded man he would help search for his missing son in the Lord's forest. Grateful, the man expressed his thanks as the onlookers whispered among themselves, doubting anyone would venture into such a dangerous place alone. As the protagonist walked away, he received a sudden message from the supreme god's gift. The cryptic vision described an island full of life and a dark forest, leaving him puzzled. Unsure of its meaning, he decided to focus on upgrading before investigating further. The scene then shifted to the battlefield entrance, where two guards stood watch. After registering under the name Xiao, the protagonist was given a token required to earn military merits by defeating creatures. The soldiers exchanged skeptical remarks about him entering alone, calling it a death wish. Inside the battlefield, the landscape was barren and silent until waves of strange creatures appeared, all at high levels. Realizing the danger, the protagonist summoned Xiao Luo and unleashed a fiery attack, earning a steady stream of battle merits from each kill. After several victories, he checked his record, over 500 merit points, but found the progress too slow. Scanning the area, his eyes lit up when an elite boss appeared, seeing it as the perfect chance to gain more merits. After Talvin defeated a massive beast, he burst out laughing, thrilled by his victory and the loot he'd earned. Confident about his rising status, he checked the rankings only to find his excitement fade when the leaderboard displayed a new name, Xiao, sitting just above him. Confused, he muttered to himself as Xiao's name suddenly vanished, then reappeared, leaving him questioning if there was a system error. When Babalu's name replaced the spot, Talvin could only stare blankly, wondering how both of them were advancing so fast. Far away, Xiao was relentlessly slaying beasts across the battlefield. His level rose to 49, his strength and attributes boosted dramatically. With nearly 100,000 battle merits earned, he grinned and urged his phoenixes, Xiao Luo and Xiao Hui, to continue the assault. Soon, a world announcement echoed across the realms. Xiao from the Great Xia Kingdom had broken into the top 100 of the battlefield merit rankings. Players everywhere were stunned. In nearby villages, adventurers whispered in disbelief, amazed by how someone could achieve over 100,000 merits in just half a day. Some speculated he might even break into the top 10. On the capital's Great Wall, his name appeared among the top contenders, right below Night Dragon and Ames. Citizens gathered around the ranking board, astonished by how quickly Xiao had risen. His growing fame spread through the main city, with crowds marveling at his permanent stat increase and unmatched pace. Meanwhile, deep in a vast jungle, Xiao arrived before the ominous expanse of the Lord's Forest. As the wind rustled through the dark canopy, the red frog perched on his shoulder croaked uneasily, warning him that something about the forest didn't feel right. Xiao remained calm, reassuring the red frog not to worry as he observed the dense forest ahead. He knew the Lord's Forest likely hid multiple Lord-class bosses, and with steady determination, he decided to explore deeper. Meanwhile, at a lookout base nearby, a tense atmosphere filled the air. The commander stood atop the fortifications with his subordinate, who rushed in with urgent intel. The bald scout reported that a boss was advancing toward the stronghold, leading a massive army of subordinates numbering in the thousands. Hearing this, the commander ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Rallying his troops, he reminded them that the honor of the Third Army was at stake and that they must defend their stronghold with everything they had. Moments later, from the misty horizon, dark figures with glowing horns emerged. The soldiers barely had time to react before a massive beast crashed into the defenses, the ice armor Iron Dark Deer. Chaos erupted as troops scrambled to defend the camp. Barking quick commands, the commander ordered Ron to lead the shield guards to taunt and divide the monster's attention, while archers launched volleys from afar. The first waves were pushed back under the commander's direction, and for a brief moment, it looked like victory. Then, the bald scout pointed toward the forest, his voice trembling as an enormous silhouette emerged. The ground shook as the true boss appeared, the ice armor Iron Deer King. The commander's expression hardened, realizing the scale of what they were facing. As the massive creature charged, its roar echoed through the battlefield. The commander shouted for all troops to be on full alert, witnessing the sheer power of the monstrous foe for the first time in his life. A sudden blast of flames descended from above, engulfing the monstrous beasts in a blazing inferno. The battlefield fell silent as the smoke cleared, leaving behind only charred remains. Soldiers froze in disbelief, murmuring among themselves, wondering if the boss had collapsed on its own or if they were hallucinating. Even the commander, stunned by what he witnessed, questioned whether the creature had unleashed a mental illusion to confuse them. The bald subordinate pointed ahead, his voice trembling as he spotted someone standing in the distance. When the commander's gaze followed, his eyes widened. The lone figure was Xiao. Realization struck instantly. The boss had been annihilated in a single strike. The commander immediately ordered his subordinate to approach, eager to identify the mysterious warrior capable of such power. As the troops surrounded Xiao, he glanced around, confused by the sudden crowd. Uninterested in attention or praise, he turned and left, muttering about his priorities, leveling up and completing missions. The soldiers called out after him, shouting for the hero to wait, but he had already vanished into the shadows. The commander, watching him disappear, instructed his men to hold their ground and observe, still processing the impossible strength they had just witnessed. Hidden from sight, Xiao released his phoenix to finish the remaining creatures. The majestic bird soared through the air, flames consuming every enemy in sight. Notification after notification appeared as the system tallied his kills and announced his phoenix's new talent skill, Divine Phoenix Body. Xiao, pleased with the progress, admired the strength of his companion and pressed forward deeper into the battlefield. Meanwhile, far away in a fortified village, the old wizard and the Red Knight discussed Xiao's astonishing rise. His battle merits had skyrocketed beyond 5 million, a figure powerful enough to purchase an entire set of epic armor. Both were astounded by the rate of increase, acknowledging that even a veteran like the Red Knight couldn't match that killing speed. The old wizard, thoughtful yet uneasy, admitted that even for him, capable of taking down level 50 or 60 lord bosses with ease, the scale and speed of these kills were unnatural, something far beyond normal combat, or even large-scale forbidden spells. The Red Knight, eyes narrowing with interest, asked quietly if Xiao could truly be that strong. They always heard replies that if the boy ever grows up, he might achieve things no one has ever done before. The Red Knight questioned if the old wizard was referring to the hidden elders of the Empire, and the wizard confirmed it, expressing concern about how fast the eerie invasion was advancing. If it continued at this pace, the world might not last more than a few decades. The scene shifted to the Lord's Forest, where the commander and his subordinates discussed the chaos erupting there. They wondered if another wave of strange invasions was coming and debated whether to retreat or reassess. The commander explained that a powerful individual was currently purging the eerie phenomena and ordered each legion to cooperate with him. When someone questioned if the mysterious flames were connected to that person, the commander confirmed he had checked the battle merit rankings, where a new name, Yi Zayad, had appeared. He pointed to the blazing battlefield, saying it was Yi Zayad defeating a Lord-level boss. Shock spread among the soldiers as they realized he had slain multiple Lord-level bosses. The commander then urged everyone to seize this opportunity to counterattack, declaring that even death was worth it if they could break deep into the Lord's Forest. Fired up, other Legion members joined in, pledging to charge forward in the name of their legions, ready to die with honor. Suddenly, a massive blast echoed through the forest. The commander turned sharply toward the sound, realizing that the strongest being in the forest might have awakened. Meanwhile, deep within the blazing woods, the protagonist defeated another beast. Exhausted, he decided to rest under a tree trunk. Nearby, the red frog emerged, grumbling about being woken up and complaining about the heat. The protagonist lazily replied that he only wanted the frog to get something to eat. As he relaxed, a faint movement caught his attention. He looked up, sensing someone or something approaching. The red frog also noticed it, tensing up as it warned that something wasn't right. As the situation escalated, a massive dragon suddenly descended from the sky, charging toward Xiao with overwhelming hostility. It was identified as the Blood Rain Ghost Wyvern, a level 55 King-class boss with terrifying stats and immense health exceeding 3 million. Realizing the threat immediately, Xiao recognized it as a king-level enemy and ordered his dragon, Xiao Hui Xiao Luo, to engage without hesitation. The dragon responded instantly, surging into the air and launching in attacks. Dragon flames rained down, slamming the wyvern into the ground. After regaining altitude, Xiao Hui gathered power and unleashed an even stronger flame attack. The Blood Rain Ghost Wyvern, still recovering, was struck head-on and let out a painful roar as heavy damage was dealt. The wyvern retaliated at full power, releasing violent electrical storm, like waves toward both Xiao and his companions. The dragon moved to shield Xiao, using its power to block the incoming attack. Observing the exchange, Xiao acknowledged that this king-level boss was far more formidable than expected and warned his companions not to underestimate it. He then ordered them to attack together and prevent the wyvern from activating any more skills. At that moment, an unfamiliar presence emerged from the shadows behind Xiao. Sensing danger, he turned just in time to see a new beast reveal itself. A towering werewolf-like creature with glowing blue eyes stepped forward, roaring as its information became clear. It was the Ghostly Wolf, a level 56 Monarch-class monster with even higher health and terrifying combat potential. Seeing a second high-ranking enemy appear, Xiao began to tremble, realizing that he was now facing multiple Monarch and King-level threats at the same time. The scene shifted to the village, where players gathered around the ranking display. Xiao's battle merits were climbing at an alarming rate, rising again and again in rapid succession. The sudden surge left everyone stunned, with many struggling to understand what kind of monsters he could possibly be defeating. When his total battle merits crossed 10 million and secured first place, shock quickly turned into disbelief, as it became clear that he was overwhelming the battlefield at an unprecedented pace. Elsewhere, several soldiers stared at the scoreboard in silence, sweat dripping down their faces as tension and jealousy set in. The increase in battle merits had happened in less than a minute, suggesting the defeat of extremely high-level enemies. Even atop the palace rooftop, a knight and a wizard observing the rankings realized that Xiao had already surpassed previous records. From their perspective, it seemed increasingly likely that the level 50 battlefield itself might soon be completely cleared under his presence alone. The scene then returned to the battlefield, where Xiao remained in combat. Another enemy soon appeared, this time a demon bat-like creature descending from the sky. It was revealed to be the Dark Bat, a level 58 king-class monster with massive health and powerful attributes. Without hesitation, Xiao allowed his summoned companions to take the lead once more. Xiao Hui surged forward, unleashing intense flames that slammed the Dark Bat into the ground. Although the monster quickly recovered and retaliated by releasing powerful sonic waves, the attack only reinforced the scale of the threat rather than stopping the advance. In response, Xiao called in Xiao Luo. The phoenix ascended into the sky and released a concentrated, lava-like beam directly into the Dark Bat. The attack pierced through its defenses and detonated from within, causing the monster to explode midair. As blood and remains scattered across the battlefield, it became clear that yet another Monarch-class enemy had been eliminated with overwhelming efficiency. Despite the grotesque aftermath, the outcome was undeniable. Xiao continued to dominate the battlefield, dismantling even the highest-tier enemies with speed and control. When the Dark Bat was destroyed by the Phoenix's attack, its body shattered instead of disappearing. From the fragments, numerous smaller bats burst out and scattered across the sky. Xiao immediately realized that the monster had the ability to split into multiple entities, making the situation more complicated. The smaller bats quickly counterattacked by spitting green liquid from their mouths, revealing that they carried venom. Recognizing the danger, Xiao reacted without delay and ordered Xiao Hui to restrain them. The dragon rose into the air and released sonic waves, disorienting the swarm and forcing the smaller bats into a stunned state. With their movements disrupted, Xiao followed up by having Xiao Luo finish the attack. The phoenix ascended and unleashed blazing flames, burning through the remaining bats until none were left in the sky. With the last of the Dark Bat's fragments eliminated, the battle finally concluded. Xiao's level increased, and both Xiao Hui and Xiao Luo also grew stronger as a result of the victory. Despite the successful outcome, the remains scattered across the ground were unpleasant to look at, and the lack of equipment drops made the fight feel unrewarding. After assessing the battlefield, Xiao confirmed that all 4 Monarch-level enemies had been dealt with. With no reason to remain, he recalled his companions and left the area. The scene then shifted to a forest path, where Xiao noticed a group of soldiers approaching from ahead. The soldiers quickly identified him and treated him with clear respect. Their leader introduced himself as Ager, the commander of the 5th Legion of the Holy Legion, and confirmed that he was responsible for maintaining order in the region. After learning that the 5th Legion controlled the local garrison, Xiao issued a direct request. He instructed the Legion to gather all strange creatures within the Lord's forest and lure them into a single location, signaling that his actions on the battlefield were far from over. The Legion commander reacted with visible confusion when Xiao explained his plan. Drawing all the strange creatures of the Lord's forest into a single location sounded dangerous, even suicidal. If too many monsters gathered at once, the Legion could be overwhelmed instantly, and the soldiers were well aware of that risk. Xiao calmly addressed their concerns by revealing his resources. He showed that he possessed gold and dark gold level equipment, assuring them that their efforts would be rewarded. He further clarified that once the monsters were eliminated, all equipment drops below epic level would belong entirely to the Legion. The implication was clear. Xiao intended to wipe out every strange creature in the Lord's forest in one coordinated operation. The scale of the plan shocked the soldiers, but the rewards were too tempting to ignore. With the promise of gear and support, their hesitation gradually turned into determination. Still, the commander raised one final concern. With so many monsters involved, the Legion alone would not be able to hold them off. Xiao acknowledged this oversight and adjusted the plan. The soldiers were instructed to lure as many monsters as possible while prioritizing their own safety. At the same time, nearby legions were to be contacted and brought into the operation to expand the lure zone. Xiao also made it clear that he would not claim any loot below epic rank. With the strategy finalized, the commander accepted the task without further resistance and pledged to see it through. Once the orders were issued, Xiao finally allowed himself a moment to rest, showing clear signs of fatigue after the continuous battles. His companions were equally exhausted, making the brief pause well-earned. The scene then shifted to the soldiers' command tent. Inside, the Legion commander was connected to several other legions through a live communication channel. He explained Yi Zhao's mission and asked for their participation. The response was mixed. Some dismissed the plan outright, doubting both its feasibility and the commander's credibility. Others mocked the idea of luring monsters on such a massive scale, clearly unconvinced that Yi Xiao was truly involved. Despite the skepticism, the commander did not argue further. He ended the communication after warning them that they would regret missing out once the results became clear. Moments later, a soldier entered the tent to confirm whether the operation would proceed as planned. The commander gave a firm confirmation. Orders were immediately issued for the entire legion to mobilize and begin luring monsters according to the zones designated by Yi Xiao. As the troops prepared to move out, the commander's resolve hardened. This operation was not only about rewards, it was his chance to prove himself and silence those who doubted him. The soldier checked once more with the legion commander, and the answer was immediate. The operation would continue. Orders were relayed without delay, and the entire unit was mobilized to draw monsters according to the areas marked by Yi Xiao. With the command confirmed, the troops moved out at full speed, while the commander remained resolute, determined to prove himself to those who had always underestimated him. The battlefield soon became active. Archer units fired continuously at roaming monsters to provoke them, while cavalry squads rode ahead, deliberately drawing groups of creatures behind them and leading them away from their original territories. Each squad followed strict instructions, controlling the monsters they lured and guiding them toward their designated gathering points. Coordination across the field was precise, ensuring the monsters were spread and redirected rather than allowed to swarm uncontrollably. Back at the command tent, the Legion commander remained connected to the live communication channel. The other Legion leaders had realized what was happening and were now eager to participate. They questioned whether he was truly assisting Yi Xiao and quickly demanded a share in the opportunity. This time, the commander did not argue. He reminded them that they had chosen not to act earlier and made it clear that participation came with conditions. After a brief pause, he decided to share the location. However, he emphasized that how many monsters each legion managed to lure would depend entirely on their own capabilities. The coordinates were sent, and the other legions immediately began mobilizing their forces. Some of them ended the call hastily, clearly eager to take advantage of the situation before it was too late. Watching them rush into action, the commander couldn't help but note how quickly their attitudes had changed once real benefits were involved. For hours later, the situation on the battlefield had escalated dramatically. From a distant vantage point, an army general surveyed the scene through binoculars. What lay ahead was far beyond normal expectations. Monsters were gathering in overwhelming numbers, far more than anticipated. The battlefield had descended into complete chaos, with waves of strange creatures converging from every direction. What began as a calculated plan had now transformed the entire region into a massive convergence zone, signaling that something unprecedented was about to unfold. From the rooftop of a castle, the general and his companions surveyed the battlefield through binoculars. What they saw defied all prior experience. Endless waves of anomalous monsters surged forward, every single one at or above Lord level. Even seasoned veterans could not recall witnessing such a concentration of powerful creatures in one place. The scene shifted to the Legion commander, who questioned how such an overwhelming number had been gathered. His apprentice explained that anomalies now dominated the battlefield. Once the soldiers learned that all loot would belong to them, they stopped hesitating and actively dragged every monster they encountered back toward the designated zone. Soon after, a knight arrived on horseback, clearly proud of the number of monsters his own unit had lured. The Legion commander did not let him linger and ordered him to move directly to the assigned location. As the monster tide continued to swell, the apprentice voiced concern about whether Xiao could truly handle such numbers alone. The commander admitted his uncertainty. At this point, everything depended on Xiao's arrival. If he was delayed, the gathered forces would be facing annihilation. That worry ended abruptly when Xiao was spotted sitting calmly atop a massive stone in the forest. Relief spread instantly through the ranks. However, even Xiao was surprised by the sheer scale of what had been brought back. The Legion commander reported that all anomalous creatures had been lured as instructed, though the final count had far exceeded expectations. Xiao showed no concern. To him, the massive horde represented nothing more than an immense source of experience. He immediately summoned the Phoenix. The Phoenix ascended high into the sky and unleashed enormous fireballs, each one crashing down into the monster clusters below. The battlefield was engulfed in flames. From above, the Phoenix continued its assault, bathing the ground in fire and erasing entire groups of monsters within seconds. The destructive efficiency of the attack left the surrounding soldiers stunned and forced some to retreat to safer distances. When the flames finally settled, the battlefield was littered with burning remains. The Phoenix hovered above the devastation, radiating pride after completing the slaughter. A flood of combat notifications followed as countless anomalous creatures were confirmed defeated. Xiao's level rose again, and his companions grew stronger alongside him. The Phoenix's damage output proved overwhelmingly effective on a massive scale. The impact was felt far beyond the battlefield. In the city realm, soldiers felt violent tremors shaking the ground. At first, it was mistaken for an earthquake, but it quickly became clear that the disturbance originated from the realm battlefield itself. Civilians gathered in shock, watching Xiao's score climb at an unimaginable rate. The numbers rose so fast that even estimating the total kills became impossible. His actions resembled a one-sided massacre rather than a battle. Within the city, the knight and wizard observed the situation with growing unease. While the immediate pressure from the vanguard anomalies had been reduced, Xiao's growth rate crossed into terrifying territory. His level had already surged far beyond expectations, climbing at a pace that defied all known limits. As they continued to observe, both sensed something wrong. The anomalous aura lingering over the battlefield had begun to change. Something unfamiliar and dangerous was stirring beneath the burning remains, signaling that the chaos was not yet over. The battlefield had not yet settled when Xiao turned toward the Legion commander, sensing something was wrong, and asked what had happened. At the same moment, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The commander hesitated, unsure whether what they were feeling was an actual earthquake. The captain nearby felt it as well, but the sensation was different from anything he had experienced before. An eerie, oppressive atmosphere spread across the battlefield, pressing down on everyone present. Then it appeared. From deep within the battlefield, a colossal demonic giant emerged, its presence alone enough to make the air feel heavy. The monster fixed its gaze on Xiao and the surrounding soldiers, releasing a thunderous roar filled with hostility. The captain and his companions stared at the creature in disbelief. Judging by the aura alone, it was unmistakable, an immortal-level boss. The captain could not understand how such a being could exist within a level 50 battlefield. The level of abnormality was beyond reason. The soldiers were thrown into panic. Some struggled to comprehend what they were seeing, while others realized the horrifying truth. Beneath the Lord's forest lay a creature of legendary status. Immortal-level beings were not something they had ever expected to encounter firsthand. The captain hurried to Xiao, urging an immediate retreat. An immortal-level boss was far beyond what ordinary forces could handle. Xiao, however, showed no fear. He questioned whether an immortal-class enemy was truly that impressive. In his mind, he dismissed the monster's arrogance, recalling how he had already slaughtered multiple king-level beings in rapid succession. One immortal-level enemy was not enough to intimidate him. With calm confidence, Xiao summoned his dragon and ordered it to unleash its fury. The dragon charged toward the demonic giant and engulfed it in raging flames. However, the massive size difference became clear immediately. The attack barely scratched the creature. Xiao reinforced his command, urging the dragon to push harder. The dragon slammed into the giant with brute force, but even that failed to cause meaningful damage. Enraged, the demonic giant roared and gathered its power, forming a crackling sphere of magical lightning. It hurled the attack toward the dragon. The dragon barely managed to respond, releasing sonic waves in an attempt to deflect and evade the assault. Seeing his dragon struggle against the overwhelming enemy, Xiao immediately summoned his phoenix as well. Without hesitation, he ordered it to join the fight and unleash its flames. The moment the phoenix entered the battlefield, its fire surged forward, signaling the beginning of a direct confrontation against the immortal-level boss. Following Xiao's command, the phoenix bird unleashed a massive fireball at the demonic giant. At the same time, the dragon attacked in parallel, coordinating its assault as flames and power struck the monster from multiple directions. From a distance, the soldiers watched in stunned silence as Xiao's beast confronted the immortal-level enemy head-on. It was clear to everyone present that either the dragon or the phoenix alone possessed enough strength to wipe out an entire army in a short time. As the giant roared in fury, countless mysterious tentacles burst forth from its massive body. The sight was grotesque, and Xiao reacted with visible disgust. Without hesitation, he ordered the phoenix to intensify its flames. Multiple fireballs rained down, exploding upon impact and tearing through the giant's body. Simultaneously, the dragon launched its own attacks, ripping into the monster with overwhelming force. One by one, the tentacles were severed and collapsed to the ground. As the creature's body burned and fell apart, Xiao covered his nose, irritated by the stench of scorched flesh. Moments later, the giant monster collapsed completely, smashing into the ground and leaving the battlefield fractured beneath its weight. A world announcement followed immediately, confirming that Xiao had slain a level 60 immortal-level beast and secured the first kill of its kind. The victory triggered regional rewards, strengthened the Great Xiao War Zone, and permanently increased Xiao's base attributes beyond those of ordinary players. The soldiers erupted into excitement upon witnessing the confirmed kill. An immortal-level boss had been defeated, something none of them had ever imagined seeing firsthand. Many openly acknowledged that with Xiao present, the level 50 battlefield would become significantly safer. Standing near the corpse, Xiao noticed several items emerging from the remains. Among them were glowing red and blue artifacts, radiating energy. He picked up the red piece, shaped like a fong, and immediately recognized it as legendary equipment. The blue crystals, however, were unfamiliar, so he decided to take them back for further inspection. Soon after, the captain and his troops approached Xiao and asked to organize the collection of the spoils. Xiao agreed, reminding them of their prior arrangement that all equipment below epic rank belonged to them. With his approval, the soldiers quickly moved in to clean the battlefield, eager to secure the valuable gear before anyone else could intervene. The battlefield, once filled with chaos and monsters, finally began to settle under Xiao's command. However, before the cleanup could properly begin, something felt wrong. Xiao suddenly sensed instability beneath his feet. The ground began to crack, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. As the terrain split apart and tremors intensified, it became clear that the realm battlefield itself was starting to collapse. Panic spread among the soldiers. Orders to retreat were issued immediately, and everyone was told to fall back to a safer location. Xiao quickly pointed out a nearby hill, judging it stable enough to serve as temporary shelter. The captain followed his lead, urging everyone to move as fast as possible, knowing that anyone too slow could be buried under the collapsing terrain. As they retreated, Xiao noticed a terrifying phenomenon forming in the sky. A mass of distorted energy gathered and began spinning violently, creating a massive black vortex that pulled debris and fragments of the battlefield toward its center. The power it emitted made it clear that remaining any longer would be extremely dangerous. Recognizing the threat, Xiao ordered everyone to return to the city using the teleportation array. The captain immediately agreed, concluding that with such unstable forces at work, the battlefield was no longer safe. One by one, the surviving soldiers withdrew, escaping just before the collapse worsened. While leaving, Xiao reflected on what had happened. The destruction felt unnatural, likely caused by the elimination of an enormous number of anomalous creatures. It seemed possible that the battlefield had lost some underlying force maintaining its balance, causing it to collapse on its own. The scene then shifted to the realm city. Crowds had gathered, staring at Xiao with disbelief and awe. Many openly speculated that even god-tier powerhouses might not be capable of causing such destruction. Others expressed sincere gratitude, acknowledging that Xiao had cleared the surrounding battlefield and saved countless lives. Among the crowd, a rugged soldier stepped forward and thanked Xiao personally, explaining that his actions had saved both the city and his own child. As a token of gratitude, he offered Xiao a special item. Xiao examined it and discovered it was an epic-grade fragment known as a Page of Cruelty. Although incomplete, the page carried significant power, increasing base attributes and critical combat effectiveness. The description suggested it was only part of a greater whole, implying that collecting the remaining fragments could unlock far greater potential. With the battlefield destroyed and the city temporarily safe, Xiao's influence and reputation within the realm reached an entirely new level. After receiving the book, the protagonist examined it closely. A faint smile appeared as he sensed something familiar about it. He soon took out another artifact from his pocket and compared the two. The markings on both items were identical, confirming his suspicion that the page was not an isolated fragment, but part of a larger whole, and that the Fong of Cruelty was not the only remaining component. Before he could think further, both items rose from his hands on their own. A strange, crackling energy surged between them, drawing them together as if guided by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, the artifact and the page fused completely, forming a single, far more powerful item. The artifact and the book were pulled together by a surge of mystical energy, fusing into a single item before the protagonist's eyes. He quickly realized that the fusion had greatly amplified its power, far beyond what either item had possessed on its own. Afterward, he asked the barbarian soldier who had offered the book about its origin. From the explanation, he learned that the page had been found inside the cave of an anomalous creature. The mention of anomalous creatures caught his attention once again, reinforcing his suspicions about their growing influence. Acknowledging the value of the gift, he accepted it without further hesitation, and the soldier expressed his gratitude in return. With that matter settled, the protagonist turned his attention to a towering structure ahead, the War Merit Exchange Hall. Entering the hall, he immediately requested a full set of level 50 epic equipment suited for a beast tamer. He then inquired about beast taming eggs and was guided further inside. Inside the hall, the staff welcomed him and asked about his requirements. The protagonist made it clear that he intended to acquire every beast taming egg available. This demand caused visible shock, but it was soon explained that strict exchange limits were enforced. Each person could only obtain a fixed number of eggs, regardless of available war merits. Although clearly dissatisfied with these restrictions, the protagonist adjusted his request, demanding the highest quality eggs available. He was informed that Monarch-tier eggs were not in stock, and that even Transcendent-tier eggs were limited to one per person. This only deepened his frustration, prompting him to request to speak directly with the person in charge. Moments later, the hall's master appeared in person. The staff respectfully addressed him, and the protagonist immediately recognized him as the authority overseeing the War Merit Exchange Hall. The hall master introduced himself as Hallen, stating plainly that all decisions within the hall were under his control. After greeting Hallen, the protagonist explained that he wanted to purchase beast eggs. Hallen listened calmly and stated that the hall needed to verify his funds before proceeding. In response, the protagonist displayed his gold coin balance, casually remarking that it was amusing to have his wealth questioned at all. The moment the balance appeared, Hallen was visibly stunned. The sheer number was far beyond ordinary expectations, forcing him to reassess the situation immediately. Without further delay, he ordered his servant to retrieve all available beast-taming eggs from storage. When informed that one extraordinary quality egg had already been reserved by someone else, Hallen gave a brief instruction to bring that one out as well. After the arrangements were made, Hallen expressed his thanks. The protagonist responded politely, returning the courtesy and wishing him well on the higher battlefield. Shortly after, the servant returned carrying a large box and reported that everything had been prepared. 3 extraordinary-level beast eggs and 1,040 commander-level beast eggs, along with the epic equipment. Hallen then raised a practical concern, noting that beast-taming eggs could not be stacked and asking how the protagonist intended to transport them. The protagonist assured him that storage space would not be an issue. With the transaction complete and the payment transferred, he left the hall, while Hallen could only watch in quiet amazement at the scale of his wealth. The scene then shifted to a new location, Dragon Phoenix City. The protagonist arrived via teleportation and briefly took in his surroundings. The capital was lively and crowded, far more bustling than most cities he had seen. His appearance quickly drew attention, and whispers spread among the people. Many surprised that he had returned from the battlefield so soon, while others speculated whether the reports about his movements had been mistaken. Soon after, the protagonist made his way to the World Temple. At the entrance, a guard stopped him and asked about his purpose. When questioned in return, the guard introduced himself as Lucas, the person responsible for managing the trial passage. After arriving at the World Temple, the protagonist stated his intention to attempt the level 60 advancement trial. The guard was visibly taken aback, recalling that the protagonist had only completed the level 50 abyss trial a few days earlier. After a brief confirmation, the guard realized that the protagonist had already reached level 60. Though shocked by the speed of his growth, he immediately moved to arrange the trial without further delay. The news quickly reached the higher authorities within the temple. When the elders learned that the protagonist was once again entering an abyss-level trial, they were momentarily stunned. Advancing 10 levels in such a short span was far beyond what they considered normal, yet the procedures were approved nonetheless. Soon after, the trial gate was opened, and the protagonist was sent into the level 60 abyss trial. Inside the trial arena, he surveyed the surroundings and found only minor monsters at first. Uninterested, he continued searching until a powerful presence emerged behind him. A massive abyssal creature revealed itself, identified as one of the corruptors of the abyss. Finding a proper opponent at last, the protagonist acted decisively. His summoned beasts attacked together, quickly overwhelming the abyssal monster. Once it was defeated, a single violet crystal fragment was left behind. The protagonist picked it up, noting that only one fragment had dropped again, and chose not to dwell on it further. With the trial complete, he exited the abyss. Back in the city realm, news of his successful completion of the level 60 abyss trial spread rapidly. People discussed the timing of his advancement, argued over their predictions, and speculated on how soon he might reach the next major threshold. When the protagonist returned to the World Temple, he noticed an unusually large crowd gathered nearby. The elders confirmed the trial's result, while the onlookers focused their attention on him, clearly aware that his rapid progress was beginning to disrupt expectations surrounding the interdimensional battlefield itself. The scene shifted to the city streets, where news of the protagonist's successful completion of the level 60 Abyss Ascension trial quickly spread. The announcement caused an immediate stir, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Many people discussed how expected his success was, compared predictions they had made, and debated how far he might advance next. His rapid growth had already become something the public closely followed. When the protagonist emerged from the abyss, he was met with an unexpectedly large crowd. Even the elders present could not help but comment on how disruptive his progress had become to the balance of the realm. Despite the teasing tone, it was clear that his achievements were being taken very seriously. The elders then handed over the reward he had earned from the trial and arranged additional support for him, including the services of a top-tier blacksmith from the World Temple. The artifact was forged swiftly, demonstrating the blacksmith's skill. After briefly reviewing the result and confirming that its performance met expectations, the elders urged him not to linger. One of them personally escorted him, clearly eager to send him back to the battlefield as soon as possible. As the protagonist departed, the crowd watched closely. Many people expressed amazement at how effortlessly he had cleared the Ascension trial, while others openly prepared themselves to take advantage of the opportunities his return to the battlefield would bring. His presence alone was enough to shift the atmosphere, filling others with confidence and anticipation. Soon after, the protagonist teleported back to the battle realm. Upon arrival, he noticed that the area was already packed with people. Various legions had gathered in advance, clearly assembling in response to his return. Their formation and readiness made it obvious that many forces were preparing to move, expecting that the next phase of large-scale monster hunting was about to begin under his influence. With everyone gathered, the protagonist briefly announced that it was time to begin. The assembled forces responded in unison before quickly dispersing to carry out their assigned task of drawing monsters toward the designated area. After some time passed, the protagonist remained behind, resting calmly on the ground with the toad at his side. The surroundings were quiet, almost peaceful, though the toad warned him not to relax too much in case a large monster wave appeared. The protagonist showed little concern and assured him it would be fine. Before long, members of the Shadow Legion returned with urgent news. Their report was not encouraging. Despite using every method available, including deliberately engaging the aberrant creatures to provoke them, they had failed to gather them together. The creatures simply refused to move as expected. From this, the protagonist realized that the battlefield conditions had changed. The aberrant creatures were no longer behaving the same way, and the usual methods of luring them were no longer effective. Deciding to verify things personally, he moved deeper into the battlefield. As he advanced, his observations confirmed the report. Monsters were scattered, appearing only one at a time, with no trace of any aberrant bosses. He eliminated a lone monster with ease, but the situation became clear. The battlefield no longer allowed for efficient large-scale hunting, and the aberrant creatures seemed to have developed their own defensive patterns. Concluding that continuing would be pointless, the protagonist opened a portal and returned to the city with his companions. His arrival immediately drew attention. People crowded around him, eager to hear whether he had found a solution. He calmly explained that the bosses were deliberately hiding and were currently difficult to locate. The crowd reacted with surprise and concern, unsure of what to do next. The protagonist instructed everyone to disperse for the time being, stating that he would consider another approach later, as he needed rest. Elsewhere, within a noble's residence, news of the protagonist's recent actions was being discussed. Although his rapid rise to level 60 and the collapse of the battlefield were alarming, the noble viewed the recent change in the aberrant creature's behavior as a fortunate development. As long as the protagonist remained at level 60, he was still manageable. Orders were given to closely monitor his movements and act the moment he left the safety of the imperial capital. Later, the scene shifted to Duke Marison's mansion. The protagonist returned there and was warmly received by Sophia, who had been waiting for him. She expressed both relief and admiration after hearing everything he had done in the imperial capital. She acknowledged that his actions had significantly reduced pressure on the front lines. The protagonist responded casually, treating his achievements as routine, and the moment ended on a quiet, personal note rather than one of grand celebration. Sophia asked the protagonist whether he has anything planned after returning to Finya City. In response, he requests her help in contacting beast-taming merchants, explaining that he needs to acquire a large amount of beast-taming training materials. He clarifies that the resources are intended for 3 extraordinary-level beast-tamers and more than 1,000 commander-level beast-tamers, all of whom need to be trained to their peak. Although surprised by the scale, Sophia agrees to handle it and assures him that someone will contact him once everything is prepared. After thanking her for the assistance, the protagonist leaves. The scene then shifts as the protagonist approaches a brown building. Thor is visibly startled to see him return. The protagonist calmly states that he has something to discuss and proceeds to take out several swords and pieces of war equipment from his magical inventory. Thor immediately recognizes the items as an epic-grade set. The protagonist asks Thor to enhance the equipment, and Thor agrees without hesitation. Next, the protagonist produces a yellow crystal and asks Thor if he recognizes it. Upon examining it, Thor reacts with clear tension, identifying it as a rare material used for writing forbidden spell scrolls. He explains that forbidden spells are ultimate techniques reserved for magic-based classes that have reached the god level and are typically used only in real combat. According to Thor, the crystal serves as a source of magic, and when it is ground into powder, it can be used to inscribe forbidden spells onto scrolls. He also points out that the quality of the scroll itself is crucial and requires special types of fur, specifically pelts from rare creatures. In addition, the person writing the scroll must already be capable of casting the forbidden spell and must have a strong command over multiple elements. After hearing this, the protagonist decides that, since the item is tied to magic, he should consult someone more knowledgeable in that field. The scene then shifts to Sister Tao's residence. She's inside her home, checking her appearance in the mirror and considering her outfit. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly appears inside the house using a teleporter, marking his arrival there. Sister Tao is immediately irritated by the protagonist's sudden appearance, sensing trouble as usual. He calmly brings up his reason for visiting and asks her about the source of magic. She confirms that she knows about it and grows suspicious of his intentions. When he reveals the yellow crystal, her reaction is one of genuine shock, recognizing it instantly and pressing him to explain where he obtained such a rare item. He explains that it dropped from an immortal level boss, which further surprises her and makes her realize how far he has been venturing recently. As the conversation continues, it becomes clear that Sister Tao has been out of touch with recent events, having focused on her own matters. The protagonist then asks whether she is capable of inscribing forbidden spells. Sister Tao answers honestly, explaining that crafting forbidden spell scrolls is beyond most god-tier magic users, as it requires not only immense strength, but also deep understanding across multiple disciplines. She makes it clear that she possesses those qualifications. Hearing this reassures the protagonist, confirming that he came to the right person. However, she also explains that the source of magic alone is not sufficient, and that the process additionally requires the Elf King's fur. Although the requirement confuses the protagonist at first, Sister Tao assures him that she knows where to obtain it. After a brief exchange, she proposes a condition. Since the available magic sources are enough to create multiple forbidden scrolls, she will retrieve the Elf King's fur, but the finished results must be shared between them. The protagonist agrees without hesitation. With the agreement settled, Sister Tao opens a magical portal and leaves immediately, demonstrating her decisiveness. Left behind, the protagonist reflects on her abrupt nature and decides to check on his beast eggs next. The scene then shifts to the protagonist's beast egg farm. The area is under strict supervision, with the toad carefully overseeing the handling of the eggs and instructing the maids to be cautious to ensure proper hatching. Upon arriving, the protagonist observes that the operation is being managed well. The toad, however, reacts with visible annoyance, realizing that he has effectively been put to work maintaining an incubator. The protagonist brushes this off lightly, acknowledging the toad's experience with beast taming. Although clearly displeased, the toad can do little more than vent his frustration. Before leaving, the protagonist notes that most of his arrangements are now in place. He announces his next destination, the island of God Grace, where he intends to search for the sacred judgment item. He entrusts the toad with guarding the place in his absence and departs soon after. The scene transitions to a seaport. Standing there, the protagonist considers the location of the island of God Grace, which lies at the edge of the Sea of Despair, making travel by ship the most practical option. As he waits, a massive vessel named Poseidon approaches the port. Taking in the sight of the enormous ship, he is struck by its sheer scale and presence, quietly impressed as his next journey begins. As the protagonist moves toward the ship, the boarding process begins smoothly, and once everyone is on board, the vessel sets sail. While standing on the deck, he quietly observes the other passengers and notices that most of them are equipped with gear around level 80 or 90. From this alone, he realizes that the island of God Grace is far from an ordinary destination. Not long after, a group of knights approaches him. From their reactions and assessment of his appearance, they quickly identify him as someone likely belonging to a magic-based class. They explain that their team is currently missing such a role and attempt to recruit him, introducing themselves as members of the Conch mercenary group and emphasizing their reputation despite their smaller size. They also reveal their objective for this trip, which involves collecting a massive amount of wood spirit crystals. The protagonist listens, but makes it clear that he has no interest in joining them and has his own plans. When asked which mercenary group he belongs to, he states that he is not affiliated with any group at all. This response visibly surprises them. To them, boarding a ship headed for the island of God Grace without the backing of a mercenary group is extremely risky, especially for someone they assume to be relatively low level. Their attitude shifts from recruitment to concern. They openly question his judgment and warn him that the ship itself, the sea god, is not something to underestimate. Based on their experience, they advise him not to disembark once they arrive and instead return immediately. They also mention that the island of God Grace has been unusually unstable lately, hinting at growing dangers there. Hearing this, the protagonist becomes curious about the situation on the island, sensing that something significant has been unfolding beyond his awareness. The knight explains that, in recent days, the island of God Grace has been plagued by repeated unrest. Large numbers of strange creatures have appeared without warning, behaving violently and irrationally, and several experienced fighters have already lost their lives as a result. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the protagonist reacts with clear interest rather than concern, especially upon learning that these creatures are appearing in groups. The knight adds that both the island itself and the surrounding creatures seem to have undergone abnormal changes, almost like mutations. When asked about the timing, he explains that everything began roughly 2 weeks ago. This detail immediately draws the protagonist's attention, as it coincides with the gray fog incident in Watermoon City, leading him to quietly suspect a possible connection between the two events. With concern for his safety, the knight strongly advises him to turn back once the ship arrives, emphasizing that survival matters more than curiosity. The protagonist acknowledges the warning calmly and thanks him for the information before deciding to step away and rest. Before parting, names are exchanged, and the moment the knight hears the protagonist's name, the atmosphere shifts completely. Realizing he is facing the well-known Viscount Xiao, the group is visibly shaken, instantly understanding why he would dare to head to God Grace Island alone. They sense that something extraordinary is about to unfold there. Later, the protagonist settles down to rest, while the group chooses to stay nearby, believing his presence alone makes the situation feel safer. Shortly after, an urgent warning spreads across the ship as it enters the Despair Sea. The protagonist steps out to observe, finding the area intriguing rather than frightening. In contrast, the knights grow tense and anxious, praying silently for safe passage. Their fear proves justified when a massive deep-sea whale emerges near the ship. This creature is recognized as a level 100 monarch-class existence, a brutal ruler of the Despair Sea that has dominated the region for centuries. Encounters with such a creature are extremely rare, with only a handful recorded in human history. As the whale draws closer, the crew and knights prepare for combat. A god-level wizard steps forward and quickly deploys a powerful protective formation around the ship. The crew responds in coordination, readying heavy weaponry as the whale begins to move aggressively toward them. Watching the situation unfold, the protagonist remains composed, quietly observing the confrontation with clear interest rather than panic.